Hello there, folks. Welcome back to ESA Summer 21. We are raising money for Save the Children. Links to donate can be found below the stream. We would also like to thank Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. Now it's time for Zero Scar, who's going to be running the amazing Final Fantasy XII. Take it away.
All right. Hello, I'm Zero, and with me is Rusta commentating.
Hello.
All right. So it's very early morning for Rusta, and about noon for me. So I think we should start fairly quickly here because I think it's the longest run, not counting the pre-show of this marathon. So
there's also a good amount of downtime during the run, so we'll have time to talk about things after I get started.
Yes. So let's get started. So counting down, 3, 2, 1, and go. Good luck, me, I guess.
Good luck.
That definitely not needed in this run.
Oh yeah, you'll be fine, even with no gil and no drops.
Yeah. There's no RNG. Like there's no random encounters in this game. So what could possibly go wrong?
Actually, I think you have that backwards. There's nothing but RNG. How about that?
If there's nothing but RNG, then there's technically no RNG.
If everything's random, nothing's random.
Right. So we start with the tutorial section here. We have Rex. He's a good guy. He's definitely going to be the main character of this run. And I'm gonna go to the first fight against Erkadari Mora soon. Very soon, indeed. And I'm gonna try to use as many thunders as I can, because thunder deals more damage than an attack. And but it changes a little bit whether I can do 5 or 4 thunders during the fight. And it's based on Rex's starting MP, which is random.
Right off the bat, you get something random. I guess a quick little thing you can mention is that you have the menu to put the battle speed up.
Yep.
In this game, all the characters have separate ATBs, and the rate of all of the ATBs is adjusted by the ATB speed. So the faster that's set to, the faster you can win fights. Something also that's new in this game is you can see there's a line going from the various actors in the fight between their targets. Those are the target lines. That's something else Zero turned on. It's really important to pay attention to those for a speedrunner to know who is being targeted by whom. But this fight is pretty much just like an intro tutorial. You may also notice that Zero is running around in circles, and that's to recharge MP. That's also something that's new in this game because fights happen in the overworld instead of separate battle screens. So MP is something that's continuous between fights, and it recharges based on running.
Yeah, so I was running around in circles trying to get another thunder in, or MP for another thunder, but it turned out that Bosch got combos a lot in that fight, so actually I killed before I was able to get the last thunder off, so it didn't end up mattering at all.
What does matter, though, is that the overall step counter is something that we have to pay attention to in this run. And so once you reached 8, you stopped running, and that's also partially because you want to have your steps in the right place in about an hour and a half?
2 hours.
Or sorry,
and a half.
two and a half hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours.
Yeah. So steps are something I need to manage this entire run until that point, or I don't need to, but I lose like 3 seconds if I don't. So
3 seconds and 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Been playing too much Zodiac Age, where Tiamat's an hour and a half instead of 2.5 hours. Yeah, this is pretty much just a little tutorial segment. You have to fight against these guards solo before it'll let you through this door. And so, since it starts you off at the bottom of the stairs, you want to try and work your way up the stairs while fighting the guards one by one. Each guard has a chance of blocking your attacks and has a chance of requiring 3 hits. So the last one, Zero, just killed with a thunder. Something that will become more relevant later on is that spells take longer to do than attacks, and so that's why Zero didn't use attack or use thunders for the whole segment, only for the last one, just to minimize that chance of the final block or damage roll.
Yeah, and also I was able to cover more ground with the thunder, so that without the thunder I would not have been able to reach the door there.
Right. So, turns out Rex is now dead, and we are now at the real main character, Vaughn. Similar type of mechanic to before, except now we're fighting against rats instead of soldiers. This segment is actually even more complicated in terms of the movement, because the rats tend to run around, and we have a little technique that typically manipulates the movements of the rats to bring them all together. However, it did not work here because the first rat took 3 hits to kill.
Yeah, it's about 1 in 3 chance to not kill the first rat with 2 attacks, and unfortunately I got unlucky there, which
is it 1 in 3 for each rat? Is it 1 in 3 for each rat?
It's 1 in 3 for the first one. The second one is guaranteed to die from 2 attacks, and the last one is about 1 in 6 not to die. So the first one,
HP?
Yeah, they have. The first one has, I think, 2 HP more than the second one, and the second one has 2 more HP than the last one, or maybe 3 more HP. I don't remember.
I did not know that. Today I learned.
Yeah, even if you hit the minimum roll twice, you just have enough damage to kill the second rat, and the last rat has a little bit less HP than the first one, but you can still miss the kill if you get unlucky. But the first one is where you most often miss it, but it's still only a 1 in 3 chance, so a little bit unlucky there.
So now that we've made it through that first tutorial segment, I guess we can take a little bit of time and just mention what's happening in the story. The prequel part that we had with Rex before was pretty much just a little intro that's showing the situation in the whole overall world. We live in a country called Dalmasca. The city we're in right now is Rabanastre, and there was a war between Dalmasca and the northern country of Arcades. Arcadia? Okay, yeah. Arcades is the city. Arcadia is the country.
Yes.
And then they were attacking us, and we were defending ourselves. One of the people in that segment before was Bosch. He's going to become relevant later. I think he's half Dalmascan.
I think he's not Dalmascan at all. He just fled to here after his home country was captured by...
Oh, right. He's sympathetic to us, but he's not... his country was attacked also by Arcades.
Yes.
Yeah. So he and his brother, Gabranth, or I guess, was he called Gabranth then, or was he's not named until later?
Yeah, it's called Gabranth.
Okay.
For now.
All right. His twin brother, they pretty much played a trick on us and made us think that Bosch was a good guy, and then killed the king. So now the king is dead, and basically Arcadia won the war, and Rex died. And so now we live 2 years in the future, I think?
Yep.
2 years in the future, and we are pretty much subject to the rule of Arcadia. Arcadia is sending their prince, Vane, to come and pretty much take over, and there's going to be a big party in his honor. So, in preparing for the party, we're going to go fight the rogue tomato, who is attacking a supply chain.
Pretty much, yeah. I don't know how Tomato is attacking a supply chain, but...
It's a Final Fantasy game,
Yeah.
This kind of thing is wont to happen.
And also, this next fight is one of the deadliest fights of the run.
Yeah. It's one of the deadliest fights, not because it's actually dangerous, but because it's only about 10 minutes into the run, and the safe strat is a few seconds slower, so as speedrunners, it's easy to just say, I'll just reset if I get the bad pattern.
Yep.
Along the way, we're going to grab a very, very important small package. The consequences for not delivering this package are we get 150 gil, so we just sell it.
It's a side quest. You're supposed to give it to this person over there, the hapless merchant, and if you give it to him, you get absolutely nothing. So it's better to just keep the small package and sell it for money. I mean, does it make us bad guys? Maybe, but they are not being kind and give us something for doing their tasks. So
something Arcadia stole from Dalmasca, so we can steal back. We'll just assume that that's Arcadian property that we're selling.
Maybe.
Oh, the other reason why this part is dangerous is that there's 2 wolves that appear between the entrance and Rogue Tomato, and both of them can aggro you and reduce your health to the point where you end up dying. The wolf only got 1 attack here, so it should be pretty safe even without a potion. Something else we can mention that we didn't mention before is that we were talking about damage rolls and the possibility of requiring extra hits, but there's also the chance for combos. It's a relatively small chance, and it depends on the weapon. Vaughn has a small sword here, which I think only has like a 5 or 6% chance to combo.
I think it's 4 or 5. I'm not sure which one.
But it's pretty rare, and it's nice when it happens, but it's not necessary. Rogue Tomato, each phase takes 3 or 4 hits, depending on your damage rolls.
Yeah, it's about 9% chance to get 3 hits, so that's pretty rare. So I think I've got 4 hit in each phase here. But I didn't die, and I didn't need to use a potion, so that's good.
Is it like 70 HP or something?
67 HP for
67,
each.
okay.
And one deals from 18 to 24, so...
Right, I knew if you got 23, 23, 21, that would be just enough, so...
Yeah.
But anyway, that's the first hunt down. That's another mechanic that's sort of different from Final Fantasy XII, is that there's a clan hall, and the clan hall gives you marks, which lets you hunt them down, and then you get rewards for fighting these marks. So this is introduced very early in the Rogue Tomato fight, but it's not used in the speedrun because it's not a necessary story mechanic except for one fight later on that's just on the way and also blocking a dungeon we need to get through.
Yeah, and also not official hunt.
Yeah. But now that's taken care of. We head back to our friend Kites, and we watch the arrival and speech of Vane, who's the prince of Arcadia. And he seems like not that bad a guy if you just watch this speech. Everyone hates him because he's Arcadian, and we're obviously pretty mad at them for winning in the war. But if you listen to his speech, he actually seems like a pretty reasonable dude.
Yeah, I'm totally not gonna try to start a nuclear war or anything.
Yeah, definitely not starting in a Magicite arms race that could result in the destruction of all these countries.
Oh yeah, and if there are any donations, now would probably be a good time to...
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Well, I would like to remind everyone, you are watching ESA Summer 21, raising money for Save the Children. We're currently at 35,986, so we're really, really close to that 36,000 mark. So let's see if we can get that met. Also, I'd like to bring to your attention, we do have a couple of bid wars for runs coming up. We do have The Legend of Spyro the Eternal Night, difficulty choice between Dark and Easy. $5 on Dark at the moment, 375 on Dark, apologies. $5 on Easy. So it looks like we're going to be Dark for Spyro, but if you want to make it easier on our runners, please get your donations in for that. And we also have the Skylar and Pluck's Adventure on Clover Island run coming up later, and you have the choice of the character model for that. Currently, we have $30 on Seamus Aran. We don't have any dollars towards the default character model, and winning at the moment is everybody's favourite Bluebird Sonic at $60. So if you want to see Seamus or the default model, please get your donations in. Remember, all your donations go towards Save the Children. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. So right now, Vaughn wants to go to the palace to steal something back from the Empire that they stole from us. So I just went to visit Old Dallin, who's this like father figure for all the orphans. Vaughn is orphan, by the way, as usual. As usual for a JRPG main protagonist. But yeah, so Old Dallin tells me that there's this magic stone that that you can get to open the way to the palace's treasury. So where is this stone, you might ask? Well, conveniently, Old Dalan has it, but it has lost its power. So to do that, to restore the power, I'm going to need the sun's power, and this is a very sunny place, and there are these crystals that absorb sun's energy, and I can get a sunstone here by getting a shadestone, which I then can charge with these crystals and turn it into sunstone, and which then would restore the magic to the crescent stone. So to summarize, I need a stone to charge it into another stone to restore the power of another stone.
Stones on stones and stones.
There are a lot of stones in this game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is just the start of the key item rocks sequence that we'll be going through in the plot. But for Rogue Tomato, the RNG is mostly whether you get hit by wolves, whether you need to use a potion to survive. Just a plus or minus a few seconds. This is the first real sort of RNG section of the run, in that each of these crystals will give between 25 and 55% charge, and you need to get from 0 to 100%. So you can put the numbers in and just figure out what the chances are for each possibility. So you can get it in 2. That only happens about 7% of the time. Typically it takes about 3, which is 83% of the time. And then if you're really unlucky, it'll take 4 crystals to get to 100, and that's 10% of the time. So hopefully we get the high rolls here. You have to get 50 on average from 2 crystals. So
yeah. So the 2 crystal would save me about 40 seconds, and the 4 crystal would cost me 1:15 seconds. So the difference between the 2 is more than 2 minutes that there is with the best and worst case scenario.
And despite being almost 6-hour run, that minute and a half is definitely enough to reset over. So there was a time when the world record was a little bit worse, where you could get by with a 4 crystal, but not anymore.
Yeah, do I recall correctly that the first sub 6 run ever was a 4 crystal run?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, because when the world record was about 6 hours, that was the last time that there was a 4 crystal world record. But now we live in a world where the estimate is 6 hours, so we've gotten a little bit better since then.
Yep. The last time this run was at ESA was in 2016, and
the estimate probably would have been closer to 7 hours then, right? If it was
estimate.
Also
if I recall correctly, the runner wanted the estimate to be 7 hours, but then it was lowered to 6:45, and I think the run went a little bit over estimate. It was like 6:49 or something. So
would that have been PAL, or would that have been?
That was in TSU.
Okay, yeah. PAL is about 20 minutes slower over the course of the run, which is why I mentioned the animations at 50 hertz are a little bit slower, and the loading times are longer. Yep. So,
but at that time, like, I think the world record was something like 6:30 or something.
So that's pretty good then, if you're only 50 minutes over world record.
Yeah.
So 40% from the first crystal is pretty normal. If you get to above 75%, then you're guaranteed to get exactly 75. Guaranteed to get the 3 crystals, so we're not going to lose that minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, so we're fine. Did not get hurt by RNG yet.
For anyone who's played the newer version of this game, the remaster, the Zodiac Age, you do get a 4 times speed up. So if you speedrun that game, it's not such a big consequence. But this is the old version. The 4 times speed up is really interesting because it makes it so that the kind of strategies we use in this speedrun, the original version, are too difficult to execute at high speed. And so you end up having to do sort of automatic gambit-based speedrun where you just let the characters fight everything on their own and you just manage the gambits and sometimes items. So it sort of removes the complexity of the speedrun. And the reason why we as speedrunners really prefer this version of the game and submit this one more. It's just because the speedrun is much more interesting and technically difficult and exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's sometimes very hard to follow what happens in the Zodiac Age run, and the strategies are not that interesting.
It's basically just a very structured, casual run.
Yeah.
That's not to mention the Scythe and Grant, but we don't have to get into that since we're playing vanilla. But the stone is charged. I don't know even know if we mentioned Jin. He's just one of the no bad kids here that helped us out with charging the stone. But his role in the story is now over, so I guess I didn't even have to mention him.
Yeah.
So now that we've completed the Crescent Stone, we'll be able to sneak into the palace. So that's where we're going to head now.
Or are we?
A little detour on the way. That's right.
Right. So in this game, bosses don't give any XP. And if you're only... We could go through the game only killing bosses, pretty much. But we would be very low leveled if we did that. And being low leveled is very slow. There is a low level run for this game as well. And that's about 2 hours slower than the any percent run. So in the any percent run, this is the first time we're gonna actually do some leveling, and I'm gonna want to get to level 11, and I should remember to do the menu here.
The way experience works in this game is very similar to other Final Fantasies, where more experience you get, the higher level you get, but the higher your level, the more experience it takes to get to the next level. So in that sense, it's sort of, there's a, no, it's not logarithmic, I think it's a power law, but the problem with that is that the stats you get from levels is closer to linear than power. And so basically the return for a given amount of experience goes down as you get higher and higher level. And just as a rule, the stats you get from your levels in this game are not that great. And so the first few levels are really, really important because they get your HP and your stats up to a workable point, and that's what we're going to do right now. But beyond that, we don't get a lot of levels in the speedrun, and in fact, we finished the game way under-leveled.
Yeah, so I think you're at the end of this game in a casual run, you're probably supposed to be about level 45 to 50, something like that, maybe even 55. We're gonna be like mid-20s.
Yeah, like 26, 27. And of those 26, 27 levels, we're about to get 11 of them. So we're going to take advantage of some little mechanics that are built into the game. Right now, Penelo has left the party. Vaughn is the only one. And the level of all the other characters when they enter the party is going to be based on Vaughn's. So basically by giving Vaughn experience right now, we're multiplying the experience we get times 6 because everyone else is, all other 5 members are going to come in with that experience. And so if we level Vaughn up to 11 now, the next 2 will enter at level 12. And now it's possible to level Vaughn to 11 very quickly because there's a rare game in this nearby zone, the Damask Wester Sand, called Dustia. Now Dustia is a monster that would be normally much too high level for us to deal with. However, he's undead, and we can just kill him with the Phoenix Down, which Zero just bought 8 Phoenix Downs, and 8 Phoenix Downs is enough to kill him 8 times, which is enough to get us to level 11. Now also rare games in this game, once you kill them, they don't respawn until you leave the whole area. However, there's a despawn glitch we're going to take advantage of. The spawn requirements for Dustia are having a character below 10% or at or below 10% HP. Now Vaughn he's only level 1. He has 82 or 84 max HP right now.
I have the high HP one.
So 84 max HP, and then we have 2 accessories that give 10 HP each. So Zero is going to try and manipulate 2 sword hits to get Vaughn to 10 or fewer HP points, and then by equipping the armor, so it'll put his max HP to 104, and then he'll be below 10%. That will spawn Dustia. We can kill him with Phoenix Downs, and then zone out, and then zone back in, and he'll respawn. So we got the Unlucky Lunge here. So we have basically a table with all possible damage rolls with and without armor on Vaughn and with and without a weapon. So normally at 94 HP, 2 sword hits without armor are going to give the right amount of HP. However, the wolf hit meant that 1 sword hit plus a punch with armor gave the right value, since that's what Zero did. You may also notice that he put the battle speed down to the slowest. Dustia is guaranteed to use Dark, and so Dark is not an instant attack, and what that means is that by setting the ATB speed down to slow, we can kill him before his ATB charges. Items are instant, and so our instant Phoenix Down beats his slow Dark. Now you may also have noticed that the first Phoenix Down gave Vaughn 4 levels from level 1 to level 5. The second one was level 5 to level 7, so Dusty gives about 1,000 experience and is way over our level. So just by farming a few right here, we're getting a massive amount of experience. So Vaughn started with about 104 max HP after 2 Dustia. He's at 236, so we've more than doubled our max HP just from two Dustia kills. And we're going to do 8 right now.
Well, while we're doing that, do we have time for some donations?
Yeah,
Sure.
Now's a perfect time.
Okay, fantastic. We have received a $5 anonymous donation, which says, let's get a $5 train going for Best Final Fantasy, shall we? And it says, Best Final Fantasy Thor. Well, thank you very much indeed. And we've also received $14 from Jibben. Use this for more hidden staves. Well, thank you very much indeed for those generous donations. Please keep them coming in, folks. With that, we've also met and passed $36,000 raised for Save the Children. So please, please, please keep those donations coming in. We're doing absolutely amazing. So the more the merrier. Thank you very much indeed for your generosity.
So the Dustia has 2 drops. He drops the Book of Orgain and the Flame Staff. The Book of Orgain is the common drop, and the Flame Staff is the rare drop. Now, that's not the next level up. There's actually 4 levels. There's common, uncommon, rare, and very rare. He does not have an uncommon or very rare. And so the hidden staff that was mentioned in that donation is when you get a book and a Flame Staff from one of these drops, we zone out before the Flame Staff would be shown in the spoils. And so you have the Flame Staff, but you don't know it until you get to the shop. But almost as good as a hidden staff is a visible staff, which is what Joe just got. So that's actually quite good. The Book of Arcane sells for 532 gil. That's really going to help out for the gil we need later. Flame Staff sells for 1,200. That's more than 2 books worth. The Flame Staff is also something we're going to need to use later. So we're going to come back and farm more Dustia in the hopes of getting Flame Staves. But the limiting factor here, there's actually 2 limiting factors. One is the number of Phoenix Downs we could buy. We basically put all of our gil into buying those 8 Phoenix Downs. But we also want to keep the next 2 characters who enter the party below a certain level. So that's also one of the limiting factors for the number of Dustia we do here. So with 8 Dustia kills, Vaughn is level 11, and then Fran and Balthier will enter at level 12, and that's where we want them. But now that detour is done, we can head to the palace. Everyone's way stronger than they would have been, and so the next dungeon we're basically over-leveled for, and it'll be really easy to make it through.
Yeah, so I think you're supposed to be like level 7 or so when you enter maybe even level 5 when you enter this. So
all you really have to do is fight stuff in the Giza Plains.
Yeah.
But as far as the plot goes, not much has happened. We've just been doing errands in Rabanastre. We're going to meet Kites, the kid I mentioned earlier. He's going to pick the door open to get us into the Waterway, and then he will also no longer be relevant for the rest of the story. We're leaving our orphan friends behind.
Yeah. He appears in a couple of cutscenes and in one side quest, but that's about it.
Oh, the side quest, right.
So
we skipped the cutscenes, so don't do that side quest at 80%. So I wasn't technically wrong. now the next dungeon we enter is called the Garam Scythe Waterway. Basically just a system of sewers underneath Ravenaster. There's a few enemies scattered throughout. For the next segment of the run, we're going to be managing our guild very attentively. We killed 8 Dustia, but we want to kill more Dustia later. And in order to do that, we need to get more Phoenix Downs. Specifically, we want to get 39 Phoenix Downs. 39 Phoenix Downs costs 9,750 gil. That's the gil total we're trying to reach. And so Zero basically has the guaranteed gil mapped out. And to that, he added what he got from Dusty 01 and basically has a target for how much gil he needs to get from the rest of the next 2 dungeons. So there's chests scattered throughout. Some of them you can open, some of them you can skip. It's a decision you make as a speedrunner based on how much gil you expect you need. But generally, the later chests are worth more than the earlier chests. That's besides the Elixir Chest, which is one that's coming up shortly.
Yeah. So I generally keep track of gil, and I will also keep track of gil now. Like every drop steal chest that I'm going to get, I'm going to add to my gil calculator, and that allows me to make better decisions on whether to go for stuff or not. But still, this is a very easy place to lose a run in a normal circumstance, so I will be playing the gil a little bit safer than I would in a normal run. But
what was the drops from Dusty 1? By the way, I saw 1 and 1.
It was 1 and 1.
Okay.
So it wasn't too great. The flame staff helps a lot, but it wasn't anything spectacular. For
a typical Dustia, the drop chance when you're at the base chain level is, I think, 45%.
40% for the book and
40%
for the staff.
And so 3% for the staff, you don't expect to get 1 normally. That's why it was nice that he got it. But with 40%, 8 chances, you expect 3 or 4 books on average. 3 books is like 1,600 gil. 4 books is like 2,100 gil. And so Zero with 1 staff and 1 book has 1,700. So he's almost exactly the average amount of gil. You know, the more the better. And so that's what we can keep track of. Got the Elixir Chest, which is nice. Elixir sells for 777 gil. And that's a 90% chance to spawn. Those of you who have played this game may recognize the Elixir Chest as one of the chests that, when opened, will despawn the ultimate weapon chest, the Zodiac Spear. But we do not use the Zodiac Spear, and so the 777 gil is worth much more to us right now.
Yes. It is one of the so-called forbidden chests of the game that you mustn't open if you want to get the Zodiac Spear. But
that mechanic is something they took out in the Zodiac Age, and rightly so. It's a bit dumb to punish people for opening chests.
Yeah, especially when they don't indicate, they don't have any indication on the chest that you shouldn't open this chest. It just is there, and if you open it, too bad.
There's an amusing story of a speedrunner who picked up the first forbidden chest outside of Old Dolan's place, which is just an antidote, and he wondered why he got the 10% missing elixir so often, and it turns out he was just shooting himself in the foot by opening the first forbidden chest and stopping himself from getting the second.
Yeah, so all of the chests, once you pick up one of them, the other ones don't spawn, so it's very important that you don't pick up the chest in front of Old Dallins, because that one would despawn.
Over here.
The 700 elixir there.
This minigame is just a little thing they put in. You basically have the ability to move guards over one segment of this area at a time, and you basically have to run around and shout to bring the guards to a position that allows you to run to the next area. There's also a spot in the floor that you can use the crescent stone on to open the path to the treasure room. But it's just a little thing they put in as a fun little mechanic or fun little puzzle. We have it mapped out, and it's the same every time, so it's just, as speedrunners, we don't even think about it, just do it automatically.
Yep. And also, some people would claim that this run is no longer a legit run.
He has a few different lines he can say, and everyone's favorite is, "Hey, Buckethead!" and you have 4 chances to get it, I think.
Yep.
And you did not get it, so I think we have to reset now. This is only 30 minutes in, no big deal.
It's very rare not to get it. It's like 1 in 9 chance to not get it. So 8 times out of 9 you get the line, but today is apparently not one of those 8 times.
The Japanese lines, the original version of this game was Japanese as a JRPG. The Japanese lines don't have any such Buckethead in them. The line that Buckethead replaces is like, "Hey, come over here," or something like "Choto kite kuru yo." It's like there's nothing about an insult or anything in there. So that dungeon is done. We just make our way through the next area. We'll be in the treasure room, and that's where we'll run into the next 2 party members, Balthier and Fran. They're also robbing, or they're also thieves. But they're pirates. Sky pirates, even.
Yes, so pirates in this game. Well, I guess there are also sea pirates, because I think they mention it in a cutscene, but more notoriously, there are sky pirates.
There's sky pirates, sea pirates, and there's even sand sea pirates, if you think about it.
True.
But in this area, we found our next key rock, which is the goddess's Magicite. I don't think we really understand what Magicite is quite yet, but the idea of Magicite and Ethicite is pretty central to the story. We just know that there's some power inherent in this stone, and we have it. If you equip it, I think this one puts your HP or your MP to 0, and it gives you a high amount of magic resist.
I think it's 10 magic resistant or something.
10 magic resist, so I could go into the damage calculation. Yeah, it's a lot at this point. It basically subtracts that number from the magic attack of what they're using. Fire has, the base magics have a very low attack power, and so taking away 10, it makes a big difference. But if you try to use it later, if you still had it, which you won't, the stronger spells would not be as affected by it. So there's some things that affect things fractionally, and there's some things that affect things by subtracting, and this is one of them that subtract. We don't actually use the goddess's Magicite, though. There is a key story rock we will use later, but this is one we just hang on to for plot reasons. So now, the Balthier and Fran, Balthier, the leading man, has introduced the license grid to us.
The gambits.
Or the gambit system, and now that we actually have gambits and some LP from Dustia, we're going to do gambits and some licenses. So specifically, we killed 8 Dustia. Each Dustia gives 3 LP.
Yes.
And we also killed Rogue Tomato.
Which
gives 6 in this version. He gives 3 in the Japanese version. Basically, in this version, when you kill him the first time, or you finish the first half of the fight, you get 3 LP, and then you get 3 again for finishing him off. So that plus the 3 rats at the beginning gets us enough LP to get fire on Vaughn. So now Vaughn has fire. Fran starts with fire. Balthier starts with 0 LP, so we're going to have to be killing things before he can get fire. But enemies in this dungeon, several of them are weak to fire, and so fire does significantly more damage than attacks do. Rex was actually relatively decked out with his equipment, and so his attacks did a high amount of damage compared to what Vaughn can do. And so, but Vaughn's fire is pretty much the same as Rex's thunder. So these Gigantoads specifically are weak to fire, which means just 2 fires is enough to kill them. Again, you can see Zero's picking up chests, he's picking up drops, he's stealing from things. This is all going into the guild calculation. The gambits are set up such that Balthier will steal from whoever the party leader targets. Vaughn is the party leader, so Zero tells Vaughn to use a fire on a Gigantoad. That makes Balthier try to steal from it, and then manually tell Fran to also use the second fire. This is sort of the advanced gambit setup. Originally, we had fire gambits on all 3, or on Fran and Vaughn, but we eventually realized that if you just put the inputs in yourself, you basically lose almost no time. It's just a skill cap thing where you had to learn to be able to do it on your own.
Yeah, it took a little while to get used to, but it's not too bad.
Yeah. Although for Barheim, it can be a lot to manage and makes it one of the harder dungeons in the game. But for right now,
Yep.
it's just a matter of putting your cursor on fire and then just spamming X. Got another little fight here. 4 soldiers. Each soldier, except for one, goes down to 2 fires. And so Zero is just trying to manipulate the positions of the 3 soldiers, or the 4 soldiers, to kill the weak 3 first. It's a little bit annoying because this person who's appeared, Amalia, she's not in your party. She's sort of a third side in the fight. And so if she kills any of the soldiers herself, you will not get LP from the soldiers. And so the way that typically happens is you use 2 fires on the high HP guard, and then Ash will kill him with her sword hit. So Zero just ran around and manipulated that. So for the whole fight, it was just a combination of fires and stealing, trying to get items from the soldiers and kill them off. But after this little cutscene here, Ash is now in the party. Or sorry, Amalia is in the party.
Yeah, and this is the first unskippable cutscene of the run. Just have to watch through this, and there are a lot of them, and we probably all know it, but know those cutscenes by heart because
Resistance.
we've heard them quite a bit of times.
Yeah. It's actually a bit interesting. These unskippable cutscenes in the Japanese version, all except for one, are text mashing. And then in the English version, they changed it into forcing you to listen to the voice actors. And then in the Zodiac Age, most of them can just be skipped. So,
Do we have time for some donations?
yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We've received a $5 donation from Fine Moosh, who says, good luck, have fun. Thank you very much. And a $5 anonymous donation. The best Final Fantasy is the first one I played. Well, thank you very much indeed. For me, that's Final Fantasy VII. So I don't know about anybody else. What is your best Final Fantasy, folks? Get those donations in and tell us. Remember, they all go towards Save the Children. Thank you very much.
My favorite Final Fantasy is also the first one I played, and it's this one.
My favorite's Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, my favourite is Final Fantasy X as well. Definitely.
Just got at the right time in my life. But as far as speedruns go, I think Final Fantasy XII is one of the more interesting ones. I actually picked it up because of the speedrun. I was watching a runner called Skate for a Living, and just like everything that went into the speedrun just seemed so interesting, and that's why I started speedrunning it. Also, the ability to skip cutscenes is a nice change from Final Fantasy X, so it takes 4 plus less hours, so...
Yep.
So each of these horns is worth like, what is it, like 176?
120.
120, oh, it's less. Yeah, 120 gil, and this is just all going into Zero's gil calculator. If you get more drops from Destia, it means that you can skip more of these steals, and that means you can save time. And so it's a matter of maybe 20 or 30 seconds over the course of Barheim for typical Destia drops. If you get 0 or 1 Destia drops, I think you just reset, right?
Yeah, if I get on 1 or less books, I just reset typically.
So we didn't mention much about the Flans fight because it's really pretty much the same as all the others. Flans are weak to fire. But now we run into a boss who is not weak to fire, who absorbs fire, and his name is Firemain. There's also an environmental mechanic in this game that they don't ever explicitly mention, and it makes Firemain take 20% extra damage when he's in the water here. And so we try and move him into the water by just having the character who he's targeting move into the water, and he'll chase them down. However, there's also a mechanic where he will teleport back to the middle, and while he's teleporting, he can't take damage. And so it's pretty much just a kind of an RNG fight. Hopefully he doesn't teleport too much. He has a guaranteed cutscene attack called Bushfire, but he hasn't used it yet, which is pretty good. And it is possible to skip it with good enough RNG.
It's really rare to skip it though.
I think I've only
do a
seen
double here.
2 or 3 in the vanilla version ever.
I'm so used to splitting that I'm trying to split after every fight.
Oh, you don't have splits open? I know a lot of people like to do
No,
their runs with splits.
I forgot to open my splits, so it was...
I don't even see a timer, so I have no idea how the pace is.
Me neither. Maybe it's better that way.
Yeah, right. But after we fought Firemain and got out of the Garam Scythe Waterway, we were captured. So now we're basically in Albania Dungeon, which is Albania is another city that's adjacent to Rabanastre, and we're in the dungeon here. And we're going to try and meet up with our new friends and escape.
Yep. So, but Vaughn goes to defend some other inmate that's bullied by these thugs. So we end up in a fight. But these guys are weak to fire.
Only one of them is strong enough to survive a fire, and we just had Balthier punch him enough so that the single fire would kill him. So it's just a matter of using 3 fires.
Yep.
So now we're out of enemies that are weak to fire, and we are going to start running into enemies that are weak to blizzard, or ice, I guess. And so we're going to buy blizzard from a conveniently placed merchant, just hanging out deep inside this dungeon.
I think he escaped as well, but he's injured or something and can't get out right now.
This is the problem with skipping through all the text.
I don't know. I don't even remember if that's correct, but
Can I chip in quickly?
sure.
Okay, please keep those donations coming. We've received $5 from JP. Final Fantasy IX, best and last proper game. Okay, that's an interesting comment there. Thank you very much indeed for that. Please keep those donations coming in. Keep that train rolling. Remember, they all go towards Save the Children. And remember, the donations are cumulative. So if you donate enough, you could get entered into our wonderful prize draw for our PlayStation 5 with Ratchet & Clank. $50 total for that, so keep those donations coming in, and you could be in for the draw for that. Thank you.
Saying that Final Fantasy IX is the last proper Final Fantasy, I think you might just be trying to start something, but it's actually a pretty reasonable take because most of the Final Fantasies have the ATB system with multiple parallel characters in the battles. And every Final Fantasy since then has changed one or more things from that system. So Final Fantasy X had the CTB, the conditional time battle, instead of ATB. And then 10-2 had the dress spheres, and then 12 has ATB, but it has no battle screen. It has overworld fights, and then from then on, things got more and more different. So 9 is really just like the culmination of all of the doing the same thing over and over again. And then from there, they have just been trying to revolutionize instead of remake. So here, you'll notice that Balthier is using First Aid. But it's not actually doing anything, but it's holding him in place while the rest of the party can go and complete other parts of this little quest. And this quest involves backtracking to where you start. And so by doing this, Balthier gets left behind. And you can just swap party leaders with the directional up button. And that will save you the time it takes to run back and forth. So this is introducing a little charge mechanic for this dungeon. You get 100% charge here. And then the battery mimics, which are the enemies I mentioned that are weak to ice. When you kill them, you get charge, and you use charge to open a gate later on. I would say you use charge to open gates, but it's literally just one gate. And so you have to have 30% charge when you get to that gate. We're going to kill enough battery mimics to just keep our charge close to 100 the whole time, because they die in a little bit more than 2 blizzards, but they are the second most valuable enemy in this dungeon to kill. The first most valuable being the Flans, which we will also kill along the way.
Also, the battery mimics give you 2 license points each, which is more than any other enemy here, except for the boss. And if your charge is below 50%, undead enemies will spawn, and those can be really annoying to deal with. So wanting to keep the charge high for that reason as well.
We can briefly mention that LP, we didn't actually say what licenses are. They're just a new system in this game. The license board lets you unlock abilities and equipment by spending license points on the license board. In the speedrun, it's just mapped out where you have to get a certain amount of LP to get all the license that you expect to get. So we have the kills in this dungeon are pretty much mapped out, and we know what we're going to do. So the pattern here for killing the mimics is to attack it twice and use 2 blizzards on it. Originally, this was done entirely with gambits, and it would be 2 blizzards and then 2 attacks. But if you pay attention, after a blizzard hits, in the ATB, the action will be shown for the blizzard. That takes a little while to leave the queue. This is going to become much more important later on, but for right now, it just takes longer for something to happen after the blizzard, and that time is shorter for blizzards than it is for attacks. And so a runner, Hoishin, realized that if you do the attacks first, it'll be a little bit faster than if you do the blizzards first. There's also a nice little tech that Zero's doing where if the enemy drops something, he can warp back to one of the people that's standing near the enemy with the party leader swap, and then warp back to the person he was running with. We're leading with Fran here because Fran has slightly better armor and more HP than Vaughn. The role of Fran and Vaughn is pretty interchangeable, except Fran is slightly better, and so she's the one who leads at this point. There's a few mimics that are too fast to kill, or at least too fast to kill and steal from, and so Zero just stole from those.
I don't think you even can kill these yet because we don't have the triple blizzard.
Oh yeah, you need triple blizzard to kill them.
Yeah.
So there's something interesting here, which is that the I don't know if I can say all 4 steals. What do they have? They have Iron Scraps, Stormstone, Alarm Clock.
That's it.
Oh, they don't have a very rare?
There's only 3 tiers of steel.
Oh, there's, right, steals, I'm thinking of drops. Yeah, so there's normal, rare, and very rare, I guess you'd say. And something that is true of several enemies that we farm is that the common steel is actually the one that's worth the most gil. So I guess the game designers were thinking, these alarm clocks, these stormstones will be useful, so we'll make these the rare ones, and the common one is the iron scraps, but we're just going to sell it all. And so the iron scraps happen to be worth like 6 times as much as the alarm clocks, which that means that the rare drop, normally getting something rare is good, but for us it's actually bad. So what we're really looking for here are the iron scraps and the green liquids for the flans. Here the flans are weak to fire, same as before, and so that's part of the micromanagement is just keeping your cursor on fire when you're getting ready to fight flans, and blizzard when you're getting ready to fight mimics. Similarly, the flans drop water stones as their rare drops, and that is unlucky. But they also have top cappy hats, which is I think it's the rare drop, which is pretty nice to get. We actually buy a top cappy hat later on, so if you can hang on to that saves 500 gil.
Let me know when you've got a second for a few words.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Remember that all your donations are going towards Save the Children. And Save the Children, one of the things they do is that Save the Children train frontline health workers in communities to diagnose and treat common childhood illnesses like pneumonia, diarrhea, malaria, and newborn sepsis, empowering them to provide services that are proven to reduce child deaths. So remember, every donation, every little bit you can contribute goes towards this fantastic cause. Please, please keep those donations coming in. Thank you very much.
So what Zero just did is the first instance of a relatively new tech, which we have been calling the Too Far Warp. Balthier used a cure on himself, and while he was standing still doing that cure, Zero queued another cure, which would be on a target that he then moves away, so that the target is now too far away, and the AI in this game, if the target is too far, is programmed to just stand still. And so basically he just left Balthier standing still by the entrance where he wanted to backtrack to, so it gets saved. When you can warp like that, it saves the whole backtracking time, so a good 15-20 seconds saved there.
Yep.
It takes a little bit of time to set up, and you can't put him as close to the door as you would like to, but it still is significantly faster than running all the way and then running all the way back. So we're almost done with this dungeon. We only have 2 more screens to get through, and then a quick boss. But again, we're still pretty over-leveled, and the game doesn't expect you to be as on the ball about knowing what to kill and what to run by, and so we have blizzards on all 3 members now, and the boss is also weak to ice, so we're pretty much ready to kill him pretty quickly.
Yep.
Another thing I can briefly mention is that save crystals in this game restore your HP and MP, so that's why you touch that crystal. So Gil's still pretty low?
It's fine-ish. I think I have enough, but I would like to get more, so I can keep the top cappy hat and stuff.
In that last area, Bosch got his armor back and his weapon. So before he was just punching things. Now he has a sword and armor. Armor also increases your strength, and so instead of a blizzard and 2 attacks, it's now just 2 blizzards and 1 or 2 Bosch hits, depending on damage rolls. So they're quicker to kill mimics here. But this is the last area. Mimics also feed on the energy conduit, which restores their health. So we try and time our attacks so that they feed before the damage starts, so you don't lose out on the damage.
Yeah, that's why I waited a little bit before. I ran back a little bit so that I could not get Vaughn too close to the Mimic too soon, or otherwise the Mimic would have just healed the entire blizzard that I was about to do.
But we only killed those 3 Mimics in this area because we want to keep Vaughn and Fran's MPs above 40. The reason we want to keep it above 40 is that we want to cast 5 blizzards on this next boss, and so you need to have above 40 to do that. One of them you can run in circles with, but running in circles with both would lose time. So this is the Mimic Queen, just sort of the final boss of this area. Like I said, 4 blizzards, or 5 blizzards from each member, plus a little bit of damage from Bosch will be enough to kill this boss. We're facing away and just looking at this wall because there's enough going on in this fight that the PS2 will lag, and it'll be slower in real time. So, fortunately, you do not get to see this boss. You'll get to see it in Shockstorm if that's not skipped, though. Now, just then, Zero took off all of his armor. That's mostly because we want to sell the armor in the next area, because we are just selling everything we can to get the 39 Phoenix Downs that we mentioned earlier. That also accomplished an ATB reset, but we'll wait until later to talk more about what ATB resets are for, as it's not really important right now. Just a little bit of time save. And we reach our next unskippable cutscene.
To think Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
Where are we? The Estes sand, by the look of it. Let's back to Rabanasta before we shrivel up. By your leave, Captain.
Yes, the hour of my return is already.
I think I only have 1 Phoenix down, so I'm gonna need a lot of money.
Free me of my charge.
9.5 thousand, I believe I need. If I don't have more. I think I only have 1.
Even if you're short, it is possible to make up, but it's a time loss, and it's pretty annoying. So it's really good to get all your gil from the 1 dungeon.
Yeah, I should have enough, or I think I definitely have enough. I just not sure how much more than enough I have, because the more I have, the more healing items and stuff I can keep, and
Yeah.
it would be nice to
It also just takes time to sell those things, so...
That too.
You'll notice Zero's fleeing here. It might not seem important to flee because you have more than enough HP to survive these weak enemies, but when you are targeted by an enemy, it makes you take your weapon out, and you pause to do that, and also you run slower while your weapon is out, and so fleeing is just faster.
Yeah, the downside of flee is that you can't block, but usually block is just a time waste anyway, so it's actually good that you can't block most cases. Although later in some dungeons it would be nice if the characters would block. Sometimes.
It's quite nice if you can keep that flame staff if you get one from Dustia 1, but it's very rare to get one and be able to hold on to it just because it's better to farm less in the previous dungeon and just take advantage of having the extra gil. So Zero's just trying to get to 9,500, which is for the 38 to make 39 total, and that's it. There was a similar type of guild counting that we used to do before Dustia 1, but eventually it was actually during a race that we realized you get 2 teleport stones, and one of those only one of those is strictly necessary because the other one can be made up by going into the clan hall. For a while, going to the clan hall was purely a time loss, but it eventually became part of the route. And when it became part of the route, it was no longer a time loss to get that extra teleport stone. And so we could just sell the teleport stone for 100 gil and make up everything we needed.
I almost did not save here.
Yeah, Dusty 2 can be very dangerous.
Also, shoutouts to the Order from Brosha save file that I have here.
What a sad save, going from Order of Ambrosia to level 11 Von solo. Mop it. So, now Fran and Balthier have left the party. Their level is fixed, however, our last 3 party members, their level is not fixed. And so we can go back to farming Dustia with just Von, and we'll still get that. Instead of 6 times the experience, it's now 4 times, but we're not going to be using Fran or Balthier for very much at all through the rest of the run. In fact, the 3 new members that are going to appear, 2 of them are going to be the main characters in our party.
Yeah, and in fact, we need Balthier to not gain any XP from this for some strats later on.
Yeah, for a strat in like 4 hours.
Yeah.
But just going to go through 39 Dustia here. So before we only killed 8, and life was pretty easy because we never had to worry about chain levels or heals, but now we're going to start getting chain levels, which will give us more drops, which is very nice, but it'll also give us heals.
Well, with that, do we have time for some donations?
Yeah, anytime in the next 20 minutes will be good, actually.
Oh, fantastic. Excellent. Well, we have received $5 from Benny1, who says, love ESA. So thank you very much indeed. And we have received a $50 anonymous donation with no comment. So thank you so much indeed. Remember, all your donations go towards Save the Children. But not only that, they can get you in the draw for our fabulous prizes. So remember that the donations are cumulative throughout the marathon. And if you donate $10 total throughout the marathon, you'll be in the draw for the Bomberman Perlabede Sprite. $30 throughout the marathon puts you in for the This Is The Run custom ESA-themed Nintendo Switch Pro controller, which is absolutely brilliant, by the way. Very, very cool. And we have 2 ViewSonic monitors, a ViewSonic Elite VX2705 2KP for $35 minimum, and the ViewSonic Elite XG270 for $25 minimum. And finally, that $50 donation that's just come in there, that puts the anonymous donor into the draw for the PlayStation 5 bundle with Ratchet and Clank. It's a $50 minimum throughout the marathon. So please, please get your donations in. Every little bit helps save the children. Thank you very much indeed.
So, the place that we're farming Destia, it's the same zone where Destia is appearing. However, it's a different zone line. The reason for that is that this zone line has a loading time which is like 3 seconds or so shorter. If you're only killing 8 Destia, that's 24 seconds, but it takes longer to get over here. But now that it's 39, it's 39 times 3 seconds, so it's almost 2 minutes, which is more than the time it takes to get here and back. Another thing that's happening is that Zero is running to the far right side. This is relatively new and was discovered by Blue Harvey. If you run far enough to the right, you can consistently make the Destia teleport closer to the zone line, which means the distance you have to run from picking up the drop to the zone line is shorter. And so it's a little bit faster every time you get a drop. It also means the Destia has an ATB, which does not go at full speed while it teleports, and so you can actually leave the battle speed higher than you could by making it teleport, and so it also saves the 2 battle speed adjustments.
Yep. So a little bit of time, and also if you get healed, you can do it with fastest battle speed.
Fraction of a second faster. But the chain mechanics are a little bit convoluted. Basically, as you kill more things of the same enemy consecutively, you'll be able to get to higher chain levels, but picking up drops from those enemies makes it harder to get those chain levels. Higher the chain level, the higher the quantity of the various drops you'll get. So right now Zero is on what we call the first chain level. There's 4 different levels. We call them, 0 or the base, and then 1, 2, 3. The blue is chain level 1, and then there's like an orangish yellow, which is chain level 2, and then a reddish orange, which is chain level 3. We'll definitely reach chain level 3 later on when we farm jellies, but here it's pretty much down to how many drops you get and whether or not you get a flashing number. Flashing numbers basically let you get to the higher chain level without worrying about how many drops you've picked up.
Yep.
But again, here, books are worth 532 gil. Staves are worth 1,200 gil. The first 2 staves are actually worth double because we want to keep 2. And so everything that you sell for half of what you would buy it for. So if you have to buy those, you have to buy them for 2,400. But if you don't, you can hang on to them, and then any extras you get, you sell for 1,200. So again, Zero is keeping track of his gil. The gil was basically 0 after Barheim, but now this is going to give us a nice influx of gil for the rest of the run. You typically want to get at least 13 or 14,000. That's sort of the dividing line between where you start after doing backup strats to make up for missing gil, and then anything else on top of that 13 or 14,000 is nice and will make things easier. And if you get enough extra, it lets you buy extra things early and make life easier.
Yeah. And I was able to keep the top cappy hat, so that saves me 500 gil, so that's like an extra book of gain that I have.
Nice.
May I have a moment for a few words?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Remember, you are watching ESA Summer 21, raising money for Save the Children. Now, we do have, remember when you put your donations in, you can assign those donations to one of our bid wars or incentives. And we do have quite a few incentives open at the moment that are all looking to be met to give us extra bonus content. So, I'm going to go through a few of those for you. We currently have our bonus game, Sega Bass Fishing. If you want to see fuzziness showcasing the Sega Bass Fishing run, get it right, after the Mario Party 7 run, we need to raise $1,500 for that. We've currently got $202.66, so please keep that in mind when you are donating. We also have the SRM, Majora's Mask All Dungeons incentive. And we've got Genesis would showcase some of the arbitrary stuff possible through stale reference manipulation, which sounds very, very interesting indeed. We've got $692.31 out of the $1,000 needed for that. So again, keep that in mind. We've got that option on the board as well. So we do have both of those available. So if you are able to donate, remember your donations go towards Save the Children. They get you in potentially into the drawers for our prizes, and you could choose to put your incentive towards put your money towards one of those incentives. Thank you very much indeed. Please keep your donations coming in. I hope everybody is enjoying this Final Fantasy XII run.
Right, so we had the flashing numbers, which allowed me to get the chain level here. So I'm now at the yellow chain level.
Yeah, getting that extra chain level is quite nice in terms of your expectation for Gil. It also increases your chances of getting healed, which is annoying, but especially in a marathon, you're going to want to favor getting the Gil over worrying about a few seconds from having to damage yourself down.
Yeah, and especially in this instance where Gil has been very low.
Oof.
I have 6 books right now.
Yikes.
And we're
I have at least one staff though, right?
I have 1 staff, yes.
Okay, 6 and 1 is not great.
But yeah, I'm already getting towards the final stretch of the Dustia, and my money is looking extremely bad.
The final stretch is from 26 to 39, just because at 26, 27 you reach the next tier of drop rates.
So my expected Gil right now is about 12,000 or less, 11,500 Gil right now. So that's really not what you want to see in a marathon.
So this Gil farm is pretty repetitive, and the first half of this run is relatively slow paced, but for a Final Fantasy game, it's still relatively up tempo, and especially Zero. The inputs for this part are not easy. Actually, he makes it look easy, makes it look really easy, and it's pretty repetitive. But the positioning is very precise for what these Dustia, what is necessary for this farm. But just to give you a point of comparison, if you add up all the time you spend farming for Gil in Final Fantasy XII between Dustia 1, Dustia 2, Jellies 1, Jellies 2, it's still less than the time you spend mashing text in Burmecia in Final Fantasy IX. So.
Also, I missed I think I missed 7, or no. I think I missed 9 50% book drops in a row. In the yellow chain level, the chance to get a book of Orgain from a Dustia is 50%, or to get 1 or more, and I got no drops in I think it was 8 or 9 consecutive Dustia, which is insanely bad luck.
The game is just testing your ability.
And I still didn't get the chain level, which is
brutal.
We do have a donation for you.
Go for it.
Okay, we've received $10 from Gotler, who says, "Thanks for all you do. And I would like to thank you for your donation there, because Save the Children can use that money, and potentially $10 can buy malaria pills for 20 kids. So every single dollar you donate, Save the Children can make use of that money to help children where it's required. So thank you so much again for your generous donation."
I'll donate too. I just got to think of a good joke for my donation.
Keep them coming in, folks.
I mean, what's the point if you're going to commentate and not think of a joke? So, originally, this Dustia was far enough away that the time between picking up the drop and reaching the zone line, you'd be able to tell whether you got the flame staff, unless a message pops up on the screen, which would it could overwrite that. But now that we zone much closer and bring the Dustia closer to the zone line, you can basically never tell whether you got a flame staff drop. So every time Zero picks up a drop, there's a chance for a hidden staff, which will make up for the necessary kill. Although it looks like you've gotten a few good drops now.
Yeah, I think. So the yellow chain level, where it's 50% chance to get a Book of Regain and 8% chance to get a flame staff every kill. I think I had 15 kills in that chain level, and I got 2 drops, which is something really unlucky.
Well,
but I got a drop from every... Okay, thank you, game.
Very nice. The 4 flame staff is definitely clutch. What is that? That's 4,800 gil right on the spot?
Yeah, well, more, because one of them was the...
What was your second?
Assuming I didn't have a hidden staff. Then
so if there were no hidden staves, then that was 6,000 gil right there. So pretty much half of the necessary gil on his very last drop.
Yeah, so I think I've done the math, and it's like... I think it's like 3% chance to get a 4 book drop in a Dustia farm or something like that. Or sorry, 4 staff drop.
Have you ever actually seen the 4x4, the 4 books, 4 staves?
I've seen it in casual at least, but in a run it's hard to tell because
because they're all hidden now.
Yeah, but I know I've seen it when I was doing my casual low-level game where you farm a lot of Dustia, and
just for gil.
Yeah, just for gil, and there I've definitely seen a 4 book 4 staff drop multiple times, but don't know about. Probably have seen some, but not seen, but I've gotten it, but not seen it because it's been hidden, or the staves have been hidden. But yeah, so I was talking about how in yellow chain level I got very low gil. Then I think every single kill on the final chain level, I did get a drop, so that helped a lot. And now my gil is actually fine. Actually, my gil is pretty good now. After that 4 staff drop, like that's ridiculous. I was thinking that this is one of the worst Dustias ever before the last 5 drops or 5 kills, and then suddenly it's I don't want to say it's a good Dustia before we see the hidden staves, but if I have any hidden staves, then I would say this is a good Dustia.
What's your minimum at, or what are your counts?
I counted 24 books and 5 staves, which is 16,368 gil.
Plus 2 staves.
Yeah, plus 2 staves. So...
Can I get a donation?
Sure.
Sorry. Yep. Thank you very much. We have received an amazing $50 anonymous donation without any comment. Thank you so much again. We've also received $25 from Cladlike. Greetings from Austria. Thank you for your work towards a good cause. It really lightens my mood to watch the marathon besides all the work I have to do this week. Happy running and happy watching to all. Well, thank you very much indeed. We hope everybody is enjoying this amazing run. $36,160 towards Save the Children. Please keep those donations coming in.
So that Dustia farm got Vaughn to level 20 from level 11. So again, you can see that the first 8 Dustia got him from 1 to 11, 10 levels, and then the next 39 got him from 11 to 20, which is fewer levels despite being like 4.5 times as many. So the payoff in terms of number of levels for on a fixed experience goes down, and it would take 8 more to get him to level 21. That's what it was for a while. just in terms of the amount of experience and LP you get, that was what we did. Specifically, you get enough LP to get Dark and Spellbreaker on both girls, and we'll talk about what those are good for, but that would be what you'd use it for. And so part of the reason why I mentioned that Penilla is my favorite character is that the new version of the speedrun only gets Dark and Spellbreaker on Penilla, because she's the one who starts off with more LP, and so she sort of takes care of the first few bosses almost solo with the new setups. But because you only get those on her, you don't need as much LP, and so you can get by with fewer Dustia. And like I mentioned, the stats don't matter a lot for each one level, and so the difference between 20 and 21, or 22 and 23 for the girls, is relatively small, and we were able to cope with that.
Yeah, and it would take like 3 minutes to get that next level. So
yeah, 3 minutes plus the time whatever time it takes to get the 47 Phoenix Downs instead of 39. That was actually the real reason why I moved from 47 to 39, is I just hated having to get all of that gil, and runs we just had to reset so often just because of bad Barheims. But then it eventually turned out that the difference in the amount of time it takes to get those Destia is much smaller than what you get back in terms of consistently having Traveler. And then in the end, we found a way to consistently have Traveler anyway, so it all ended up all right. Or I should say, relatively consistently.
Yeah, I was very close here.
Yeah, you were very close to seeing that not happening, but we're good now. So, just to update on the story, we escaped from the dungeon, and the big plot thing in the dungeon is that we found Bosch, and Bosch told us the truth about what happened, which is that, the person who actually killed the king was a traitor, his brother, Garam. And so, now that we know the truth, we're going to... And also we found, Amalia, who is actually the rightful queen.
Well, we don't know that yet.
Oh, we don't know that yet. Okay, sorry. I'm getting plot points mixed up. But we're headed this way to try and talk to Marquis Ondor in Bujerba. Bujerba is sort of a quote-unquote neutral country in this conflict, and we're just going to go see what he has to say about Bosch being alive. The Dustia was a pure detour, and now we're going to continue with the plot. We're going to this mine, the Lusu Mines, to go... Actually, why are we headed this way? Is it just because Lamont wants to go?
Penilla was kidnapped, and
right.
We want to go and...
Yeah, Penilla was kidnapped by these sort of like bounty hunter people, and they're trying to draw us out. And so we're headed into the mines, but then we meet this kid named Lamont who also wants to go into the mines for different reasons, but reasons that will eventually become relevant once we get there. So yeah, 18.7k, that's a good amount.
Yep, I had 2 hidden staves, so that's very nice. I'll take 18.7 any day.
This trip into the Lusu Mines is literally just run through the first few zones, and then once you reach Bagamnon, who is the bounty hunter guy I mentioned, then just run away from him and escape the dungeon. So this is sort of the last really pure story segment where we don't do anything. We just literally run in and out. So it's sort of the last chunk of downtime before things really pick up.
Well, yeah. For now.
There's a few shorter sections, but at least those are not backtracking. Backtracking is never fun.
Sure. But there are a couple of chests that I'm going to check here in Lusu Mines. There's about 15% chance to get a killer bow, which would sell for 1,000 gil, and that would be pretty nice to add to my gil total. And there's about 12% chance to get an assassin's dagger, which would sell for 700 gil. So the killer bow is more likely and sells for more money, so that's what I'm hoping for, but I would take an assassin's dagger as well. But my gil is fine, so it doesn't truly matter.
The Gil from Barheim was pretty much just to get the Dustia 2 Gil, but once you get to Dustia 2, everything that you get from then on contributes to the final total. So every little bit helps, including the Dustia 2 Gil. We have a way of making up whatever's missing because we're going to be farming jellies. And the jellies will give us, we can farm them endlessly until we have as much Gil as we need. But again, if you get more Gil here, it would mean less jelly farming later. And so that's why the killer bow would be nice. If the Gil happened to be around 12k from Dustia 2, then the 1k from the killer bow and the 700 from the assassin's dagger could make the difference for having to do backup strats. But because Dustia 2 ended up being good, we're just getting an extra 1,000 Gil would just be nice.
Yeah. And we actually got the killer bow, so
you can basically add that to your Dustia 2 totals. Now it's almost 20k.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Gil, do we have time for a quick donation?
Yes, we
definitely.
do.
Okay, we have Rooster donating. Instead of 1,200 Gil for a staff, how about 1,200 cents? And that's a $12 donation. Thank you very much indeed, Rooster. Remember, all your donations go towards Save the Children. Again, $12 train, maybe? See if we can get that staff Gil in to help Save the Children as well. Keep those donations coming in, folks. I hope everybody's enjoying the run. But remember, we are raising the money. See if we can get that even higher. Thank you very much.
In my defense, it's 7 a.m. and I haven't had coffee yet, so...
Yeah, so Rooster is a very good friend of mine and a former world record holder of this category. And he's kind of like my rival in every game that I run. Like in FF12, I'm here, and we've been going back and forth with the world record for a long time. And then also in the Xbox 360 version of Final Fantasy XIII, where I was the world record holder, and then Rooster took it from me. So.
And then there's IZJS. Oh, not IZJS, but 122333, which I had and you took.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that we both have had world record in?
I don't think so, but
I don't think we had the same TZA categories yet.
We haven't yet been competing in the Zodiac Age, but
because I've only done
might
PC,
get there.
And you've recently started doing PC, so.
Well, I've actually never ran the PC yet, so.
Oh, okay. I thought you did it one time.
I did the PC route on PS4 version to see if it could be if it could be a thing, but.
No, Sidengrad's too good.
Well, I mean, not for any percent, but any percent no Sidengrad.
Oh, right.
So versus Carcadas.
I see. Yeah, Carcata is really good also.
Yeah. But I don't know. I kind of want to look into the route if there is something to pick up from the PC route though, because
Oh yeah, a few of those warps could be good.
Yeah. But this is vanilla, not TGA, so let's not get too sidetracked.
Well, I was trying to pull it back in because some of the warps I was going to mention are ones that I actually took from vanilla, so we'll get to see those later on.
Yeah.
There's a few dungeons where leaving a character behind can make life a lot easier, and for a while we thought the only way to leave characters behind was to immobilize them, and actually casting Immobilize takes a while because you have to have someone set up and bring them into the party to cast Immobilize. But with this relatively new Too Far Away warp that we just did one time in Barheim, we can use that a lot more later on, and it's really cool to see it in action. The one problem with the Too Far Away warp is that you can't flee while using it, and so if it's in an area where there's going to be enemies around, it'll be inconvenient. And so there are still times where we'll use Immobilize, but whenever possible, the Too Far warp is typically better. But we've now made it out of the Lusu Mines. Inside Lusu Mines, we found a chunk of manufactured nethicite. That's where we got it, right?
Well, we've found the Nephesite mines was there, and Larsa inspects it and determines that it is, or this is where they get the Nephesite they then manufacture Nephesite.
Okay, and then we actually get it on the Leviathan.
Yeah.
Okay. But now that we know about this, and we know where Penelo is, now that we've encountered Begamnon, we are going to try and get the attention of Marquis Andor, and so that's what this mini game is about.
Also, I have an important message to you all. I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
Well, what do you think?
Bosch lives!
Certainly qualifies as a clamor. All right,
This is a very
do it. For the girls' sake.
notorious line from this game. And if you look on YouTube, there's a
The better.
funny but also very cringy video of a guy in a Vaughn cosplay running around and trying to yell these lines on the street.
Oh yeah.
And you get to enjoy the nonplussed spectators.
But yeah, I'll try to keep the cringe as small as possible and only have 2 extra lines for one to say. It's a pretty tight execution. Or you have to position very tightly for the second shout.
You're trying to get notoriety, and you're trying to get notoriety with a specific group in the town, and the specific group is these people that are holding books, mostly. It's members of basically Marquis Andor's organization. And so in this bar, there's 4 that are situated sort of in a plus shape, and if you can put yourself right at the center of that plus, you can hit all 4 at the same time and get in only 2 shouts, which it looks like Zero did do. Well done.
Thank you. It's also a little bit RNG. It's a little bit RNG how much notoriety each person gives, and you can just get under it. Especially if you try to do the fast movement that I did, where you only get the guy with the book outside and not get the extra citizen. That only gives you like a couple of extra percentage, but that extra percentage is usually enough to guarantee the 2 shout if you get the positioning. But I didn't do that, so there was a chance that I would have gotten too little notoriety, even though I got the positioning right. But I did not get unlucky, so that's good.
Yeah, well done. The 2 shout is pretty tough to get. It only saves a few seconds if you get it, but it's a nice little skill to show off. You can sort of estimate where you have to be based on the pattern on the carpet, but it's not always exactly the same just because of, which direction you're moving with Vaughn's feet can sort of mess with your image.
May I suggest that we could maybe see if get our love for Van and raise our notoriety by getting some Captain Bash shout outs in the donations? See if we can get those in. Be happy to try and raise our notoriety even further.
Well, if someone donates, you're going to have to shout it for us, right?
Indeed. Let's get them in.
Okay, so I've been... That's the first menu where I really check where my step count is at. And I can see that I'm pretty much perfect on my steps right now. So I hardly have to run in circles at all during the boss fights from now on. To get me to where I want to be with the steps later.
We do have a donation for you if you're ready.
Yep.
Okay, we've received $50 from Nabi. Happy to see this beautiful game at the event. Good luck with the run, Oscar. Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely amazing. $50 towards Save the Children.
Thank you very much. So, next we're gonna fight some judges and soldiers. And this is where first time where we really see a little bit diverse to the strats, in that I'm actually trying to get Vossler to low HP. And that's because at critical HP, Vossler will cast a move called Balance, which deals damage equal to the difference between his current and maximum HP. And so that will deal about 800 damage to all enemies in range. And that's enough to 3-shot the bosses and 1-shot the minions. So that's why it's really powerful.
It's also a nice example of like using a gambit to try and make the character do what they quote-unquote should do. Like, you should use balance when you have low HP, so he has a low HP, use balance gambit. But if you play this casually, you might never even realize it, just because you might keep him at higher HP. Or, you know, he'll just die or something. But the difference between him doing a single attack for, you know, 1 to 200 damage versus him doing an area of effect attack that does 1,000 damage to each enemy is massive. So, if we can get multiple hits here, he's basically going to be spamming this until the fight's over, unless he gets, unless he runs out of MP, as balance does cost MP.
Or dies.
Or dies, right. And then he has to be in critical HP in order to use balance, and unfortunately Phoenix Downs in this game puts you at critical HP plus 1, so he'll come back alive with 1 HP too high to be using balance. This is also unfortunate because there are a lot of places later on where if the character dies, you would rather bring them back into critical than not, but the Phoenix Down does not do that, and so... Also, speaking of just barely not being critical, Vossler has 215 HP out of 1052. Critical is 20%, and so 20% of 1052 is, 213? 213? 212? So, yeah. Depending on how you round. So, he's 3 HP away from being critical. The random enemies in this fight will hit Vossler, so once he gets hit one time, he'll start doing balance.
Yeah. This is actually the first time ever that this type of crit down fails for me, so I was actually really surprised to see Vossler not get into critical HP.
It's a little bit unfortunate. We originally used Bosch as the main party leader, and so Vaughn would get a Flame Staff here, and Vaughn has fire, so you can do fire plus Flame Staff. But we swapped Vaughn to be the main party leader, and Bosch does not have fire, so the fires do slightly less damage. But yeah, you can see he's already using balance. Got a few nice chunky misses right at the start. Balthier has no armor and low HP, so it's pretty common for him to die. Combo from the judge.
Both of the judges were comboing Vossler, but I saw they were at such a low HP that it didn't matter.
Right. So that's the judges down, and that's a very unique strat. We'll never do anything like that in the rest of the run. It's just something we take advantage of because Vossler happens to have that gambit set up. If he's still alive, you can actually use him to just fire off 1 balance and try and get a few extra kills on the way back. But even unfleeing just to get that off and then refleeing costs a second or two, and so you would only do that if you wanted to get some extra LP for some reason, but we don't really need that because it's all routed out.
Yep.
If you missed something earlier, you can make it up partially there. Like if Vaughn or Bosch are dead at the end of the judges fight, their LP determines the LP of the next 2 party members who enter, and so if you would lose some LP from that.
You do have another one if you've got
Go
time.
for it. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. $25 from Tubby. Don't believe Ondor's lies. Well, thank you very much indeed for that fantastic donation towards Save the Children. 36,247. We're pushing for that milestone, 47,531 that we raised ESA Winter 2021. Every little donation counts towards that, so please keep them coming in. Thank you so much.
Your plan worked to get the Don't Listen to Ondor's Lies donation.
But yeah, now would probably be a good time to explain the main strategy of dealing damage in this run, as we're going to use that in the next fight. So, the key core of that strategy is a spell called Reflect, or a status called Reflect, whatever you want to say it. I want to have Reflect on all of my party members, and then cast a spell that would hit all my party members on my own party. And what Reflect does is it reflects any spells cast on the characters onto the nearest enemy. And so if there's only one enemy, say a boss, and I have 3 party members who all have Reflect on, and I cast a spell, AoE spell like Dark that I just bought, on my own party, instead of hitting the boss once, it hits the boss 3 times. And that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, the key to understanding this strategy is to know that AoE spells in this game don't cast one spell on each enemy, or don't cast a single spell that hits every enemy. It casts one copy of the higher level spell on each possible target. And then Reflect gives you reflects between good guys and bad guys. So a Reflect will reflect off of the good guy it's targeting and onto the nearest quote-unquote bad guy. And so that combined with Spellbreaker, which means a critical HP character will do double damage. And then eventually we'll be using Fyra and Blizzara with Flame and Ice Staves. So that's a bunch of combination of multipliers. But for right now, it's just Dark. Dark is the only AoE spell we have access to at the moment, and there's no Dark Staff. But Dark is still much better than anything else we've had access to. We got some nice magic armor for Penelo. We already had the top Cappy from before, but now we have the Kill 'em Weave armor also. And then she'll have a Cherry Staff, so that's a good 8 extra magic points from her equipment. And then we have a setup to get her consistently into critical HP for this fight. So what you'll see, the fight will go really quickly. Penelo will just use Dark, or Penelo and Vaughn will use Dark to kill off the 3 soldiers that spawn behind us. And then once they're dead, the RNG of them doing damage to Penelo will no longer be a factor. There's an interesting property about this boss. This is Judge Geese. He will only target Ashe if she's in the fight. And so we bring her into the fight to stop Penelo from being a possible target, because she's the one who has to be in critical HP. And so once the guards are dead, we can then have typically Ashe attack Penelo while Penelo charges her Dark. And then once it all goes off together, then we'll be good to go. And you'll be able to see all the damage go really quickly. So even though it's an AoE spell, it's going to hit sequentially because each reflect happens one after the other. That's you'll see his HP bar goes away in chunks. Vaughn is also going to be casting Dark. It just happens to be that Vaughn plus Penelo happens to be enough.
For both this boss and the next.
Yes. The next boss is also weak to Dark, which helps out.
Let me know when you've got time for finishing.
Just give us a second for this boss.
No worries.
And then we'll have time.
Yeah.
Chain level.
Very useful for the enemies that have no drops, but...
Actually, I got that wrong. Penelo does not use the Cherry Staff there. We only got one Cherry Staff, and it was for Ashe, and it was so that she could do the right amount of damage attacking Penelo.
Yeah.
And this is also important for the next damage down also. You can get Penelo's staff there, but her having a staff actually gives her a chance to guard, and you don't want her to guard in that fight because you want her to take the damage from Ashe's attack to put her into critical. And so this is like a relatively new, I say relatively new, but it's years and years old now. But it was new when I was routing. And just like consistently get Penelo into the low HP and then consistently hit her into critical without having to worry about blocks or any of that. When I first started, it was originally Ashe and Penelo and Vaughn all casting Dark at the same time, and you wouldn't even kill the guards. But that had its own set of problems associated with it, which we don't have to talk about.
Yeah, and the cherry staff. Also, if you had it on Penelo would deal more damage with the dark at the setup. So Penelo would be at lower HP and at the risk of dying. And if Ash didn't have the cherry staff, Ash would have a longsword, which would deal enough damage on Penelo, but it would have a chance to combo and kill Penelo. So that's why we want cherry staff on Ash. But now, please go ahead with the donations.
Thank you very much indeed. We have received $75 from Houdini Splicer. Just a little thanks for all your hard work. Well, thank you so much. $75, Save the Children can support one severely malnourished child with medicine, therapeutic food, and other treatments at an outpatient clinic for a month with that generous donation. So remember, every donation that you are able to make directly influences and helps, and Save the Children can really do a lot of good with all of your donations. So thank you again. Really appreciate it.
It's very sunny in the Sensi, and I think sunglasses are needed.
Far to the west. We must first cross Yogir Yensa, and beyond that, the Nam Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expanse of desert larger still than all of Dalmasca.
Yeah,
we must pace ourselves.
That's the main strategy for dealing damage in this. Most of the bosses in this run are gonna go down to reflected magics. There are a couple of exceptions, but we'll get to those when they come up.
Yeah, reflecting magic is a really OP strat. The thing about the strat is that we use two casters that are in Spellbreaker, and so, magic can't hit them, but there's nothing stopping enemies from just attacking, or, some enemies even have piercing magic. And so this is really, really tightly routed to make it so that it's not possible for the casters to actually just get hit randomly. Eventually we'll have a spell that stops enemies from targeting anyone but with the one character we want, but it's not really tenable to use this strategy casually. I mean, it is possible in a few places, but to use it overall, you can't cure your party because the cure will reflect, and so it becomes pretty hard to set it up to use it this way. And so this is really what lets us win at such a low level. But if we tried to do a normal strategy, we would get wrecked. Although, TZ8 does still finish around the same level, but it's all about having a good setup in that case.
Yeah. And TZA has the trial mode, which allows you to get a lot more license points, which helps a lot.
So now in terms of plot, we now have Ash. Ash is the rightful queen to Dalmasca, but we've learned recently about the power of Nethicite and Magicite, and what we've learned is that it basically absorbs magical energy. So there was the Goddess's Magicite we had before, and now we have the manufactured Nethicite, which we got from Lamont, who ended up actually being Larsa Solidor, who is the younger brother of the prince that we mentioned earlier, Vayne. And now that we've seen this, we realized that in order to actually make a claim to the throne with Ash, we need to go and find one of her birthrights. And so we're headed to the tomb of Wraithwall. Wraithwall is one of her ancestors, and we're going to try and get an artifact from this tomb to prove who she is. Why that proves that we're not just some grave robbers, I don't really understand, but it's a Final Fantasy game, so.
I think it glows or something when Ash is near or something.
Oh, okay, so.
I think something similar happened on Leviathan with the Goddess's Magicite, which ended up being the was it the Midlight Shard?
Right.
Or Dusk Shard,
Yeah.
I don't remember. I always get those two mixed up.
All I know is that Larsa gave Penelo the manufactured Nethicite, and she was holding onto it, which saved you from Geese's attack. I don't remember which shard it was that Ash was holding. But basically, we are running low on story rocks, and so we're going to go find another story rock.
Yep.
But we have to run through these two areas, the Ogre Yensa and then the Nam Yensa Sandseas, and then we'll get to the tomb. These enemies are the Urutan Yensa, They are, they're not too strong, but they don't really give much experience. They're still way below Dustia, and so there's no reason to fight these guys instead of Dustia. If you happen to be short on gil, there was a few enemies at the start of the area called Alrounds that are reasonably good in terms of what they drop and what you can steal from them. But since Zero's good on gil, that's not something to worry about. There was a time when Alround farming was considered a more feasible strategy. It's generally when you needed 20,000 gil instead of 13,000, but with the new gil route, it's very rare to actually have to farm Alrounds. So now we're in the Namyansa Sansi. This area has the same soundtrack as the Ogiriensa, but in the Zodiac Age, they actually changed it and gave this area a different soundtrack, which is really weird. Every time I get here, because I'm so used to the.
Yeah, it's definitely something that the sounds are like sometimes when they change the track, then you're like, wait a second, this feels so weird.
Yeah, because it's the Sorobi Step song they play here now, and it's just like, wow, this isn't the Sorobi Step. What's going on? And it's especially weird because the Sorobi Step song is not one that you hear in the speedrun.
Yep.
You hear it in other versions of the speedrun, but not this one. It's a nice song, though. So there's a little bit of management that Zero's doing here. It's nothing that's really super important, but Ashe has a Gambit, which makes her heal any ally that's below 70% HP. And so if you just leave her Gambit on, you can let her take care of some healing. This is actually something Zero came up with, because before, Ashe was one of the 3 people that cast Dark, and so her Gambit was only to reflect herself and Dark herself, and so that's not something you would use. But once we got rid of Ashe casting Dark, that opened up the possibility for this. And then, Vaughn has Protect, which is relatively new. Originally, Bosch was the main leader, and Bosch did not have Protect at this point. But now that Vaughn is the leader, Vaughn already had some of these magic licenses from before, and so he can Protect Penelo, which makes her take less damage, and then Vaughn can also Reflect Penelo. The reason you want Reflect is that these Urutan guys can cast Sleep, and it's really not even that bad if you get slept, because you can just change to a person who's not asleep, but it gives you the chance to avoid that entirely. But
Yeah,
all this is being done.
Small time loss. Yeah.
Yeah, all this is being done with characters that are not running, and so you don't lose any time to try and do these little optimizations, but you introduce the chance for saving time by avoiding the damage and the sleep. So it's just a nice little thing. We're almost through with the area now, so it's time to set up for the next boss. As Zero mentioned, this is going to be the same type of fight as the previous one, where we're reflecting Dark, and we can set up the damage after this next zone line, because this next zone line is a forced heal. However, we can set up the reflects beforehand. This is something that we're going to have to worry about for pretty much the entire run, is the reflect timings. We have to, cast reflect late enough that the reflect will last for the whole stretch of time we need it, but early enough that we don't lose time just standing in the area before the boss. And so the position where Vaughn cast the reflect before is very precise, and now he's also going to cast reflect on Vossler. Vaughn's reflect does not need to last as long as Vossler, so he casts it earlier, and then Vossler's needs to last for the next 2 bosses. Vaughn is not going to be reflecting for the boss after Garuda, so he's going to run out after Garuda. Garuda's the name of the next boss. There's a whole little mini quest here where you can get these things called Elixir berries, which are fixed elemental dark damage, but we have dark, which is way better anyway, so we're going to be using that. So now it's a matter of simply having Penelo Dark Ashe, and then Ashe attack Penelo. This will put her in the right HP range, and then we can do this fight. Oh, got a damage roll here, but Penelo's pretty weak, so she can punch herself. Whole party's reflected, now we can do the fight.
So normally I would have Ashe attack herself in this fight, but because I got damage rolled, I just did it while waiting for Penelo to punch herself.
And just like that, the boss goes down. So that boss has about 4,000 HP. for comparison, that's still more than Geese, and like the judges we fought earlier each had around 1,500 HP. So the HP has gone up dramatically, but we're still taking care of them really quickly just because this reflected magic thing is so good. So the only damage boost we're taking advantage of here is the Reflect plus the Spellbreaker, but it still makes Penello's single Dark become 8 copies, or basically 8 times as strong. 4 Reflects plus double damage, and we're going to be taking advantage of this more and more because if you use a staff with the right element, which we're about to, we're going to use Cherry Staves with Arrow. That gives you a 50% increase, and just then that was only Penello casting, so we're going to have Ash also casting. So we just did a ton of damage, but we're going to be doing basically triple that now because 2 characters and 1.5 from the multiplier. Not to mention that Arrow is a higher base strength than Dark, so more than 3 times as much damage is going to be coming out on the next boss. Although technically it's a little bit different because it was 4 reflects for Garuda, and for here it's going to be 3. This boss has a sort of technical strat where Vaughn runs away to keep his targeting on only Vaughn, and Vaughn will be out of range, while the other 2 spellcasters, Penello and Ash, will be casting reflected arrows on only them and Vossler. So this is the quote-unquote harder Demon Wall, has about twice the HP, and has a much shorter range where you can fight it before you game over. But it'll still go down in only 3 rounds of spells, so check this out.
Yeah, this is an optional fight, but we're doing it for license points and money.
Yeah, he drops 30 LP, which is really, really good at this point, and doesn't actually specifically give Gil, but you get Gil when you go to the clan hall later, and so you get about 6,000 Gil, roughly, when you go to the clan hall after killing this guy. He only gives you 4,500 of it, but the rest of it you get from other things. What happened there?
For the second cast, Vossler was too far away from Ash, so
okay.
So I didn't get all the...
So you have slightly less HP, or slightly less MP now?
Yeah, for Ash, but it should be fine.
Doesn't matter, yeah. So now we have the easier Demon Wall, and now this one is much less strong, and so we can reflect Vaughn again and bring him in, and then reflect off of all 4, and it'll only take a single round of spells. So, Vaughn's reflected from the previous area, and then we re-reflect Vossler. So our first reflect wore off, and now we've restored it. So we have a reflect on all 4, and then just check out a single round of spells against this boss, which has 10,000 HP. And there you go. each arrow is doing about 1,500 damage. Multiply that by 8, easy.
Yep. But we're still a little bit over leveled since of doing all the Destia farming.
So just combining the multipliers together to give you an idea, we have 1.5 from Staves, 4 from the Reflects, so that's 6, 2 from Spellbreaker, so that's 12, and then 2 from having 2 characters casting. So in a single round of arrows, we basically get 24 arrows worth of damage.
Yep.
We have time for just a couple of words?
Yeah,
Sure.
So we're just going to be heading through this dungeon and doing a little puzzle, so go for it.
Fantastic, thank you very much. First of all, I must say, that was absolutely fantastic. Seeing that reflect strategy working on those demon walls there, that was brilliant. This is about as far as I ever got in the game myself, so I'm absolutely delighted to see that go down so quickly. Remember, folks, you are watching ESA Summer 2021, raising money for Save the Children. $36,322 raised so far. Please keep them coming in. Remember, your donations go towards the prizes, and cumulative over the marathon. And we also have 2 incentives you can put your money towards. We have Sega Bass Fishing, $202.66 out of 1,500 needed for that. And the SRM, which is Stale Reference Manipulation, showcase run for Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. And that's $777.31 out of the 1,000 needed for that. So please, while you're enjoying this run, if you can, get your donations in to save the children. Thank you very much indeed.
So, in the next fight, now ATB reset becomes very important technique. So what that means is that every time you make any changes to your equipment, you cancel whatever action you're doing, and you can do that after the effect of it to remove the cooldown of a skill. So it's gonna take 3 rounds of arrows to kill the Belias, because Belias halves wind elemental damage. So and he's gonna use a move called Firacha, which would kill my entire party. And so I need to get my 3rd round of arrows in before the Firacha happens. And to be able to get that third round of spells in a little bit faster, I'm going to go to my equipment and swap it around a little bit, and then that will cancel the cooldown of my 2nd round of arrows and allow me to start charging for the last round of arrows immediately, and that allows me to get the last round of arrows in before Fire Edge happens.
That's definitely one of the bigger sticking points for understanding what's going on in the FF12 speedrun, is just that cooldown between when the spell hits and when you start charging your next spell can take a pretty long time. It's only 2 or 3 seconds typically, but 2 or 3 seconds in a battle can make a huge difference. And specifically for Belias, it's the difference between getting your last round of spells in before Firaja or not. Firaja, since it can't go off while the arrows are casting, getting your arrows in before Firaja starts makes the difference between killing him and not killing him. So it's really a big deal here. And then it won't be a big deal for a while, but then eventually you'll see very rapid fire menu equipment changes just to get through these ATB resets really quickly. But we'll talk about it again then and why specifically they're needed. But right now it's just the 3rd round of spells before Firaja. So you'll see Belias readies Firaja, but Firaja won't go off because of that, the cutscene not being able to start. It's also a little bit nifty. Like Zero said, he's going to be shuffling his equipment around a little bit. The equipment that we need for the next segment is different, and so we've combined the equipment menu with the ATB reset. So the girls basically get back to where they were before, but we'll also have a chance to put the cherry staves that were, or not the cherry staves, but the cypress poles that were bought before on Balthier and Bosch and set up Vaughn.
Yeah, and you don't actually need to make any changes. Like, you can remove your armor and put it back on, for example, and that also would have the same effect. But as long as you change something, but you don't have to actually make any real changes.
Yeah, changing any equipment at all will reset your ATB. If you do that before the spell goes off, then it'll be bad, but if you don't, then you can save time. The immobilize here is a little clever trick. There's a mechanic in this game called hate, or enmity. That's enmity. I'll put it in chat because I don't know if I'm saying it well. But this enmity, it basically is the enemy's desire to attack you. And so every time you cast a spell or use an attack or use an item, it increases the enemy's enmity. And this, a lot of enemies, Belias included, will attack the enemy that it has the most enmity for. And so when you're reflecting spells, that's 4 copies of arrow at the same time. And so everyone is constantly increasing their enmity for the boss as the arrows hit. But there's also a mechanic where the enmity goes down, and when the enemy for a specific character goes down when someone else does an action. So the arrows are causing their enmity to go up, but it's also causing the other characters to go down. Immobilize has the same amount of enmity as Arrow, and so by having him cast that on the party last, it means that Vaughn will always have the most enmity. And so that means that Belias will attack Vaughn. Originally, Vaughn just also cast Arrow, and so that would cause him to be the last one to hit a spell, which would make him be the one he targets. But Vaughn does not learn Arrow anymore, and Dark has less enmity, and so you can't just cast Dark. For a short time, I used a Phoenix Down, because actually, for some reason, Phoenix Down, Rise, Arise, these all have really, really high enmity associated with them. And so that was what I did, but using a Phoenix Down costs 250 gil. So now we use Immobilize because he already has that. Yeah. So he's immune to Immobilize, but he still hates you for using it for some reason.
I think the enemies view the Phoenix Downs as insta-kill items because you can insta-kill undead enemies with them. And I think that's why they have such a lot of hate.
That's true, but then why does Arise have more than Rise?
That one, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's more powerful. I don't know.
I think if you use it on yourself, it also increases the hate. And so it's like, if you don't have anything built in, they'll never attack the mages or the healers, but attacking the healers is a really good strategy. So maybe that's what they built it in for. We have a guide that was written by, I think it was Niji Bashira, on the enmity. It's called Hate in the in a few guides, but the translation was redone by a community member, and we've called it Enmity since then. Aggro also makes sense. But enmity is the one that makes the most sense in terms of what the Japanese word was. Nice Spellbreaker setup. So that's Vossler. It's actually surprisingly... Sorry?
I'll be right back for a bathroom break.
Yeah, this is one of the longer bathroom breaks of the run. It's like 1 minute and 20 seconds or so. One of the unskippable cutscenes. So Vossler he basically betrays you because he thinks he knows the right path to take, and you disagree, and so he tries to take you in. And so we fight against him. It's a surprisingly finicky battle because he's triggered to use Reflect by any magic being cast, but the first thing we want to do is kill the 3 guards that appear around him. And so we start with an arrow from Ash, which is typically enough to kill all 3 guards, but it's possible to damage roll them, and it's also possible for them to block, which is actually very unusual. There are very few enemies in this game that can block magic, but for some reason those guards are capable of doing it. Luckily, he did not get the damage roll or the blocks there. But if you're slow with that reflect cast or with that arrow cast, then Vossler will get his reflect off, and then you'll reflect an arrow onto yourself, and then you'll take a massive damage and probably die. And even if that doesn't happen, Vossler has a pretty high combo rate, and he tends to target the character with the most hate, enmity, aggro, threat, whatever you want to call it, and that is Ash in that fight, because she's the one who cast the first arrow, and so he really likes to focus Ash down, and if she dies, it's pretty bad. Vossler gives, I think, 30 LP alone, and so it's pretty bad when that happens. But just there, Zero got just within chance of dying, but luckily did not die. It's also possible what should happen is that when Vossler gets to low HP, he should cast, oh gosh, I forget.
Enrage.
Enrage, right. There's a few abilities like that, Enrage or Chain Magic, but Enrage is what he should cast, but his attacks were lined up with the damage such that he did not actually do that, and he just kept attacking. And so Ash almost died, but she actually got into Spellbreaker. I didn't actually see, were any of her spell hits in Spellbreaker?
I did not see either. It might have been because I think the initial arrow did not hit Vossler, which is what I was worried about at the start, and I took it really slow to make sure that I was actually worried that because Vossler cast Reflect on himself, I was worried that my arrow would actually hit Vossler, and then after Vossler was reflected, and then it would reflect and kill Vaughn. But it didn't, so I was fine. But yeah, it didn't hit Vossler at all, so I thought it might. I thought it must have been. The last hit must have been Spellbreaker because I was sure I would need more.
Would have been short.
More magics to kill him, but nope.
The instant the fight ends, the screen becomes blurry, and so I could not see the damage numbers.
Yeah, same.
So this is the clan hall. This is totally optional, but like we mentioned, killing Demon Wall 1 makes Mont Blanc here give you a vial of Electrum, which is itself worth like 3,500 gil.
Yep.
This was sort of like a backup if you were short on gil and was like a minute and 40-second time loss. However, he also gives you like 2,200 gil and other things besides the Electrum, so he gives you about 6,000 gil. And so that is about one room worth of Jelly's gil. And the Demon Wall gives us about one room worth of LP for Jelly's 2 rooms for Jelly's 1. And so we've actually routed it in now that visiting the clan hall is something we do every run. He also gives warp mode, and the warp mode is actually useful for the new version of one of the later bosses. But we'll talk about what the warp mode's for once we get there. But basically he gives us gil, a warp mode, and also some teleport stones that we need to make up from earlier. And this is part of it. And then that was all also to afford Traveler, which was just bought. Now, one of the very first things we mentioned in this stream was that we were paying attention to Vaughn's steps. That has been true for the entire time since the very start of the run. So Zero's been keeping his movement to within a certain range of steps, and now we're finally reaching the point where that's going to pay off, because the next boss is the boss we're going to be casting Traveler on for the first time.
Yeah, and I have to mention that one of the nice things about online ESA is that bathroom is closer, so I can actually make it during that cutscene. But yeah.
How far was the bathroom at live ESA?
It was, I want to say, well, last time, at least from this second stream, it was quite a bit away, actually. Like, I don't know, 100 meters away.
So I guess you learned what your 100-meter sprint time was?
Well, I didn't. I was running TCA, so I didn't have to. But
oh, okay.
I was just thinking about it while I was there, and now I just have much lower. But at least in online or on-site ESA, I could give the controller to someone who could play for me while I'm in the bath.
True. Well, what they should do is if they have a live ESA and they do FF12, they should have like a hallway cams so people can track your sprint times too.
True, that would be amazing.
It'd be like the Olympics, except for nerds. But yeah, so this is one of the actual longer segments without a boss now. We just have several story errands to do. We've gotten the Dawn Shard, right?
Yep.
Next story rock acquired, Dawn Shard. The Dawn Shard now... Oh gosh, I'm getting the effect of the Dawn Shard and the Goddess Magicite mixed up. The Dawn Shard makes your HP, or your MP 0.
They both do.
Oh, and then this one gives you more magic resistance?
Yeah, this one gives you 20 magic resistance, Goddess's Magicite is 10.
Oh, okay, so it's the same. Okay. And then we also have the Manufactured Nethicite. The Manufactured Nethicite, I didn't say before, but it reduces all magic damage, all elemental damage by 50%, and inflicts silence.
Yeah, so your character can't cast magic, or a character who equips it can't cast magic, but takes half damage from all the elemental skills. Which
all of the magic that can hit us right now is elemental. It's a pretty long time before we reach our first non-elemental magic, which would be bio. And so, like, depending on what spell you're going to be hit with, different, the Dawn Shard or the Goddesses or the Manufactured Nethicite would be better. So, like, if you happen to be hit by a fire, then the Dawn Shard would be better. But if you're going to hit by an arrow, the Magicite's better. Just, it depends on the base strength of the spell. Specifically, the next boss we're going to be fighting against is going to cast arrow. And so, we're gonna have the Magicite on the party leader, who's gonna be taking the arrow.
While
But
we're between bosses... Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Go ahead.
While we're between bosses, do you mind if I chime in just very quickly?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, remember, folks, you are watching ESA Summer 21. We are raising money for Save the Children. $36,322 so far. Please keep those donations coming in. Remember, you can put those towards some of our bid wars. We've got a couple coming up for runs later on. We have the difficulty choice for Legend of Spyro the Eternal Night. Currently, it is between the easy and dark difficulties. $5 for easy, $375 for dark. So if you want to make it easy on our runners, got a little bit of donating to do there. And we also have later on the Skylar and Pluck's Adventure on Clover Island, choosing the character model. No love for the default model at the moment on $0. $30 towards the Seamus Aran. And Sonic is out in front at $79. So please keep your donations coming in. Greatly appreciated.
So now that we've gotten this piece of Magicite, the Dawn Shard, we want to go to this race of people called the Garif who know things about story rocks, and so they're going to help us advance the plot. Eventually, we're going to try and head towards a place called Mount Baromises, which is sort of another neutral area where there's a leader that will help us out. But before we get there, our way is going to be blocked, and we're going to have to take a detour. But while we're here, there's a nice shop that's available, which sells flame staves if we had to make them up, but we don't. And it also sells shielded armor. However, the shielded armor only becomes available after we've reached the next story trigger. So we're going to we have to come back here anyway to ride a chocobo. But we're going to come back into the village to actually get the shielded armor. Just because it's not available now, it's unfortunately means we have to waste a little bit of time backtracking into the village. But the shielded armor is quite nice. The shielded armor is the best armor available to us now. It also has Protect as a permanent status, and so that reduces the physical damage further by 70%, or by 30% to 70%, which is basically going to be our main armor for quite a while, for pretty much the next hour or so.
Also, this Garif here that we're talking to right now, he has been talking to Moogle here, so that Moogle will give me the chocobo for free for one time only. But that's a little bit insignificant because the chocobo price in Jahara is only 30 gil anyway, so we saved 30 gil because of that NPC. Yay!
I don't know if I should feel like they're stingy or if the Moogle's nice for giving us such a low price. Typically these chocobos cost 500 at the start, and then as you move on they can cost more and more.
Yeah. The Rabanastre ones cost 500, and then the further you go, the more expensive they become. I think the most expensive chocobo is, 1,400 gil.
That's the Fawn Coast.
Yep.
So there's a few random chests here. One of them can contain a golden amulet, one of them can contain a red hat. It's a pretty low chance even if it spawns, but let's see. Yeah, so only gil, but still getting gil is nice, 214 gil.
Yeah, that's a pretty good amount.
The golden amulet is the accessory in this game that doubles the LP that the character wearing it gets, and we are going to get 3 for our 3 main party members, who are Vaughn, Ash, and Penello. We actually haven't done that much with those 3 as the main party yet, but they are the main 3 for the rest of the run. And so getting that, the golden amulet costs 4,500 gil to buy, and so getting that in the chest is literally just 4,500 gil for nothing. So it's very nice to get. The red cap is also going to be the helm that Vaughn is going to wear. And so getting that in that chest saves the 2,500 gil that we spend to buy it. It's just gil that's nice to get, but did not get it this time as it's relatively low chance.
Also,
so this area where... Oh, go ahead.
Right now I have enough money to buy the red cap, but if I didn't, then it would give me the red cap for the Henne Mines, which isn't really nice.
Yeah. So the red cap gives you some HP, which is not as big of a deal as the... It also gives you magic resist, so
yep,
it's quite nice. So this area, I think it's called the Shred, but this specific area in the Shred is the one that connects to the next story area, which is the Hind Mines. We can't get in there yet. Actually, technically it's not the next story area because we're going to get diverted to go back to there. But in that area, you can only enter by the bushes that the chocobo can go through. You can't just walk in. And what that means is that if you get off the chocobo, you can't leave unless you get back onto the chocobo. And so the chocobo reappears there, which makes it a pretty unique area in that it's one of the only areas where you can get off the chocobo and then get back on. That also restores your charges. And so even though we get off and check those chests, we lose very little time because we charge all the way and then we get back on and charge again. If you charged from Jahara, where we were before, to here, you would run out and you have to walk a lot of the distance. And so the loading time of getting on and off the chocobo is saved. And you also spend that time casting Berserk for the next boss, which we'll talk a little bit more shortly.
Yeah. I believe that's the only place where you can get a free chocobo from roaming around. Other places where there are some wild chocobos, you need a Gusalgreen to
oh right, yeah,
do that. But because you can get trapped in that area, they give it for free.
So there's a cute little trick that was done here. We'll do a few more times throughout the run, which is running into a cutscene on the chocobo actually adds to the loading time. For some reason, it just seems like the loading of getting off the game loads getting off the chocobo and then the cutscene and then getting back onto the chocobo. And so if you just hop off the chocobo before the cutscene, even though you run slower, it's still faster to do it that way.
Yeah, you save like 3 seconds if you dismount before the cutscene.
But now, as we tried to proceed through the Golmore jungle, we basically reached a wall, which does not let us proceed to Mount Baromesis like we wanted to. And so we have to talk to here the Viera, who will help us take down the wall. We have a friend in our party who's sort of a black swan among the Viera. She's sort of an outcast. And her sister, Mirren, is in the Hind Mines. And so if we go and save Mirren, they'll make it up to us by letting us continue through the Golmore jungle. And so when I said that the Hind Mines is our next story, that's the next place we're headed, but only because of the Viera here who are going to help us through. That's Mirren with a J.
Yeah, MJRN. All of the Viera have 4-letter names, and they often are nothing but consonants. Although there are exceptions like Fran and Yote. But
actually, Fran's name is pretty normal among the Viera. Maybe that's why she was an outcast.
Yeah, but there are like people like Mirren and Kachin and Kurchin and I don't even know how to pronounce them. But the Viera have some unique names.
Sounds a little Scandinavian, to be honest.
Well, to me they sound like Czech or something. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I mentioned that because I know you're a little closer to Scandinavia than I am, so.
Yeah. Mirren, I could see, but
Mirren makes me think of Mjolnir. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But
the other ones you said don't sound as much.
Yeah.
But
the lack of vowels is definitely not a Scandinavian thing. So.
True.
That's why I would say. That's why it sounds more like Eastern European to me.
Come to think of it, I wonder what the Japanese for like Mirren and stuff are.
Yeah, I've been wondering that as well.
I'll have to look next time I turn the game on. So here's the backtrack I mentioned. It's like a 30 or so seconds to run back to this, load this zone and run to this guy and then run back. But the shielded armor really saves quite a bit in terms of number of potions you have to use. How many times you get stopped. And so you make up a good amount of that. So after this shop, Zero's going to buy basically the shielded armor and then stock up on anything else he needs to buy, like maybe some Phoenix Downs if he wants it, Red Cap because it's available. You can also buy Golden Amulet from Aryut Village if you want to get early LP, but that's something that you can also do after Tiamat, as I think nobody right now can currently afford the Golden Amulet.
And I don't think you can even buy the Golden Amulet until after Tiamat.
Right. So you can still make that up after, but you have to make sure that you have 30 gil here. It is possible to go into this shop and spend the very last all your gil and then run back out to the Chocobo and not be able to afford the 30 gil to ride the Chocobo, and it's always tough when that happens. That was more of a possibility in Ravenaster while buying Traveler, because it's much easier to end up below 500 gil than to end up below 30 gil.
Yep. Although here you typically use all your gil for healing items, or you might use so the gil is a little tighter here. But it is very easy to do in Ravenaster. Thinking like, oh, I'll sell my excess stuff later, and then realize that you don't have enough money for Chocobo.
Right. Always fun. So now we're headed into the Hene Mines. The enemies here are going to be a step up from anything we faced so far. But again, we're still at the point where normal enemies drop around 1,000 or so experience total. But then you divide that among the four members, and then it's only 200 or 300. And so this is still it's still way below Dustia in terms of efficiency. So that's just how good Dustia is. We're almost halfway through the run, and the enemies are still not as good as the very first enemy we killed.
Yep.
The very first optional enemy we killed, I should say. The first XP granting enemy. But this dungeon has a puzzle system within it where you can press buttons to basically toggle gates throughout. And so what'll happen is anytime you press one of these buttons, two gates will change positions somewhere. Or more than two, actually, right?
Yeah, there are a couple of them, but there's certain gates that are open at times, and then there are other gates that are open at other times, and you can push the button to switch between which gates are open.
Right. And so in terms of just getting through the dungeon, we just know press that first button on the way, and then eventually we'll reach a room with another switch in it, and we just have to press that, and that'll let us through. Then after that, we're going to take advantage of the shifting gates to actually farm jellies in that one specific room. But for now, we're just going to run straight through. The reason we just run straight through but come back for jellies is that we have to kill the jellies with Fyra, and Fyra only becomes available after defeating the next boss. So what you'll notice is that both Balthier and Bosch are set up with Berserk. That is because the next boss we're going to beat by just attacking him. That point where Zero just took his party members out would have been the point where he would set up Traveler if he wasn't counting steps up to this point. But he has been, and the steps are good, so he doesn't have to worry about it. So steps have been tracked all this way. Now, would be a good time we can talk about Traveler. So the way Traveler works is that Traveler deals so the official statement on Traveler is that it deals damage based on the number of steps you've taken. And specifically the way it works is that it takes the number of steps you've taken since the last cast, and then does that modulo 1,000. So if you've taken 2,500 steps, you do modulo 1,000. That's 500 steps, and it's number of steps since the last time you cast it, unless you haven't cast it yet, in which case it's number of steps since the start of the game. So basically since 0, and so it takes that number and then calculates how much damage it does. For the first 100 steps, it does just the number of steps in terms of damage. From 100 to 500, it does double the number of steps. And then from 500 to 989, it does 3 times. So you can get around 1,500 to 3,000 damage if you do 500 to 990 steps. However, if you do 990 steps to 999 steps, so a 10-step range out of 1,000 steps, it does 10 times damage. And so 10 times 990 is 9,900, right?
Yep.
So I was going to say 90, but that's 999.
Yeah.
And so you basically get 10,000 damage minus some change for casting within those 10 steps. And so basically Zero has set it up so that he has around 100 extra steps when he gets to Tiamat, and then in the Tiamat fight, he'll have all 4 party members attacking Tiamat to get him through his first 40,000 health. Now Tiamat has 50,000 health, but he has a mechanic where when he has 20% HP left, he gets damage resist and takes 1/3 damage. So for the first 40,000 damage, he'll be, taking normal damage, but then that last 10,000 will take almost as long to get through as the first 40,000. However, if we hit him with Traveler will ignore this 1/3 damage resist, and so we can basically kill him that last segment just by casting Traveler on him with the right number of steps. And so what you're going to see is during the fight, there will be a few times where Zero opens the menu just to check where his step count is. The step count's in the lower right-hand corner if you want to try and watch for yourself. And he's basically
lower middle.
Oh, sorry, lower middle. And so that he's going to be trying to get that number between 990 and 999 right when he reaches 20% HP, which is when he starts flashing red. Now, a few other things we can mention about this fight is that he typically attacks the character who is nearest to him, except if he casts Disablega. For Disablega, he attacks the character with the most aggro or enmity. And so you can use some Phoenix Downs on him just to make him have aggro on Vaughn, who is the one that's doing the least damage throughout the fight. And then he has a few places. He has 2 triggers for casting Arrow and 2 triggers for casting Breath. Those are AoE that target the nearest character, and so just by pushing Vaughn into Tiamat, you can keep Vaughn being the one who takes that damage, and then Vaughn will have the Manufactured Nethicite and the red cap, and so he'll take less damage, and he'll be the only one taking damage there. One few other things, we have Berserk on Balthier and Bosch. Berserk increases the amount of damage you do, and it makes you attack faster, so it basically doubles your rate of damage on those 2 characters. And they also have Cypress Poles. Cypress Poles have earth damage, or have the earth element associated with them, and Tiamat takes double damage from earth. He's like a quote-unquote wind worm or a wind enemy, and that means that he's going to be weak to earth. There's actually no earth spells that you can cast yourself. There's a few enemies that have like Tremor, but you don't have access to that to yourself. So Zero did indeed get Disablega here, and it hit Vaughn. Unfortunately, one of Lars's primary attack gambit is attack party leader target, and if Vaughn is disabled, he can't target the enemy. So what Zero was trying to do there was to get Larsa to be closest, because Larsa also has an attacking self attack gambit. But now Vaughn is no longer disabled, and so Vaughn can target. And now we're just going to be looking for steps. He's going to start flashing red any second now, and then we'll try and hit him with Traveler. $993, but just don't move. There you go, 9,930 damage, and he's done.
Yep. So that was Tiamat. The early disable guy was pretty bad, but I think I handled it pretty well.
The Berserk is basically timed so that in a good fight, the Berserk will last pretty much as long as he's not in flashing red HP. The Berserks wore off early there because Vaughn wasn't doing any damage, and Vaughn not doing damage meant Larsa was just standing around for a lot of it. You also kind of want to get combos, which helps out. So, I mean, it was a little bit unfortunate to get disabled, but it's just time loss. It doesn't negatively impact anything else.
Yeah.
So, the big story point now is that we are now able to continue on to Mount Bromises, but that also unlocks Fyra in this shop. So now we can buy Fyra, we have 2 flame staves, and both girls have enough magic to almost consistently kill jellies. They'll, I think Penelo's actually a little bit, one of them is short, I think.
Ash is short, I think.
Yeah, Ash is a little bit short, because Ash only has a +2 Mystic Armor on, whereas Penelo has 2 +3 Mystic Armors on. Ash actually has a little bit more base magic, but when you add it all together, Penelo's a little bit stronger right now. But as we farm jellies, they will be leveling up from 22 to 25, and then Vaughn will go from 20 to 24. So basically, we're going to be farming jellies here, and we do this jelly farm in 2 rounds because 99 yellow liquids is not enough gil, and we also want to get golden amulets to double the LP that the characters are going to get. We cannot afford the golden amulets now, so we basically do jellies until we have enough LP to equip the golden amulets and enough gil to buy them, and then we'll go out, sell our loot, buy them, and then come back and then farm jellies until we have enough LP and gil to finish the run.
And I also need at least 2 teleport stones.
And 2 teleport stones.
Before I leave.
We actually need more than 2 teleport stones, but we need 2 teleport stones to get through the story until we reach the shop, which lets us buy more teleport stones.
Well, yeah, but I'm just referring to the 2 teleport stones I need to leave and come back here.
Right. Oh yeah, even that. Right. 2 and then 2 after that. But typically you expect to get quite a few more than that, but it is possible to get a very low number of teleport stones. And if you don't count your teleport stones and then you run to the crystal and don't have the teleport stones you need, you can either touch the crystal and break your chain, but then have to come back and farm more, or teleport out and then be trapped at the Aryut village. I've seen both of those happen in speedruns, and it's very unfortunate. But so now we're in the hen mines doing jelly farming. The way this works is that every time you press this button, it swaps the doors and throughout the mines, and gives you some jellies to farm. Now, if you want to respawn these, you have to move 2 zones away. That's just the way the game is programmed. Is when you move 2 zones away from where you currently are, then all the enemies will reset. And so we're going to be going back and forth in 2 different directions because every time you press the button, it changes which doors are open. And so we can head to the north and then head back south and then farm and then head west and then back east and then come back and continue farming. So we're going to typically do this for about 10 rounds total. Ideally like 3 or maybe 9, 3 plus 6, 4 plus 6, 3 plus 7 is going to be typical. But since it's a marathon, it's we might do a few extra, or if we have bad luck, we'll do some extra.
Yeah, and for me, like when I do world record attempts, I almost have to go with 8 or 9 rooms because the world record has 8 rooms, and if I have to do 10 rooms, then I'm probably already losing so much time that I'm not going to have enough. But here I might do some more if I need to. We'll see.
While we are... sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
I was going to say, the other thing I wanted to mention that was making me stutter before was the chain mechanics here. So when we were doing Dustia, since it was 1 Dusty at a time, the chain level only happened when we got the flashing level because we were constantly picking them up. But they're 0 weighted for all the jellies to die before actually picking up any drops. If you don't get that chain level, which is pretty standard, you'll actually wait until you reach the final chain level. But the difference between chain level 2 and chain level 3 is not that great, and you do expect to get the flashing level giving you the chain level at some point, and so it's better to just not avoid all those drops. And so now we're going to get chain level 2 for the rest of Jellies 1 unless we get the flashing level, but Jellies 1 doesn't last that long. So, all right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. While we're farming jellies, I'll take this opportunity to remind everyone that you are watching ESA Summer 21, raising money for Save the Children. 36,322 raised so far. Please keep those donations coming in. Save the Children's bold ambition builds on 100 years' experience of bringing communities, civil society, governments, businesses, and donors together to achieve lasting change for children. As a global leader in saving newborn lives, Save the Children continues to be at the forefront of worldwide efforts to end preventable child deaths with a focus on maternal, newborn and child health and nutrition. Remember, all of your donations towards Save the Children go towards also potentially getting you into the draw for our wonderful prizes. $10 minimum for the Bomberman Perla Bead Sprite, $30 minimum for the This Is the Run custom ESA-themed Nintendo Switch Pro Controller, $25 and $35 minimum bids for the 2 ViewSonic monitors, and a $50 minimum bid for the PlayStation 5 bundle with Ratchet and Clank. So please, please, keep those donations coming in. We hope you're enjoying this fantastic run. Back to some jellies.
So this jelly room is supposed to be like a trap where you're just overwhelmed by the number of jellies, but since they all spawn right in the middle, you can basically kill most of them with a single fire. And so, you know, it's like a lot of experience all at once. It's still not as good as Dustia, just because the experience is getting divided by 4 by having 4 members. It might be faster experience on average, maybe not even if you count the time it takes to respawn. But really, experience is not what we're here for. We're here for the LP and the gil. The jelly farming is actually the best gil farm for a long time. And so we basically just do it until we have enough gil to finish the whole rest of the run. We are counting on some later drops, or not drops, but chests. But we're pretty much almost all the way there with our jellies gil. So this is coming up on 4 rooms now. You think we'll be good after 4?
I think we're leaving after 4, unless this room is awful.
So one other thing to keep in mind is that since we're switching the doors every time we press the button, we can only leave in one direction, and we enter the way we leave, and so you have to press the button an even number of times. So yeah. Right, I know you have to do an even number of rooms, but now I'm wondering if that's an even number of button presses. But yeah, so if you get an even number of rooms, you just leave after, without having to press the button an extra time. But if you do 3 or 5 rooms, then you have to press the button one more time. Each button press is like 5 seconds, and so it's a minor thing, but it's just something to keep in mind. The path between the two zone lines is also slightly different. The second way is slightly longer, but there's less dangerous enemies that way. It's not enough longer to make it worth pressing the button an extra time, because you can just press the button twice every time and then always go the same direction. But it turns out to be fastest to just rock back and forth.
I think it would be marginally faster to press the button twice every time if you get no knockbacks and no dinos blocking your path.
Yeah.
And no insta-kills from the dinos and stuff like that.
So the way that Zero just went, you could see there's 2 Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus, they do like a good amount of damage, but that's not the problem. The problem is they have Sonic Fangs, which have a 5% chance of killing and have a high knockback chance. Each knockback loses you time. And they also are just, they just have large hitboxes, and so they can block your way to the exit. And that it's not the worst the way we do the jellies, but if you backtrack through the dinosaur, they really like to just block that little pathway entirely, and it's just kind of a nightmare if they get stuck there. But
yeah.
since you 2 zone away, they respawn back to where they were when you go back and forth, and so it's not too bad. Yeah, that's jellies 1 down. How many liquids is that?
I'm not sure. Probably somewhere between close to 40, I would say.
Okay. I have the mnemonic in my head that I think you want to have around... Okay, 38. You want to have around 120 liquids total for like 20k Dustia Gil. That sounds about right?
I have no idea. I have to live with so low gil nowadays that I...
Yeah, like Zero said, the world record has 8 rooms, and so you really just leave after doing a certain number of rooms, and then hope for getting the rest of the gil if you're short. But I mean, this is sort of always going to be what happened with this kind of speedrun, just because every extra room takes you about 1 minute and 40 seconds, and you really can't afford to lose that if you're trying to go for a world record.
Yeah, so I just have to hope for good chests whenever I run. Almost. Unless I have really good Dustia. Also, some of the chests earlier helps. Like if I had gotten the golden amulet chest, that would have helped a lot. But
right, and there's the next chest that we're going to pick up.
Yes.
Is sort of the most important one because it has a 50-50 chance for an elixir or a mega elixir. Elixir is 777 gil, so that's what you're guaranteed, and 50% chance for 7,777 gil. So it's pretty much a coin flip for 7,000 gil.
Yep.
But since we're going to be reflecting magic through the whole run, basically what we need this gil for is for mystic armor for the girls. So they're going to be having mages hats and sorcerers habits. Those are just the equipments that we can buy at this point that we've calculated to be good enough for the whole rest of the run. We got the shielded armor and the red hat on Vaughn. We bought the golden amulets. But we also have to buy glacial staves, Blazara, and then a few other spells like Firaga, Bio, Dispel. And so this is pretty much what we're getting all this gil for. And we haven't calculated how much gil we need overall, and we're just going to be farming for that. So you can see Zero's trying to avoid picking up drops, but he reached chain level 2. So, pick up the drops. So basically, Jellies 2, if you spend all of your gil, or you look at how much gil you have left after Jellies 2, after Jellies 1, and you basically want to get around 50k gil, plus or minus, from Jellies.
Yeah. And there are some other things, like if you can steal 500 gil from the Jellies, which lowers the amount of liquids you need by pretty much 1. Yeah, it's about 50,000 gil I need from the second Jelly farm here. Well, it's a little bit less because I have the red cap, so I need like 47,000 gil here. But I might leave with less and hope for chests. Who knows?
There are ways to make up for having short gil, but even if even if you don't get any of the chests, there's several chests that are 50-50 chances pretty much, and there are a few that are slightly lower chances. But even if you get none of those chests, you can still make up for it in other ways, especially because it's a marathon and we have to finish. But if it was a world record run, you would just gamble.
Yep.
Specifically, pretty much any time we want, we can go back to the clan hall, and Mont Blanc will give us gil, and the further we've gone in the story, the more gil he'll give us. If we go there after... or I guess before the last dungeon that we need gil for, then he'll give us like 12,000 gil. So we always have that in our back pocket. Ideally, we just get all the gil we need right here, though. Now, like I was saying, this area is sort of like a trap area, and lots of enemies appear at once. It shouldn't normally be a problem, but if they all gang up on one party member at once, then they can die, and that's already happened a few times. So you have to be stocked up on Phoenix Down here.
Yeah, it's very easy to lose a run here if you are low on Phoenix Downs, or if you... well, basically if you're low on Phoenix Downs.
Yeah, and especially Jellies 1, because you're working with Phoenix Downs that you have from Dustia 2 gil, whereas once you finish Jellies 1, you'll typically, not always, have enough gil to buy more Phoenix Downs. And so yeah, you can see these dinosaurs use sonic fangs, which is very annoying, but no insta-deaths yet. But if there are any donations or anything, now would be a good time, because we're just going to be doing the Jellies for a few more rooms.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Again, remember, you are watching ESA Winter 21. We are summer. Oh, I do apologise. I've lost my train of thought. Anyway, you're watching ESA Summer 21. We aren't time travellers, honest. And we're raising money for Save the Children. 36,322. Remember, the donations go towards the bid wars as well. We have Legend of Spyro Eternal Night between Dark and the normal, the easy, if you like. And currently $5 on the easy, $375 towards the dark. That's the difficulty class. So please keep your donations coming in for that. We've also got Skylar and Pluck's Adventure on Clover Island coming up later on. No love for the default model at the moment. No dollars. No dollars. Get your donations in. And we also have $30 towards Seamus Aran. And finally, $79 towards Sonic, which is the top choice there at the moment. Remember, all your donations also get you in, potentially, to the draw for our fantastic prizes. So please, if you can, donate towards Save the Children. Please consider doing so. Back to more jellies.
So something we have not actually mentioned yet is that Larsa has very deep pockets, and this is a original version content exclusive. He has a gambit which is below 50% HP on an ally, you use High Potion, and below 10%, use an X Potion on them. And that High Potion gambit we've been relying on a lot because, we don't really want to bother healing because we've got our 2 damage dealers and we don't want to spend spend money on potions. So we were using this in Tiamat, and since then we've also been using it. And so just down in that previous room, everyone was at low HP, and so Zero actually gave a few seconds for Larsa to use both potions to get into a more stable situation before starting the rune. And since that's all you're relying on for your healing, that's why it's possible for Ash and Penelo to get damaged really quickly and die. But also using potions will make him draw aggro or enmity, and so he gets targeted a lot also. So using a potion right at the start can also cause that to happen. Larsa also has a high defense and a high evasion from, I think, just his weapon, or maybe he has a shield too. But he blocks a lot. So he'll get Jelly's attacks, and so it's very rare for Larsa to die from Jellies, whereas the girls are relatively weak. And then Vaughn also has permanent protect, so it's rare for him to die.
Yep. This is actually pretty good. This is actually a very good kill. I'm gonna do one more room. But in a world record attempt, I definitely would have left after this, although my LP is kind of low, so I'm not sure.
Would have been 8?
Yeah, would have been 8.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
So one other thing that Zero just did that you don't always get to take advantage of, but it's effectively the same thing as ETB resetting, is that you can zone the instant the Larsa is finished using his potion, and that will basically reset his ATB. And so, if you zone and then wait for him to use the potion, you can't zone instantly because he won't have time to use it, and so you can get it off a little bit faster. But once the item's been used, it's over. You can zone out, and then that cooldown's not going to be relevant anymore. So, nice little trick that he took advantage of there. So yeah, since it's an odd number of rooms, you had to push the button twice. Okay, this will be our last room of jelly farming. Also, these I said that we're relying on Larsa entirely for healing, but these drops can also heal, and chain level 3 drops, which is what we're at now, have a pretty high chance of healing. So Vaughn reached level 24 as promised, so our party levels are going to be 24, 25, 25. And we're
how
good.
many kills did I have? I didn't pay attention.
I did not see.
I'll kill these guys then to see. I should be fine on... Okay, yeah, that was definitely enough.
85, 84. So yeah, Jellies 2 gives 2 experience, or 2 LP per kill because of the golden amulets, and so 84 kills corresponds to 168 LP. We used to need around 210 to 220 LP from Jellies 2, but cutting back on licenses recently and buying licenses after killing bosses, just because that boss doesn't need it, but the next one does, has loosened the kill situation significantly, and so we can get by pretty easily now.
Yep. It's 152 LP that Penelo needs. The rest doesn't really matter.
It's 152 LP because she needs 190, but the next boss, Venus Guard, gives 19 LP, which when doubled is 38, so 152 plus 38 is 190.
Yep.
Specifically, that's to afford oil, and oil is what we need for not the next boss, but the boss after. And then Vaughn has his own requirements. He's going to eventually get newer, nicer armor. And Spellbound, which are the two big things coming up for him.
And Traveler.
Oh, yeah, Traveler on the way to Spellbound. But in terms of timing, if you look at a world record run and you look at the Jelly's time is around 2 hours and 50 minutes, and the world record's around 5 hours and 40 minutes. And so the end of Jelly's is basically the halfway point for the run, I would say. So we're past the halfway point now. And then since Jelly's 2 is our last farm, it's pretty much a boss rush for the rest of the run, and there's many bosses coming with varied and interesting strategies. So
yep.
now this Jelly's farming was pretty much just a detour from the main path. Now we can continue on like we were planning, do Mount Bromises, where we're going to drop off Larsa and then get our next story assignment. Not a rock this time that we're after, slightly different. Something else that may be surprising to some people who remember playing this game, if you remember the specific directions, you'll find the way we're going right now is weird. You're not supposed to go this way. The way you're quote-unquote supposed to go takes you past a pretty annoying boss called the Elder Worm. And the Elder Worm not only has a lot of HP, he also has an ability to inflict status ailments and spawns with 2 annoying enemies called tree ants. However, you can just take this path, which goes through the Feywood. The Feywood is way higher level than anything else we've faced. I would say we're underleveled for being in the Feywood, but we're going to be the exact same level when we do get back here. But Vaughn has worse armor than he would next time we come here. But just by cutting through this little chunk of this high-level area in the Feywood, we can get through to the Paramita Rift and, entirely skip the Elder Worm.
Yeah, so the enemies in Feywood are about level 40, where the enemies here are like level 25 or something.
We never really have to fight any normal enemies for pretty much the rest of the run. The only really normal enemy we were going to kill would be Brain Pans, I guess.
And Chimera Brains.
Right, and the necessary Chimera Brains for farming the Black Orbs.
Yep.
But that's not until, again, the last or second to last dungeon, depending on how you think about it.
And I guess I'm killing the one pumpkin head.
Oh, jeez. I was wrong all along.
But that's just for no reason, really.
Well, it's for no reason. So the pumpkin head he's talking about is a pumpkin head that we used to set up Traveler. I guess I should mention that the first Traveler wasn't really set up because Zero's steps were so calculated, but now we know that his step count, or the last time he cast Traveler was at 993, but it's random because of how long jellies are, but its chances are that the next time we want to cast Traveler, he'll not be in the right place. So every future time we want to cast Traveler, we have to cast it once before to set up the steps to be at the right place for when we get to the place where we do want to use it. So the next boss we're going to use it on is Bergen, who's 3 bosses from now. So what we're going to do is when we enter the next dungeon, there's a spot which is right about an integer number of thousands of steps before Bergen. And so he's going to cast Traveler right there, and then that Traveler will be his step count for the next boss. And then we'll continue that on for a few more times. We're going to use Traveler 3 more times for 99xx damage. And the second time, we cast it on a enemy that it nearly kills, and then you can finish off at basically no time loss. And so there's no reason to kill him, but there's no reason not to. And so that's why Zero was saying that there was an enemy we're going to kill for no reason.
Yeah, so it just doesn't take any time to kill that, and you get 2 LP, so it's
Not that 2 LP will matter, but it could,
Yeah.
and so there's no reason not to.
Yeah, like 99% of the time it doesn't matter, but there can be the one run where it actually does make a difference. And also, I lost my train of thought again.
I have also lost my train of thought a few times, but I'm going to blame the hour on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Mount Bromises. It's actually a pretty cool area. It's got some cool cutscenes interesting it too. It's basically looks a lot like Avatar with the floating mountains, but there's a guy here called the Grand Kiltias. He's basically going to tell us that what we want to do next is cut some or get a sword which lets us destroy Magicite, and so that's where we're going to head to the next dungeon. There's some other drama here about Al Cid from Rosaria. So we haven't mentioned Rosaria, but Dalmasca is pretty much sandwiched between these two countries of Arcadia and Rosaria, and we're basically going to be sandwiched in the middle in a war. And so Vayne, who we thought seemed like an okay guy, we're now seeing he's basically a viper trying to usurp power from his father and become the rightful king of Arcadia, and then he's going to try and start a war against Rosaria and destroy Dalmasca on the way. And so we learn about this from Al Cid here, who gives a report of gathering forces from the Arcadians, and that just lights a fire under us on our way to trying to get sovereignty for Dalmasca.
Yeah. Also, we learned that the Emperor of Arcadia is dead. So the Emperor is still Islarsa's father. So we lose our free high potion machine because of that.
So basically, for a casual player, it's a big deal because, oh man, the Arcadian king is dead. But for a speedrunner, it's a big deal because there's 2 cutscenes in a row, and it's easy to forget that there's 2 cutscenes that you have to skip, not one. There's 2 places right before you enter the Hen Mines, and right in the Parameter Rift there, where there's 2 cutscenes you have in a row. Where I have many times been just sitting there, skip the cutscenes, like, oh shoot, I forgot to skip the second one.
Yep.
Can I come in for a moment?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Right, I would like to thank everybody for watching. I'm now going to be transferring off hosting reading duties to the wonderful Ashwin, so they will take it from here. Good luck with the run, Zebaskar. It's been an absolute pleasure. And yes, keep on getting those nations in, folks. Cheerio for now.
All right. Thank you so much, Tiny Tim, for handing it off to me. I really appreciate it. Hi, you're here with Ash, and they're going to take care of you for the rest of this run. Welcome back, everyone. Zero and Rooster have been putting on such a great show for Final Fantasy XII. I hope you've been enjoying the run as much as I have. If we can get some love for it, that would be absolutely wonderful. But we actually do have a donation here for you that I get to read to start off my little shift. So let me read this donation. We have $10 from Sna RK. Hopefully I'm not saying that wrong. It says, glad to support more of this. Thank you so much for the incredible donation. It means a lot to us. And just so you all know, if you're going to put a donation into this run and show the law of love in any of the future runs, please do consider putting your donations towards an incentive. It can affect the outcome of many runs to come, for the better or the worse. But thank you. Carry on with the run.
Thank you.
By the way, did we have any incentives for this run? You didn't?
No.
Did you? Okay, yeah. This is the first main series Final Fantasy game, if you don't count 10-2, where you can't rename the characters. That's a pretty common incentive. And then also in Final Fantasy, in the earlier Final Fantasies, you can rename a lot of the Esper, Aeon, Eidolon, whatever you call them, and that is not possible in this game. So those incentives go away. Some of the old incentives we used to do were like kill Demon Wall 1, but now that's part of the route, so we can't really take it out. So it's sort of hard to think of incentives for this game now, just because it's a lot less free in that sense.
Yeah, killing an Elder Worm is also a common incentive, but it kind of doesn't make sense because skipping Elder Worm is like what kind of makes this run special. So, like, we would do an incentive not to skip a boss. That sounds like
yeah, it's not very speedy, right?
Yeah, and it's like not that exciting in my opinion too.
Maybe it's like Demon Wall 1, where Elder Worm will eventually become part of the route.
Maybe.
It's actually not that hard to kill Elder Worm. The thing that you need is it helps to have sleep, and having sleep means having to spend more gil and get more LP. And actually, I guess it's not more gil because you have to buy it anyway, but you need to get more LP to license it early. You do eventually have the ability to just get it, but getting it early is the difficult part.
I mean, we could go back later to kill the Elder Worm. First skip it and then go back for it. That sounds great.
I also saw someone in chat a while ago mention the possibility of getting the Zodiac Spear as an incentive, but not only is it very far out of the way, it's also despawned because of the gil route. We pick up the Elixir Chest. So not only is it not there, it's also way out of the way. There's actually Blue Harvey, who's been in chat for a while now. He did a quote-unquote special percent run where he just did any percent, but he also got the Zodiac Spear. And you have to fight the King Bomb in order to get into that area, and the King Bomb is actually a surprisingly difficult enemy to kill with any percent development because he likes to renew himself. But if you get through him... Oh, sorry?
And he also has the return damage. Which...
Right, he has return damage, which we'll see more of later, but return damage just makes your characters take 5% of the damage they deal to themselves, which is bad because we want to use characters that are at low HP for Spellbreaker. This is going to be particularly important for a boss later on. But if you do make it through King Bomb, and you do... The dungeon past King Bomb that has the Zodiac Spear is also very high level, and so it's pretty hard to get through without dying. If you do get through all that, and then you do get the Zodiac Spear, it takes a long time to get all the licenses, and only a useless character has the LP to put it on anyway. Although Harvey did find a use for it, which was to put it on Balthier, who was then strong enough to kill himself in one hit to skip an enemy attack. So all it's good for is the suicide for manipulations.
But yeah, also it would be a little bit too long incentive for a marathon, because usually incentives would be like maximum 5 minutes, and that would be definitely more than 15 minutes.
Yeah,
probably like closer to half. Well, probably closer to 20, half an hour or something like that.
Yeah, somewhere in that area. More than 20 minutes, and that's not really incentive worthy. Like Elder Worm could be like 3 or 4 minutes maybe. And then, of course, Demon Wall 1, when that was a possibility, was like 40 seconds. But
yeah.
Yeah, so 50% chance for an Elixir, 50% chance for Mega Elixir, and we got the Elixir. So, minus 7k gil. Another tradition for FF12 runners who are watching other FF12 runners is to pay attention to the Traveler cast and paste the number in chat so that the person doesn't remember it, or doesn't forget it. And so that's Harvey just wrote 657 in chat because he saw in the menu when Zero just checked. And so I actually don't know how many steps before Brigand this is. Is this 2,000 or 3,000?
I think it's 3,000.
Yeah, so this is about like 2,940-ish steps before Brigand. So once we get to the door, to the door before Brigand. So when we get to the door before Brigand, Zero is going to be at around 600 step number, 657 minus 60, and then that'll give him. So that's where he would be, but he's also going to probably burn some steps into the dungeon because you want to be around 40 to There'll be around 620, and then the rest of the steps will burn in the fight in order to hit Bergen with Traveler. Why Traveler is needed for Bergen, we can actually discuss once we get there. It's also possible to fight him without Traveler, but it's faster this way.
Yeah, and there are backups if you mess up Traveler.
Yeah. That fight also turns into a mess pretty quickly in this version. We haven't talked about ATB capacity yet. We'll talk about it more later, but basically, there are people who spawn in the room that use an ability that stop the rest of anyone else in the battle from doing any ability while that ability is going off. And it's very, very frustrating. So this is the Still Shrine of Miriam. There's basically just a couple of related puzzles here. That sword that he was just at, when you examine it, it tells you that there's magics binding it. And so we basically have to work through the puzzle to try and get that sword to lift to let us proceed. And so in order to do that, there's going to be 3 statues throughout this dungeon that we have to rotate. And we basically want them all to point at the same point in the center of the dungeon. So as we run around, there's 3 statues we have to rotate. All of the statues are guaranteed there's 4 directions they can face, and they're guaranteed to not face in the correct direction. And so we're going to have to rotate each one either clockwise, counterclockwise, or clockwise twice, depending on which rotation it spawns with. And that's purely random. Each rotation takes about 5 seconds, takes about 10 seconds. And so if you have to rotate it clockwise twice, that's a 10-second time loss, and we call that the statue troll. And so it can happen one of 3 times, or it can happen 3 times, and the last one's not as bad as the first 2, because the last one is sort of like you backtrack away from it, and by party warping we can not lose as much time when we get trolled there. But right now we touch the crystal outside the dungeon, or actually at Mount Baramises, and so everyone in the party starts at full HP and full MP, but we want to have the girls in Spellbreaker, so we're going to see a setup here that we'll see many times more, but basically it's going to be one of the girls casting a spell on both girls, and that will cause both of them to get into critical HP at the same time, and this will be to get double damage from Spellbreaker. So we have the HP values roughly worked out. They're random, but the magic values are fixed, and the damage rolls are set so that they should be in critical HP. Immobilize, as you'll also see shortly, is to help us navigate through the dungeon safely. This is also the first time we're seeing the party leader despawn trick. So what's happening here is that when you swap party leaders to someone who's far enough away, the game will despawn enemies from near where the original leader is because of an optimization to stop too many enemies from being loaded at one time. And so this was a statue troll. I had to rotate it clockwise 2 times, and then party leader swap to despawn enemies. So that was the first statue down. Now we have this next area to run through. Just a couple of doors, some enemies. If the enemies do instant attacks, we can just swap to the girls, and then they'll disappear. Just like that. And that's it. We can continue to the next statue, and then we'll reach the next boss. So we've got a little bit of time if we have any donations or anything.
Well, we don't actually have any donations right now, which is completely okay, because it gives me a chance to talk about the incredible prizes that we have during this marathon, because it wouldn't be a speedrun marathon if it isn't just you giving to an incredible cause, Save the Children, but that we get to give back to you as well. So if you manage to donate throughout this event and cumulatively over this event, you can get a chance to enter one of the prizes that we have to raffle off. So I think the ones that I'm kind of looking out for, although they're all special in their own ways, is the PlayStation 5 bundle with Ratchet & Clank. I think that's pretty cool. If you donate a minimum of $50 throughout the entirety of this event, you can actually get a chance to win a PlayStation 5, and we all know how hard it is to get one of those. So this might be your chance, or even if you are, looking for a nice new controller or speedrun with a Nintendo Switch Pro controller, there is a specific custom ESA This Is the Run controller up for grabs with a minimum of $30. So do manage to donate throughout this event if you want to. But also, if you want, and I'm just going to throw this, slide this in here, but I'm not the biggest fan of puns. And when I played Final Fantasy X, my community overwhelmed me with a whole lot of Final Fantasy X puns. So if anyone wants to sneak in some, now might be your chance, because they're gonna hurt me, every single one of them, but they'll be for a great cause. So keep them coming, and thank you for everything.
It hurts you, but I'm a big pun fan. So
oh, really?
You'll get a mixed reaction from the.
Oh, okay.
Here.
Bring it on. I am ready.
So, is it actually still hard to get PS5s? I haven't been paying attention to that.
Yes, it is.
Am I a retro gamer for playing PS2 now? Have we reached that point?
Probably. PS2 is probably retro now.
Well, this game is now 15 years old.
Yep.
Retro. Yeah, these bosses. So Tiamat was a bit of an interesting boss because Tiamat had a very, very high HP for how early in the game he was. He had 50,000 HP, which is way more than this guy that Zero just fought, Venuscar. And so that meant that it would have been really hard to kill him with magic. Not to mention that we didn't have access to Fyra, and our strongest spell at the time was Arrow. So there was just a ton of factors that added up to us not wanting to use magic on him. But now we're back on the magic train. Venuscar himself is really interesting because he has a trigger. He actually has two triggers. And his first trigger will cause him to use Crown, and the second one will cause him to use Sword Dance. And we really don't want to get hit by either. So there was a really cool movement trick that Zero did there where he moved the party leader out of range to make Venuscar chase him while the girls hurt him. And then 4 total spells. Four total spells from each round for 8 total to kill him would be just enough. The first round of spells actually hits the first trigger, but because he's chasing Vaughn, it lets you kill him. But that boss is actually one of the bosses whose strategy has changed the most, because for the longest time we tried to work around that 70% damage, or 60% HP is when he triggers Crown.
I think it might be even 80.
Yeah. You basically one full round with the girls, 3 from each, is not quite enough to kill him from full HP, and so you had to do some extra damage, but not so much as to trigger Crown. And so we had all kinds of convoluted ways of doing that, of like Vaughn casting Arrow and one girl casting a Fyra, or originally we cast Traveler but intentionally did less than the maximum damage. There's been tons of different iterations, but now the strategy that you just saw was both the fastest and the simplest. So no extra setup needed for Vaughn, and it's really quite a revolutionary thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That strat actually took inspiration from the low-level strategy in which you run around that battlefield without letting Venuscar to hit him while you're in that case your gunners are going to deal damage.
Venuscar moves at the same rate you do, but he has a really wide hitbox, and so he takes a wider path around that thing, and so you can just run around and he'll, the gunners would chase him, and then eventually we sort of use that as inspiration for that strat. However, this next fight is more interesting for a lot of reasons. So this is the actual big boss fight of this area. It's Mateus. And so this boss is an ice boss. Now, Final Fantasy XII is a little bit weird because in this game, ice is opposed by lightning and then fire and water. And so we do not have a AoE lightning spell. We could, but we also don't have we don't have the staves which multiply the damage. We also could do that, but those things together would be like 7,000, 8,000 gil that we don't want to spend. So instead, what we're going to use is a spell called Oil. Oil is really broken. It triples fire damage. And so even though Mateus halves fire damage, despite being an ice enemy, Oil will make him take triple damage. So overall, the effect is 150% damage. Now we're also using Decoy for the first time, so Vaughn is the only one that can be attacked here. And And so he's taking the hits while the girls do damage. We also have to keep the girls really close to Mateus because there's ice Azers here who aren't, one problem with the ice Azers is that they're immune to fire damage, but more importantly, if they get hit by Fyra, that means that that's fire that's not hitting Mateus. And we need every single spell against this boss. So, hit him with oil. That dark color that he turned is from the oil, and then we just hit him with Fyra. There you go. Half damage, by the way. Resists Fyra, not enough. So that 3 times from oil stacks on top of the numbers we were saying earlier. So 2 times Spellbreaker, 1.5 from the staves, 3 reflects, and now 3 times from oil. There's a 50% from resistance, but there will be bosses later who do not resist fire, who are weak to oil. There's actually a boss that is weak to oil and fire, and so you can reach 9999 just with Fyra instead of Fire Raga, but that's just overkill. And there's a damage limit in this version. The Zodiac Age does not have the damage limit, so you can do it there, but here it would just be overkill.
Yep.
So now we've spent so much time getting story rocks, we decided to change our tone, and now we've got the Sword of Kings, which is a story rock cutting device. So now we can cut story rocks. And just then, Ash was intending to cut the Dawn Shard, but as she went to cut it, her dead husband appeared before her, Rossler, and so that stopped her from cutting it, and now we're trying to figure out what to do next.
I have to say, Rooster, I thought you were talking to me there.
Oh,
yeah.
Ash.
I was about to say, how can Ash read donations and fight at the same time? That's probably why the donation reading happens when we're not fighting anything. So,
honestly, there is someone that could do that. His name is Argic. He can speedrun, read donations, and screen them all at the same time. It's quite impressive if you haven't seen it being done before. But yeah, let me know.
Is it impressive that I control chat while commentating?
Yes, absolutely. Let me know, by the way, when I have a moment to read some donations, because some did come in.
Now is a great time, actually.
Yeah,
We've got a little break before the next boss.
Okay, so you know how we have abilities in Final Fantasy, like Fire and Firaga? So we had this joke in my channel where we would use puns, and we would call them Pun, Punara, and Panaga, based on like the level of how good the pun was. So we have puns that have actually come in the form of donations. So I figured I would read them, and then Rooster and Zero, if you want to rate them, feel absolutely free. But we have $5 from Anonymous that says, "What does every Moogle need in the morning? A cupo coffee." A cup of coffee. Thank you, Anonymous. We also have $5 from Dukin that says, "Why did the Spearin cross the road? Because the teaching said he had to. Hashtag Final Fantasy X jokes." We also have $5 from Robo Sparkle that says, "Why did the Chocobo cross the road? He was going for a walk." I'm rolling my eyes. You can't see this, but I'm rolling my eyes.
I think those were all Panaras.
They were Panaras, but the second one, I had Reflect, and it didn't hit me, so...
Oh, you had Reflect, okay.
Yeah.
Now that was a Panaga.
It's just gonna get worse, isn't it? Alright, thank you everyone for the donations, and keep them coming.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe we'll get a piercing pun at some point.
Maybe even piercing Panaga.
Yeah, exactly. Or if it's good enough, could it actually be Punaja?
That's a good question.
That's a FF13. Or wait, no. There's.
Is there a Fyracha? Like the previous boss, Mateus could have used Blizzacha if I hadn't killed.
Okay, right.
him
So
enough.
the Esper level puns would be the Ajas.
Yeah. They are the S per tier puns.
I don't know if that was a Punaja. I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay, so the next boss is Bergen. we have reflects from the previous fight still active, and the problem with this boss is that we teleported to get here, and there's no place to set up new spell breakers, and so everyone has full HP, and so there's no spell breaker. So our magic is not being doubled. We could probably reach about 50% HP, so it is possible to kill him with the with a Spellbreaker. And so there is a version of the strategy where you just use Spellbreaker and kill him. But he also has he's like infused with Nethicite or something, and so it's possible for him to block spells. And it's a relatively small chance, but we hit him with a lot of spells, so he's probably going to block a few. What we do instead is we just do Traveler. He has like 17,000 HP, and so Traveler is 10,000 out of the 17,000. So the Traveler number was 657, and he's at 31,634. So if he burns 13 steps, he'll be at 647. So between 13 and 19 steps from where he is now, and he'll do the 10,000 damage with Traveler. And then the rest of the damage will just be reflected to Virus.
I also forgot to save, so...
Oh, fun. This boss is pretty recoverable, though.
It is, yeah. I should be able to win, but... if I miss Traveler, then that could be bad.
Yeah.
So stakes are a little bit higher this time.
Stakes are a little bit higher, and also he can knock you back, and when you get knocked back, you burn steps out of your control. But if you just put yourself, so he's at 640 now, if you just burn 3 steps, should be safe. Yeah. There you go.
And platform break time.
This is actually the longest break in the whole run.
So can we read some donations in the meantime?
Yeah, go for it. Perfect
Let's
time.
do that. Okay. I think my face is going to be red by the end of this run because I am face palming so much over here because we're getting these donations with a lot of puns. But
you did ask for it.
I did. I kind of regret it. But for the children, right? We do have $5 from RoboSparkle that says, "How does Ash get her kids to school?" In a minivan.
Minivan. Okay, I get it.
Van, yes.
Yeah, Van Von. Right. That's the pun.
We also have $5 from Dukin that says, "What type of shoes did the white mage wear?" Heels.
All right, I like that one.
Thank you, everyone, for the donations. It's incredible. Keep these puns coming, I guess. Yeah, I'm sure we can top ourselves in this run with the kind of quality donations that we can read off. And just know that it goes towards an incredible cause. Let me just put this out there, and it might be a little bit sad, but it is kind of why we're here. When children experience trauma, Save the Children works to ensure they receive the care, rehabilitation, and psychosocial support they need to be children again. So these $5 are really making a difference, and all the puns. Thank you so much.
Did I miss any panagas?
Yes. There was a lot of face palming.
So Ash gets to school in a minivan.
That one I've heard before.
And what kind of shoes does a white mage wear? Heels.
I see. That's a good one. I like that.
I think that's all you missed so far.
Well, I'm glad everyone watching got to hear them twice now then. Also, shoutouts to the ruby ring that I stole. I don't know if you mentioned.
Oh yeah, I did not mention it, but I did notice that. The ruby ring was actually originally used as part of the route in the original version of this, because what the ruby ring is an accessory that grants permanent reflect. And so, if we're reflecting magic on every single boss, then having an accessory which gives you permanent reflect is quite nice. However, it actually ends up being slower once we have it all routed out, because not only does it require licenses, we also want golden amulets on the girls for a lot of the time, and so changing from golden amulets to ruby rings takes time. And then eventually, once you don't need the golden amulets anyway, we have the reflects routed so precisely that they are that we don't lose any time casting the reflects anyway. Typically, we lead with the tank, and then the girls cast cast the reflects on themselves. So yeah, now that we've finished that, our next plan is to head to Arcadia ourselves. Specifically, we're going to go try and find Dr. Sid in the Dracula laboratory. So this is quite a long road on the way, but there will be several bosses on the way. First place we're going to head, though, is the Silica Wood, where there's a gate we have to get through. Quite a few things are being unlocked as we go. Like a lot more accessories and weapons are opening up to us. Just now, Zero bought 2 glacial staves. Those glacial staves were available to us before, but that was the last chance we could buy them without going way out of our way. Or wait, did you buy the glacial staves just then?
I did buy glacial staves, yes.
And then also, what was unlocked by beating Bergen is the Sorcerer's Habit. So Sorcerer's Habit and Mage's Hats are the 2 accessories we're using. Those are not the same class. The Mage's Hats are like sort of 2 levels, quote unquote, worse than the Sorcerer's Habits. The Sorcerer's Habits pair with the Sorcerer's Hats, but they are significantly cheaper and only have 1 less magic, and so it ends up being a good balance of the amount of gil it takes versus the amount of magic it grants. And for the most part, 1 point of magic does not make the biggest deal, and those Mage's Hats give enough magic to hit the specific damage thresholds we need. Interestingly, the one big one is not any of the coming bosses in particular, but an enemy that appears with one of the next bosses. In order to kill him in 1 round, we need a certain amount of magic, and that's what that lets us reach, and that's really sort of the most important one.
Yep.
But along the way, there's actually quite a few chests. Zero just passed a possible. Oh gosh, it's been so long I forget. Is that not the Viking coat?
Pirate hat.
Pirate hat, right. So there's a pirate hat. There was another chest before that, which could have had a headband, I think.
Yep.
And then there's like a bone mail up ahead. There's just like several chests that we're aware of. But the pirate hat, or the pirate hat and the headband are kind of out of the way in that either out of the way or enemies will attack you if you try and pick them up. So we don't even bother checking them if our gil is reasonably okay, which is in this case. I think the bone mail is not as far out of the way, and you can just take a look, but it's also less than 50% chance to have bone mail even if it spawns.
Yeah, a lot of them are pretty low chance of having the items. So if these are better chance, I would go for them more often, but I'm not gonna bother.
There's a few more 50% chance that are guaranteed chests, like there's a Elixir or Gaia hat, and then there's even past that there's a Black Mask or Elixir, and so those we'll mostly go for if we need gil. The Gaia hat sells for like 3,500, and the Black Mask is like 6,700.
68, I think.
6,800, which is a nice little injection of gil. So in this area, this is the Silica Wood. Got a nice little calm music going on in the area, but the enemies here are about the same level as what we were facing before with the jellies. However, we're not going to bother. What we really have to do here is that there's a gate that we want to open. In order to do that, we have to collect Moogle workers. So there's just one Moogle hanging out by the gate, and we have to bring over all of his workers for them to fix the gate and open it. This is sort of one of the holy grails for FF12 speedrunning, would be finding a way to get through this gate without having to finish all the story triggers before it. Because if you could do that, it would let you skip the whole Still Shrine and Judge Bergen, and you could just do more jellies to make up for the LP you lose there, and it would let you skip ahead. But no way has been found yet. We know it's possible to get through here though, because not that it's possible, but the sequence break wouldn't break the game because a runner named Purry Purry just took a save and then edited it so that the character was past this gate without having completed the previous story triggers, and you can get all the way through. There's actually some pretty crazy stuff that happens if you do that. Or if you have Larsa in your party at that point, then when you pick up Redas will replace Larsa, but the skin won't change, and so you'll get Larsa's skin pasted over Redos's body, and it looks very weird. But we haven't found a way of doing that legitimately, so we have to proceed the normal way. So anyway, in order to get through this area, we just have to run through this Leeka Wood. There's 4 different little gazebos, each one having a couple Moogles at it. We just have to pretty much go to all of them. This is just a traveling salesman problem that we've solved, and we know the fastest route around.
Yeah, so the enemy I usually set up Traveler on did not spawn, so I had to pick up another one. And that one gives me a little bit tighter step route to the next boss. Which is hopefully not gonna matter, but we shall see.
Is there any time for donations?
Yes.
Yes.
This is relatively quiet until the next boss. Okay.
These ones are starting to hurt, but it seems like everyone is hopping on this $5 pun train. So let's go, and maybe people in the audience can also help us rate these puns. All right, we have $5 from Dukin that says, "Where do the residents of Spira learn to summon Aeons?" The university. Hashtag Final Fantasy jokes. Final Fantasy X jokes. God.
That was definitely a Panaga.
That was good.
That might have even been a Panacha.
I honestly think that was pretty good. We also have $5 from Cyberworm that says, "You might be ballsy, but a character in Final Fantasy XII is balthier."
Nice.
We also have $5 from Panello. Interesting name there. Why does Cloud go to the gym? For the Gainsborough.
Nice.
Well, let's hope I can get through this donation reading shift, but if you want to keep those $5 puns coming, we would absolutely love them. And just a reminder, $5 can provide education for one child, giving them the tools they need to continue their education so they may become pun masters like you. Who knows? But anyways, keep them coming. Thank you.
Maybe they'll even get to university at some point.
Yeah, university.
I'm ashamed to say it took me a minute to get that university one.
To be fair, I wasn't expecting a Final Fantasy X pun in a Final Fantasy XII run, but it's still
Fair.
Pretty good.
Fair.
So speaking of Mooglegate, FF10, I actually had a dream the other night where Harvey found a skip where an enemy or NPC pushed you to a trigger, like in FF10 you do the skips.
Yeah.
Some of the skips like that. In that way, and you were able to get out of bounds and go all the way to the final bosses with that, like past Mooglegate and stuff. And,
that would be nice, if only.
And also, weirdly enough, in that dream, the characters were, or like the game looked very much like FF13, but it was FF12. But
It's just like the remaster.
It was like it was like the character models were just like in FF13, and the area, like how the characters move, the engine was like FF13 base in my dream, and that was then I woke up and I'm like, why did this have to? Why did this new skip have to happen right before ESA? And then I realized, oh wait,
that one moment, that tech that Zero is talking about for Final Fantasy X, we actually understand it a lot better right now. And I'll just briefly say, you basically, by walking into a cutscene and talking to an NPC at the same time, you can unlock your movement and lets you move while the cutscene is playing. And that lets you get skips because a lot of those dialogues advance the story, and you can basically go to the next area without advancing the story. And if you're not at the right point in the story, the next cutscene won't play. And so it basically lets you skip ahead or skip some cutscenes by not being in the right point in the story. There's several checkpoints where it fixes the story, and so you don't skip everything by skipping one thing, but it's just like lets you get ahead. I'll also mention really quickly that Zero just ran by a Moogle. In this version of the game, it gives you Quasimodo boots, which sells for like 600 gil or something.
I think it's 400.
400 gil, and it lets you... the Quasimodo boot makes you resist poison, I think.
Sap.
Which is sap. Which is...
I think it might be poison in... it might be sap and poison in TZA. I'm not
That
sure
would make
about
sense.
that, though.
Okay, so it might be sap and poison in TZA. However, that Moogle does not give you Quasimodo boots in TZA. He gives you a sash, which also has a different effect in TZA, which is it gives you a lot of speed. And so that's actually been used in a few of the TZA speedruns because a big boost of speed makes your bows and ninja swords do more damage. But we use staves and magic in this version, and he doesn't give the sash anyway. So just thought I'd mention that along the way. But now we're on the Fawn Coast. We don't stay here too long. We just pass straight through here. But this Fawn Coast camp is a place where we can pick up a chocobo, and we can also buy several very important things. So first and foremost, we're going to be buying the Reflect Mail, or the Mirror Mail, which gives Vaughn Reflect as long as he's wearing it. This is really nice, not only because it lets us have Reflect on him without having to cast it, it also lets us remove Reflect at will in case we ever want to recast Decoy on him. So that's what we've been using to draw the aggro onto Vaughn. And that lets us do that dynamically. We're also going to pick up a few spells, Bio and Dispel. We also used to buy Death here, but the new version of the Brain Pans, which is what we use Death for, does not use Death, and so we've saved quite a bit of gil from that. We'll get more into that later on, but Bio and Dispel. Stock up on items if we need them, like Phoenix Downs or Remedies, High Potions. And then I think that's it. We can also sell the Ruby Ring at any time. Like I said, we used to actually use that, but now it's just like I think like 6.75k gil. It's very nice. We can also start selling our older armor, top cappy hat, light woven shirt. We don't really need these things anymore. Oh, it's only 4,250. Okay. Oh man, sold all but 2 teleport stones. That's scary. Don't press the wrong input.
Yeah, I was thinking of that, but I'm like, well, maybe I should have kept a couple of teleport stones more than usual.
Just don't mess up.
Yeah.
The one mess up from here that I've actually seen more than one time is accidentally teleporting from Balfenheim to Still Shrine instead of Mount Bromises. For some reason, I've just seen that happen multiple times.
Oh yeah, that's one I sometimes almost do, but I don't think I've ever actually done it.
I think I've done it twice, and I saw a Japanese runner do it once.
But the good thing about that one is that you still have 1 teleport stone remaining and can teleport back to Balfenheim to buy more teleport stones.
True. Okay, you're safe. So I guess the
bad one is if you misteleport from going back to Balfenheim.
I actually did that in one of my TZA runs. I went, for some reason I just brain farted and I went from Giruvegan to Fawn Coast. And so I just had to run to the Stroby Step and then Balfenheim.
Makes me question why did you even have a Fawn Coast crystal available, but I'm sure there was a reason.
I think that was when I still did some farming in the Fawn Coast on the way to Cheetah.
Yeah.
So now we've made it to Cheetah Uplands. We actually don't find anything here. We just run straight through. But we do pick up the mark here that we mentioned right at the beginning. The first mark was the Rogue Tomato. We fought him just because it was a story necessary, and that was the only official mark we do. There's the unofficial mark here, which is the question mark, mark. And what it is the Mandragoras. So the next boss is the Mandragoras. This is a Traveler boss, and it's a very, very delicate one because there are 5 Mandragoras, and those 5 Mandragoras are each at I think it's 9690 HP,
No, it's
At the start?
9069.
9069. Okay, I knew it was 969 and a 0. I just forgot the order. But that puts them below the range for a max damage traveler. However, they do not move together, and so the goal is going to be to try and manage your steps in such a way that you can hit them when they're all close together, which might not even happen. And if it doesn't happen, try and hit as many of them as possible. Whoever is left, we can typically clean up with spells, but the more that's left, the more chances there are for something to go wrong. And so we'll see how many of them we're going to hit. Once again, set the girls into Spellbreaker. And now it's going to be just a short run to the actual Mandragoras. Nothing interesting is going to happen until we reach the Mandragoras. So if there are any donations, now would be a good time.
Roosta, there's way too many coming in. We're not going to keep up with this. Like,
I know at least one of them too. So
there's been a joke made that I'm about to hit my limit break with how much puns we're getting in.
Why would you make puns if you hate them yourself?
I don't. It's a good question. All right, on to the donations. We have one from you, Roosta. I wonder why. $5 saying these puns will reduce Ashwin to ashes. It's very true. Thank you for that, Roosta. We also got $5 from Zenaris that says, Final Puntasy. I'm in. What do you call it when Terra from Final Fantasy VI makes a mistake? Terrible.
Oh, I think that pun was terrible. Or maybe terrific.
Terrific.
I haven't decided yet.
All right, let me. Do you have time for two more or one more?
One more.
Okay, one more. All right. We have $5 from Cladlike that says, knock knock. Who's there? Interrupting Moogle. Knock knock. Who's there? Kupo! And that's the whole donation. Thank you so much. And, when we get another moment, we'll read some more puns for every one of you.
I think that Moogle one could have worked better if it was read by the intended deliverer, because I don't know, the text transmit how well it went through text. I don't know if it was ideal. But anyway, we've reached the next boss, the Mandragoras. So we actually got the key from the guy who gave us the mark. If you forget to pick up the mark, you won't have the key and you have to backtrack. And it's about 500 steps, and I know that because I've done it and ran back and then got here, and I still have the right traveler number, roughly. So you lose about 1,000 steps doing that. So Zero is standing still, and he's going to be moving very carefully to try and position himself near the Mandragoras when they all hopefully group together, and we'll see how many of them he can hit at once. He's casting Traveler early because one will only actually trigger the Traveler once he's within range of them, so he can stand far away and then work accordingly. So that was 4 hit. That's quite good. The reason why this fight can turn into a mess is that the Mandragoras have AoE status effect spells or techniques like Pollen and Screech. Scream. So if those hit you, it can just turn into a disaster, and the more of them there are left, the more that the more they can go wrong. But when you hit 4, you can take care of one no problem, especially because you can time it so that your spells kill him before his technique can hit you. And so if there's only one left, you're pretty much guaranteed to have a good fight. So that was a 4 hit and was quite good.
Yeah, that went really smoothly. I've been having some troubles with that fight lately, and I couldn't be happier for that fight. I guess 5 hit would have been better, but that's pretty much as good as it's gonna get without a 5 hit.
So, the next boss is Ahriman. He's pretty much just a wraith that's just hanging out in this dungeon that's going to block our way. There's no real story significance to him as far as I know. But in terms of difficult bosses, this was originally one of the more difficult bosses in the speedrun. Now, the reason for this is that this boss has a mechanic where when he reaches 60% HP, he divides into 2. And then you can kill, or he divides into himself and a clone who has low HP, but can cast all the same moves. Now, the killing one clone is not a problem. However, when he reaches 40 HP, he then divides into himself and 3 clones for 4 total, which, gets worse, but it's still pretty manageable. And then when he reaches 20% HP, he divides into 7 clones in himself for 8 total. So it could really turn into a mess at the end. He also gains damage resist at 60% HP. And that damage resist is not 1/3. I think it's, I actually don't know, 70%?
It's, it's 70 or 30%.
30% reduction.
So.
Yeah, so he starts doing that. However, we have iterated through a variety of different strategies, and the current version we have now is probably the best version. And we take advantage of something called ATB clogging, which we've only briefly discussed. Now, what this ATB clogging is there's something called the effect capacity, and the effect capacity is 8. And what this means is that you can only cast 8 spells with 1 effect capacity each at a time. Now, there are some things that have more than 1 effect capacity, like a Fyra has 2. We'll eventually get Fyraga, which has 4. And the important thing here is that Divide, his ability, it has some effect capacity, and we also have a Warp Mote. And now Warp Mote has an effect capacity at 8. So as long as a Warp Mote is trying to cast, nothing else can happen. So what we're basically going to do is we're going to set it up and try and get him just above 60% HP. And once he's at that point, we can start casting our next round of spells. And then while we're casting these spells, we're going to freeze him with Belias. Now, Belias and all of the mist moves have this special property where when they're in the queue, nothing else can happen. And so we call this Belias freezing, or mist freezing. And so basically he's gonna be unable to teleport, he's gonna be unable to cast any other moves, and importantly, he'll be unable to gain damage resist, because he can't gain that damage resist until he casts his next move. So he's gonna be frozen, he's gonna be not damage resist, so he'll be at 60% HP, and we can hit him with a full round of spells without the damage resist. Now, after this, what's going to happen is he's going to teleport, but we're going to queue up a potion and then a warp mote. And so this warp mote will get in the queue after the potion, so it's going to go potion and then warp mote and then his divide. And so he won't be able to divide as long as the warp mode is casting. And so what this will mean is that we can get up to him before he even starts dividing, and then we can hit him with another round of spells before he divides. And then he'll try and teleport to divide again, and then when he teleports back, we'll just kill him before having to deal with a single clone. So this is all going to happen very quickly. I wanted to step through it really quickly. Now that I've sort of briefly mentioned it all, we can actually see what's going to happen. So it's going to take 4 spells from each girl to get him to above 60% HP. So we've already done 3 from each, from Reflects. And then we're going to hit him with 2 more spells. And now we reset the girls. So normally, if we didn't reset them, they would have casted 2 more each, but because we changed their equipment, they're going to restart their spells. Now we use Belias to freeze, hit him with a full round of 6 spells, and then Potion, Warp Mode. So he didn't travel far, that was very nice. Reset again, then with a full round. Now he has damage resist. And then he's forced to teleport back to us for some reason. We don't fully understand this, but we can take advantage of this to hit him right when he gets back. Yeah. Nice, okay. That was lucky. So, what Zero did there was he used Belias to freeze him, but he started the Belias freeze just a little bit too early at the very last round, and so Ash's Fyra was frozen before it could actually go off. This is Ashilia Bonargan, not Ashwin. And so he had to go into the menu, and the idea would be if you reset Vaughn, then you could restart the Belias freeze. However, the problem is that just going into the menu is enough to disable the freeze for a moment. So he left the menu, but then that gave Ashilia's Fyra enough time to start. However, because of that, Ahriman could also teleport away, but the spells started hitting after he teleported, so everything was okay. And it was a very good Ahriman.
Yep.
And so this next area, there's several traps here. You want to have a float mote to cast in order to get by the traps. However, Zero did not get enough float motes to actually use a float mote here. You want to save one of your float motes for the second to last Esper, Ashmole. And so Zero just memorized where the chest, or nearly memorized where the chests are. Runs actually have been lost in this area, but as long as you basically know where the chests or the traps are, you should be
Interesting.
fine. Whoa, I've never seen that one before.
Me neither.
But yeah, so as long as you make it through that area, you should be pretty safe. But yeah, that's the Sochin Cave Palestine, and now we're gonna head into Arcades. We've got a few story-related things here, and sort of a mini game called Chops to get through. But other than that, it's gonna be about 15 minutes. That's relatively slow. If there are any more puns.
So would it be now or later that we would
Now
do
would be the
puns?
time.
Okay. All right, let's go, because I do have some saved up here for all of you. $5 from Gorka Girl that says, wow, so many jokes in the donations. Did someone cast Pandaga? We also have $5 from Dukin that says, why did the Maesters start wearing glasses? So they could see more. Hashtag Final Fantasy X jokes.
Nice. I approve.
We also have a wonderful $50 donation from Anonymous. No comment attached. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for the $50. $5 from Drakith that says, thanks for all the great work you do. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Drakith. I'm having such a great time in this run, and I hope all of you are as well. We also have $5 from Panello that says, I'm enjoying the Final Fantasy X puns, Ash, but if you want to walk away, we'd understand. That one hurt. Oh my god. And we also have $50 from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you yet again for all of those incredible donations, and really nice to see that all of you are putting them towards incentives. I will let you know that the one that they seem to go primarily towards right now will be the SRM showcase for The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask all dungeons. So if we meet that goal, Genesis will do a showcase to show off some of the arbitrary stuff possible through stale reference manipulation. And if I look over here, it seems we're $887 out of 1,000 to get that met. So I would say, let me do the quick mental math here, $113 to go to get that met. So yeah, you want to keep those puns coming. We'll see if we can actually meet this during this run. Thanks, everyone.
That was quite a nice pun blitz. I would say that the donators are on fire.
Oh my god. You had to stick me with that Final Fantasy X pun, didn't you?
I told you I like puns.
I thought the Waka one was bad enough and the Seymour one, but you had to squeeze an Oron one in there too.
I was inspired.
Yeah, if anyone wants to top those, feel free.
Won't be hard. So we just met one of Balthier's old friends. It turns out Balthier is a Arcadian. He's actually the son of Dr. Sid, and he knows, so he's from Arcades, or he's been to Arcades, and so he knows this guy Jules, who's an information broker. So basically, you give him some money, and he'll help you get past these two guards if you, arrange some information, changing hands here. So we talked to a few people, talked about a lucky bag of coins, and so that distracted these guards, and now we can get through. This is just basically mandatory story gil that you have to give him. You give him some here, and you give him a little bit more later, and he helps you get through these areas.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no way to get around giving money to Jules. If you don't have the money, it's not Jules' problem. He won't let you get past.
Not only that, but technically, at least within this, what's happening in the story, you shouldn't have to give him the second gil, because you find out afterwards that Balthier gave him chops to give you guys, but because Jules is not nice, he decided to take your money instead.
So here, I need to go and talk to Gab, and he's like, well, you can either have 9 chops or a million gil to ride. Like, if you don't have 9 chops, you need to pay million gil to ride this, ride the cab. And Penelope's like, that's insane. But even if you actually have a million gil, you can't pay the million gil to skip this. So you still have to get the chops.
So why don't you just get a million gil, Smile? Actually, can you actually get the gil? Like, I never actually knew whether you could just get through.
You cannot get through with the gil. So even if you have gil, Penelope will just say, that's too much. Let's not do that. And so we don't do that. Even if we had the gil. You can buy chops for 200,000 gil each. And buying 9 chops would be then, what? 180,000 gil? Is that correct? Or is it 1,800,000? Wait. Hold on.
I'm not sure.
Math.
That's too much math, especially when you don't actually have to do it.
I think it's 180,000 gil. So you would get away cheaper that way.
Remember those 15 minutes that we said we had
Yep.
for read anything? Can I read a few more donations in the
That
meantime?
would be a great time.
Okay, but first I just want to let you all know that we actually met the incentive to get the SRM showcase for Majora's Mask all dungeons. So thank you everyone for making that possible. I'm pretty sure that's going to be really exciting to see once we come up on it. Yeah, let's continue with this pun train. All right, we have $100 from Major Undead with no comment, but thank you so much, Major Undead. That is so incredibly kind of you. We have one from Argig here that I'm reluctant to read. $5 saying, we're punning? Let's see what I can come up with. Since Ashwin is playing Final Fantasy IX at the moment, here's one. What do you call Ashwin after all these puns? Zidane. I give it a bash, but I'm gonna quinna while I'm ahead. God. It took me a second to fulfill that one. Oh my. Okay, Argig, thank you for the $5. I'm a little dead after that one. We also have $30 from Annan that says, the commentators are sure talking a lot. Make sure to drink a cup of warm Scythe broth to safeguard your throats.
There are actually Sephira in this speedrun, one of the later bosses, so that's not even just an FF7 pun.
And we have $5 from Panello that says, what do you do if you're a Final Fantasy VII character and someone shoots your arm off? Just grin and bear it.
Bear it.
Oh, you finishing my...
I got that one.
Nice.
The excitement from Rooster there's like, wait, I know this.
I got it.
Thank you so much, everyone. Keep them coming. And now that we've managed to meet one incentive here, just to let you know that there is a Windraker run coming up where you actually get to contribute to a file name. And we do have some pun-like names here. We got Lank, Lonk, and Lunk. So, and several others. So when you're donating, make sure to put it towards an incentive if you want to influence the file names of several games that we have during this event. But yeah, have a great time. Thanks. Bring them, keep them coming.
Yeah, we've finished this quest now. This is also something that changed between the Zodiac Age and the original version. And this one you need to do 9?
9 here, yes.
9 chops. And then in the newer version you have to do 3. So they realized how annoying it was to go through and do all these. So in the Zodiac Age version, you can take care of all of the chops just in that one area. But here we had to go around. We also went to pick up Iroga, but you could do that on the way in. It's a little bit nice because every time you zone out, the NPCs reset their positions. And so if you do Iroga while halfway through chops, it resets positions and makes it a little bit more consistent. But we finished that now, and so we've made it through Arcades, and we can now go into Draclord Laboratory. This is like a one-time dungeon. You can't backtrack to here. And there's a few like quote-unquote missable things in here, but there's nothing really good. And so we pretty much just go straight through and fight the boss, who is Dr. Sid.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So here's a bit of like you need to tell the cap dude that you know where to go, or otherwise you go back to the areas where I got the chops. And it's not the default option, so you have to be careful with your inputs. And actually, the Japanese world record right now takes the wrong option, and that costs like a minute. So that's a thing that happens even to the best.
So this area is actually pretty annoying because you just want to get through here as fast as possible. However, there's guards that are going to try and stop you, and there's an elevator that you have to get through, which has a chance of just having guards inside of it that you just have to wait for. Other than that, it's just a matter of solving the bulkheads puzzle, which is, we have it mapped out, so we know which rooms to go into, which bulkheads to open. And then enemies will spawn outside the doors after you open them, so it's just a matter of running from everything. This is also a place where I get the impression from my experiences that it's easier in the Japanese version because less enemies seem to hit you. Damage just adds up, and you don't have any, Larsa healing you, so you kind of just have to use potions.
Yep. Been using a little bit of potions everywhere, but this is you definitely want to have like at least 4 or 5 half potions going in. I have 8, so I should be fine. But shall see.
But yeah, your kill is now pretty good, especially with that ruby ring. So having to use some high potions isn't a big deal.
And I got the Gaia hat as well, so.
I don't know if I've ever had to deal with Vaughn having Berserk at this point, though. That's interesting. Now, Bosch is not one of our main party members, and so he... Oof. Oh, statue troll is quite annoying. Yikes. But after getting on this elevator, so he almost game overed, but did not. There won't be any guards approaching you for a while, so you have time to recover and heal up. When was your last save, by the way?
Before Mandy's.
Oh, okay. You did save. Wait, where did you save?
In the cheetah lens.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, right. And then I thought you did set up in the Silica Wood, but yeah, now that I think about it, you did set up before the zone line. So, 20 minutes ago, it'd be pretty annoying to die now. Since, yeah, what I got cut off from saying before because I was worried is that the only person with armor, or the only people with armor right now are the girls, Ash and Penelo, and Vaughn. So, you saw Bosch just took 1,000 damage while running to the elevator. So everyone but the main 3 members will die from one attack to pretty much any enemy now. And so Vaughn having Berserk there was actually quite annoying. You could Dispel, but, I think Zero thought it was going to wear off before it became a problem.
Also, I didn't have anyone in the party who had Dispel because Penelo was at a party.
Okay, yeah. I thought it was Vaughn.
I've actually never thought about Dispelling before there.
I thought about it for like half a second. I was like, oh, nobody has the license now. But now that I think about it again, I'm like, wait, no, of course Penelo has it.
Yep. This is not your typical or Draclor, by the way.
Yeah, it should not be this bad. This is also why I mentioned that on the Japanese version, you just don't get hit as much. But here, Zero's getting hit a lot. It can be very annoying. It's also sort of spiraling out of control just because of how bad the elevator was.
Yeah.
But it's nice to keep the girls alive too, because they can heal they can use potions while you are while you're moving between the door and the bulkheads. And also, if Vaughn is using an item, while the item's on the action cooldown, he can't interact with the bulkhead or the door. And so that's why he was just literally standing at the door. He was just waiting for the action to queue, or clear the queue. So. But yeah, this is the last bulkhead. Only the first elevator control, luckily. So once we get to the next elevator, we'll be good to go. And there's a save point right before the next boss, Sid, which is very nice because it gets you a full heal to make up for everything, all the the death and mayhem that's been happening here. So
also, it allows me to save right before the deadliest boss of the run.
Yeah, I think Sid is generally considered to be the deadliest boss. Sid 2 used to be one of the worst, but he's actually gotten a lot better recently with the new strategies and the Viking coat skip and all this. But the reason, so the way this next boss works is Sid spawns with 4 rooks. What you have to do is you have to kill one of the rooks first, and that triggers a cutscene which moves you to the next part of the fight. The danger of the fight really comes from killing that first rook, because the first rook, you're relying on reflecting from 3 different people onto one of 5 enemies. I say 5, it's really only 2 or 3 possible because it's going to be one of the closest ones. But if the spells get split between multiple targets, if they happen to be, one is closer to one girl and the other is closer to the other, or Vaughn, then it splits the damage, and then it becomes a matter of repeating this until you get all of the spells on one of the rooks. Even if they all hit the same rook, it's still possible for a damage roll to happen to not kill that first rook. But this specifically is the enemy I mentioned before that all its equipment is for, because killing this one rook in one round is a big deal. Once this is done, then it'll move into a cutscene, and then we can just use Traveler plus spells to kill the rest of the rooks, and then we can just use reflected spells to kill Sid. So that's not that bad, but while all of this is going on, Sid has a gun which ignores damage, which ignores defense, and can has a 5% chance to crit. So it's just a crit at a bad time, you just die. If your spells get split and things get messy, you die. If it takes too many spells, then you run out of MP and you'll probably die. So there's just a lot of things that can go wrong. When the fight goes well, it's not too bad. Especially if you just kill the first rook in one round, then everything's fine. You'll also notice here that Zero gave the glacial staves to the girls, the glacial staff. Well, we're using bio for this fight, which is non-elemental damage, but the glacial staves have 1 more magic power, and so it's slightly better to use the glacial staves.
Yeah, a slightly better chance for the first rook to die.
Yeah. Without the glacial staves, it's like a little bit below 50%. With it, it's well above 50%, I believe. I forget the exact damage numbers now at level 25. So Zero tries to put everyone in a line, because if they're in a line, they should be equally distant from the rook. And so, yeah, first try kill, no problem. So this should be a good fight. But because of how often that goes wrong, it makes this probably the most dangerous single fight in the run. So there you go. That's all there is to it. There's one other little thing that's sort of going on there, which is that after all the rooks die, while the rooks are alive, Sid has a damage resistance, and he also gets eventually gains damage immunity. Then when the rooks die, that drops. And so once the rooks die, he hastes himself and starts running starts walking towards the back of the room. And then once he reaches the back of the room, he casts that S27 tokamak or whatever. So that gives you a bunch of free time to reflect a bunch of bios and kill him. If he gains shell, which is possible if you don't kill the first rook quickly, you can just dispel it and then kill him. But other than that, that's pretty much all there is to the fight. You just got to stay alive until all the rooks die and then kill him. But it's really that very first phase that Zero made look very easy that caused that to be such a dangerous fight. That's also our last
use of Traveler.
Our last forced use of Traveler. There's still a few other possible places where it can be useful.
Yep.
That's the last one where we have to hit him for 99xx damage. But like there's a few, like we can use this Traveler setup to actually hit the next Esper if he doesn't die to the first few spells. And then later on, there's one more boss that can get damage roll that can be killed with the Traveler right at the end. But
yeah,
that's the last one that's actually stressful, or the last one you have to pay attention to.
Yeah, but if we have any more punations, now would be a good time.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a break before the next boss.
Okay. Well, we have 2 donations here. $5 from Polster that says, I don't know much about Final Fantasy, so give me a few moments and a cup of coffee, or Kupo coffee, to do some research. Alright, Polster, I'm waiting for you to get back to me on this one. And we also have $35 from Mathia Griffin that says, can't wait to see how the end of how this run ends with all the boss fights. Thank you so much, Mathia. That is really awesome of you. And that's what we have for donations right now. But there was something that I did want to mention. And it's completely slipping my mind at the moment. Incentives, yes. You can actually put a lot of your donations towards incentives. There is a bonus game that we're trying to meet here, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. We can unlock Sega Bass Fishing, any percent, right after Mario Party 7 Solo Cruise. If anyone wants to try and make that happen, we're at $377 out of 1,500, and quite a few incentives coming up for name files for, let's see. We have Skylar and Plux has some name incentives, and so does The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, so take a look at them as you're making your donations and see whether you want to put them towards any one cause that may influence a run. And yeah, keep those puns coming if you want to.
So, I got one. The next boss is called Rafflesia. With all these puns, I'm just sitting here raffleaging.
Oh my god. Oh. Actually, I do have something wholesome. Zero, there are a lot of people here that are referencing you as the Thor speedrunning Final Fantasy. And I have to say your hair is actually really incredible. I love it. I was kind of wondering, and this is only whether you're comfortable with it. Are you willing to do a hair flip for us if we donate a certain amount? Let's say maybe $50.
Maybe, we'll see.
Okay. All right.
I'll try at least.
Well, I mean, it could be like towards the end of the run.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can get a nice hair flip.
So would you say that these bosses are getting finished? Because they're being killed by Zero?
Maybe. I would say I'm finished, but...
Really forgot that I had my Zero stab emote.
It's okay. I'm just sitting here smiling in the backdrop.
Crossing the finish line, that's a good one. So yeah, okay, so the next boss is Rafflesia. This is actually a surprisingly dangerous fight. It's not dangerous in the sense that something could go wrong, but it's dangerous in the sense that if something goes wrong, it's pretty much just a game over. The reason why this is such a dangerous boss is that he has a magic draining field, and so it causes your MP to not even just gradually, to rapidly decay. So if you pay attention during this fight, you'll see that the magic or the MP numbers are dropping quickly. However, we're doing so much damage so fast. He's weak to wind magic, and we have Eroga plus Cherry Staves, Reflect and Spellbreaker. And so we're doing massive damage, and we have War Mage on both girls, which causes them to regenerate MP very quickly, or, from the damage they're doing. And so you'll see the numbers going down and then up with each consecutive hit. But this guy only has one attack that we have to worry about during the fight, and that's Nectar Volley, and it's single target. However, it's effect capacity 8. So you'll notice that the Erogas are just sitting there being unable to cast while Nectar Volley's there. But then once that goes through, it's fine. Also, Nectar Volley is quite annoying because it does good damage and it also inflicts sap 100%. However, the Sword of Kings that Vaughn is currently holding has a 30% evasion, so he got the lucky 30% there and blocked it. It's very nice. So in this next area, there's a rare game called Juggernaut, who only spawns within a 10-minute window of real in-game time. And let's see, did you get him?
I actually beat it.
You're actually there before. So for a while, actually I would say for the bulk of the time that speedrunning this game was a thing, we could not get here in time for Juggernaut to spawn. And then we reached the point where we were good enough to get here while he spawns. So if you get so usually you kill Sid around 4 hours and 10 to 20 minutes, but it's in-game time, so you get here at 4 hours and something minutes. But now Zero is actually here before he would spawn, so this is actually still quite a good run, even with the saves and everything. So yeah, getting here before Juggernaut is now mandatory for world record. So what Zero did here was he dispelled Pinello because he wanted to immobilize her. This is a relatively new tech. For a while here, we would actually just not use the girls at all. But a new sequence of that dispel and then immobilize and then a too far warp was used to allow us to despawn. And it's actually quite nice. There's a little puzzle in this area. If you actually examine the little center of these giant gazebos, it says something like the mirage yields the true way or something. But basically, when you sit at the center of these circles and you spin the camera around, only one of the exits shows the mirage of a forest. And so you have to just find which way it is. It's actually random, so you do have to actually look in the speedrun, but there's only a fixed collection of paths it could be, and we basically have those memorized. So once Zero sees which way we have to go, yeah, he basically guessed the right way.
Yeah, there was 3 possibilities there. Now there are 3 more possibilities here, and then now I know which path it is. That possibility was actually the first This route that I got is actually one of the longest ones, because it has me to go through four of these shrines, and
there's also the Gear Vaganus in the middle, who can be a little bit annoying. He's the one enemy here who cannot be despawned. This chest that Zero is at is there's 3 possible chests that can spawn there. And it can have one of them can have an X potion, one of them can have a Deathbringer.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, Deathbringer. And then the other one was the Insanguine Shield. The Insanguine Shield was the one he got, no X potion or Deathbringer. The Insanguine Shield is actually a really awesome weapon, or a really awesome shield. It inflicts sap and poison, but it has... And slow, but it has a very high evasion. I think it's like 95 or
90 evasion, and then more with shield blocks.
Oh right, 90 evasion, and yeah, shield blocks give you, I think, like plus 5%.
Yeah, they give like an extra roll. So like I think they give like an extra 5% roll. So there's a 90% roll, and then there's a 5% roll if you have.
Oh, okay, nice. And so if you have the shield blocks and the Entanglement Shield, it makes you almost guaranteed to block most attacks, or any enemy that doesn't have null EVA, of which there are actually some very annoying enemies with null EVA. However, there was a while where we actually messed around with the idea of using the null EVA as of using the Insanguine Shield on the final bosses, but it's just a little bit too complicated to keep track of your HP and worry about losing it and also licensing and equipping it. And unfortunately, it sells for 0 gil because nobody wants a shield that will poison and sap them while they hold it. But so that's a little bit unlucky. The Deathbringer is worth a good chunk of gil, so if you do get it, it's quite nice. Zero was also being very careful at that chest because it spawns. Those 3 chests spawn on top of a trap, so he just stayed just outside of range of the trap while opening the chest. Now this next boss, Daedalus, we're going to use for the first time something called the Underflow glitch. Now, the Underflow glitch is a really amusing glitch that was eventually patched in the game. Even in the later releases of this, the greatest hits version of it had this patch. But what this does is, the way chances to inflict status ailments work is you take the base chance for that ability, you subtract the monster's vitality or the ally's vitality, and then you add the magic of the character. And so after doing that, if the resulting chance is less than 0, then it becomes 100% and it's guaranteed to inflict. So this is part of why we wanted to keep Balthier and Fran at lower levels. So Balthier is level 12, has low magic, and so if you do the chance for Confuse plus Balthier's magic minus the vitality for Daedalus, which is very high, it's less than 0, and so he's guaranteed to inflict Confuse here. Oh, is it? Okay, so Harvey just corrected me. It's actually just the PAL Platinum where it was fixed. But in IZJS and Zodiac Age, this is patched, so you can't do this anymore. So here, Daedalus actually has some pretty scary attacks. Ice Break, Tremor, Smite. And so those are all pretty scary, but if you just confuse him over and over again, he can't even cast his first spell, which is Darkra, which is actually not even that bad because it reflects off of you. It heals him, but not for much. And so you can just run in circles, cast your Confuse to keep him confused, and that's all there is to it. And also Daedalus halves elements, and so that's why we use Bio. That's pretty much the whole point of Bio, is it's not as good as any of the elemental spells, but it's better than half as good as those elemental spells, and so therefore they... Bio is better than a halved Fyra or Fyraga. Or it's actually, in this case, it's not better than a halved Fyraga, but we couldn't afford Fyraga at this point. We buy Fyraga later. Fyraga also has a little bit of an issue in that you can only cast 2 Fyragas at once. You can't do 2 Fyragas and Confuse. But that's just a minor detail. So
Bio is actually a little bit stronger than the elemental spells, but because we have the staves to boost them.
Right, exactly.
It comes out as a weaker one.
Yeah, the staff boost is 50%, and the halving, or the resistance is 50%. So when you combine those, you get basically 0.75, and then Bio is actually stronger base damage than Fyra. So there's a few more bosses, and there's actually a boss later on that is immune to all of the spell elements we have, and so we have to use Bio on him. Other than that, though, we're going to focus on the elements now. So, continuing on, we've got a little bit of movement tech going on here. So, we left Pinello at the very start of the zone so that anything that we run into, we can just swap leaders, and the game removes the enemy just because it's an optimization. Now, this is interesting because some people consider it a glitch, but the underflow trick that I just told you about is definitely a glitch because it was removed from later versions of the game. However, the party leader despawning was not removed from any version of the game. It's always there. So you can make an argument that, and it's a well-known behavior, so you can make an argument that it's actually just a intended optimization of the game and not actually a glitch.
Yeah, we're just abusing the
limitations of the engine, not a glitch. So once again, we leave Pinello at the start of the zone, immobilized. This is so we can despawn things here, and then we have Balthier, and we're going to leave him at a different point. This something similar just happened before, where we left Ash behind to back up. A few seconds, but this next one's actually going to be much more significant. This is a relatively new development, also, where originally we would immobilize two different characters and leave one at the start, and then one at this next point we're going to get to shortly. The new thing here is that we use the too far warp, so that we don't have to actually change the party. You can see we're still using Ash, Balthier, Pinello. That's actually a pretty big optimization. Surprisingly, every time you change the party, not only does it take time in the menu to change the party, but the game has to take time to load and reload party members. So it's a pretty big deal. So yeah, you can see it's saying Balthier's target is too far. And so he can't move, so he's stuck back at the place we want to backtrack to while we go and unlock the switch to get to the next area. But now that you've seen that, we're pretty much going to get to the switch and then go back to Balthier and flee for the rest of the way. And then it's just a short trek to the next boss. So if there are any donations, now could be a good time.
Okay. Yeah. Hi. Hello. Some donations here for you. $5 from Cyberworm that says, here's $5 for Sega Bash Fishing. Yes. We here at ESA do have a bonus run for Sega Bash Fishing. That needs to be met if anyone wants to see that after Mario Party 7. Thank you so much, Cyberworm. We also have $5 from Panello that says, what is the best breed of dog in Final Fantasy? A Baha Mutt. Yes, Panello. Thank you. Thank you for the continued puns. We also have $5 from Paulster that says, hey Ash, research is still ongoing. However, I've run out of coffee. So I need to hop into my van and eject myself from my house to a nearby coffee shop. I sincerely hope you all don't need painkillers from all the reaching I'm doing with my puns.
A sneaky 10-2 pun in there, too.
Uh-huh. I see that. Thank you so much for the donations, everyone. That's all I have right now. Keep them coming if you want to. If you still, want to be on this pun pain train.
I was able to tank all those bash puns.
A painful pun indeed.
I also have to say, I was going to make a Pinello pun right until the first pun from Pinello, and then I switched to the Ash pun. Also, for that last segment, that was good, because we had Ash leading the party and Ash leading the pun train, so it was the double Ash.
It's kind of hard to be on comms here when I just keep hearing my name being dropped left, right, and center, because it's like triggering me every few seconds. I'm like, what? My name? Huh?
Ash is one of the more important characters here, so it's happening a lot.
Also my favorite character, so...
Yeah.
Aw. Hopefully me, not the one on game. In game.
Let's say both.
Do I have to be honest?
You can be honest. That's okay.
Alright, both Ashes are good. But, Yeah, so this next boss is quote-unquote the scariest boss in the run. Maybe the second scariest now because Sid's so bad, but this guy's just really scary because you use the same type of trick as you used on Daedalus, which is the Confuse loop. Vaughn is higher level and higher magic than Balthier, but Tyrant has higher vitality, so you can still underflow even with Vaughn. It's also important because Vaughn has higher NP, and so he's able to confuse for longer. The reason why this boss is so scary is that he is just very fast. Oh, you're missing Reflects. So he's really scary because he's so fast, and so what's as long as you can maintain the Confuse loop, it's totally fine. I'm not sure if I've ever seen him cast Firaga. I guess it's because of no Reflect.
Yeah, because I didn't have Reflect, I forgot to put them on.
So despite this boss being so scary, he's actually reasonably easy to recover in as long as you can maintain that Confuse loop. So, you have to bring in Balthier and Fran here to Phoenix down the girls, then he's going to have to reflect them, but as long as Vaughn can keep the Confuse going, it should be fine. And it's going to be a matter of maintaining that Confuse, running in circles. This is also a high mist zone, which means you have triple MP regen, so as you run in circles, Vaughn's MP will recharge very quickly. Vaughn also has higher MP than Bosch. Bosch was originally the tank for this fight, and so Vaughn can confuse for longer. If Vaughn runs out of MP, though, we might be in a situation where Vaughn has to actually, or someone has to use a MP regeneration item on Vaughn. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see how the confuse goes. Yeah, so it looks like we just missed the setup. And this is really the fight where Glacial Staves are critical. He's weak to Blizzard, or he's weak to Ice, so Blizzard does double damage. Glacial Staves give you a 50% damage boost. But you'll see between a lot of these confuses, Tyrant gets to move towards you just a little bit, and that's really what makes him scary. It's just like he's getting closer and closer. Hopefully he doesn't just hit you. Lunge hits instantly, but if he could do something like Bile or Fireball, it'd be safe. Or even just attack, but Lunge, he can get his Lunge off in time. Oh, so yeah, Vaughn ran out of MP here. Or he's about to run out. So yeah, a little bit crazy at the start there because of that Firaga, but like I said, he maintained the Confuse loop for the whole time, and so he's able to recover, and all is well that ends well. And you can hear that sigh of relief from being past the scariest boss in the run. Now I say quote-unquote the scariest boss in the run because that is Zero's split name for this fight.
Yeah, the fight looks really scary, but it's not actually that... not that bad.
It's not really, like, I mentioned Rafflesia as being a boss where if something goes wrong, you just die. In Tyrant, you can pretty much recover from almost anything because not only can not only can Vaughn confuse, but Balthier also can confuse him. And so it's just a matter of maintaining the confuse loop while you do whatever you need to survive. And so, yeah, that was, Vaughn never died, so that's when things get actually hairy, is when the confused loop breaks, but that never happened, so it wasn't too bad. Now this next area is called the Great Crystal. A lot of people have probably difficult memories of this area, especially because the upper Great Crystal gets extremely confusing, and if your name's not Zero Scar, you probably need a map to navigate it. But even this area gets pretty bad, specifically because of these enemies called Ozes. So the Ozes have an ability called Hellblaster, which has a chance to inflict basically every status ailment and do damage. So anytime it hits, it's really annoying. So after that first chest, you may have noticed that Zero actually swapped party leader from Vaughn to Bosch because he anticipated Vaughn getting hit by Hellblaster, but it actually hit and did not inflict a status ailment, so he actually got lucky there. However, the second hit actually did hit Bosch and did inflict all those status ailments. He's still silenced and blind, even after being brought back to life. That does not matter, though, because Bosch is not doing anything. He's here literally just to tank hits and try and make it so that Vaughn doesn't get hit as much. Yeah, and so they inflict basically every status ailment, and that includes Petrify, which can turn you to stone, Immobilize, which stops you from moving. And it's just a mess. This is also one other area that's they just decided to add extra content from the Japanese version. The Japanese Ozes can use Blaster, but not Hell Blaster. Hell Blaster is just a horrible ability.
Yeah.
It's also instant, so if it starts, there's almost no chance you can get away from it. So right there, Vaughn did not get hit by that Hell Blaster because Bosch is the one who tanked it. And that's basically why you want to keep Bosch around. I actually quite like the music in this area for some reason.
It's definitely one of my favorite tracks. And speaking of, it's probably my favorite area of the game. It's so beautiful, and it's definitely one of the areas that people remember most about this game because of how awful it is for in casual. But once you get to know the place, it's definitely one of my favorites.
You know, we talked about collecting story rocks before, but if you think about it, the Great Crystal is basically a giant story rock, right?
True.
So we went from collecting stones to a sword that can cut stones to now finding a sword that can cut stones in a giant story stone. We're just working our way up. The upper Great Crystal also has a sort of different aesthetic here than here. Here the crystal is really bright and gold, and in the upper Great Crystal the lighting is much more subdued. So that last Hell Blaster hit Vaughn, but it didn't inflict the status ailments. You actually need Vaughn to
not be silenced.
Not be silenced. Yeah, that's the critical one. Is he's going to be casting Immobilize at the start of the next fight. Yeah, you can see how fun that Hell Blaster is. Every time you get hit by Hell Blaster, you lose time, and the Japanese version does not have Hell Blaster, so it's quite nice comparison. But nobody needs LP besides Vaughn, Ash, and Pinello, so it really does not matter what happens to the rest. So for the rest of these bosses throughout the rest of the run, we're generally going to be taking advantage of some weakness the boss has. There's a few where there's no weakness we can take advantage of, but a lot of them have very specific weaknesses. So the weakness that Shimazai has is Shimazai is weak to Immobilize. Again, Immobilize has a relatively low infliction chance, so we can just have Vaughn cast it and Underflow. So Vaughn's if you do Vaughn's magic minus the vitality plus the base chance of Immobilize, it's less than 0, which means that this one Immobilize will inflict for sure and will last for the, almost exactly the length of the fight. And Shimazai has a mechanic where Shimazai's has some elemental weakness and absorbs everything else. And if you hit that weakness, it changes. And so, there's no point even trying to mess with with these with the different elements, and so this is what we have Bio for. So Bio will do non-elemental damage, and we'll take care of the fight. And so Shimazai is going to be immobilized, and he's also going to be targeting Vaughn, and Vaughn is going to run out of range, and so Shimazai will be stuck trying to attack something that it can't move to. And so we're going to put the girls near Shimazai. They'll reflect on him, and Vaughn will just stand out of range. Now, the original version of the strat involved Vaughn re-upping his decoy so that he would be the only one that Shimazai could target. Although recently, we discovered that if you just Belias freeze while the girls are casting their spells, then for some reason, it just forces Shimazai to continue targeting Vaughn. And so, just what you'll see is that Vaughn will cast Immobilize, and then he'll run in circles until he has full MP again, which you need full MP to Belias freeze, and then just going to Belias freeze while the bios are going off, and then cancel the Belias freeze by trying to attack. Yeah, so that's all there is to it. So it takes, this boss has quite a bit of HP, and it takes quite a large number of bios, but you can't do anything because Mobile is stopping the movement. what he's readying here is he has piercing magic, and he's readying. Oh my gosh, shock! I couldn't remember the name. So the shock is piercing and will kill Vaughn for sure. It does like 3,000 damage or something. But since he never gets the chance to get close to Vaughn, he can't cast it, or she. However, the Immobilize does wear off just before the end of the fight. So what you see Zero doing is trying to cast Traveler. And so 2 bios plus a Traveler is 5 effect capacity, and shock is 4. So as the Traveler goes off before the shock has a chance to go off, and the bios will also finish. And what that means is that you'll just barely be able to kill him before the shock goes off. And yeah, that's all it is to Shimazai. And this is the second last dungeon, which is Gearvagan and Great Crystal. And we're done, and so now we can head back to Valfenheim.
Yeah, also remember when we started using the reflected magic threats, we were killing bosses in 1 round. That's not the case anymore.
Not the case anymore. We need to have some extra tech here because everything has way more HP.
Yeah, and remember when we were over-leveled? Now we're about level 25, and the enemies are like level 45.
But now we have a good amount of downtime until the next boss. It's just continuing some story stuff in Valfenheim, so if there are any donations, now would be a great time.
Okay. It does seem that the pun well has dried up. It seems that maybe our MP is a little bit low. Might need an ether to like top that up. But we do have another donation. We have $20 from Chaotic Echo that says, donating for a great cause and an amazing run by Thor. Wearing a graphic tee with himself on it? Power move. Thank you so much, Chaotic Echo. And the bid actually went to Mario Party 7. And the bonus game that follows it, Sega Bass Fishing. That is fantastic. Thank you so much for making that happen. Appreciate it. That's all I have for you right now. But yeah.
God, can you imagine donating just to help people instead of making stupid puns? Gosh, that's just... Why would you do that?
Why not do both? I think both is fantastic. I mean, at least I would. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that's actually donating here today, because we are here all for a great cause to help out Save the Children, a fantastic charity. And right now they're trying to make sure that kids don't have to grow up with violence, the threat of violence, which can lead to lifelong physical, emotional, and mental health problems. And Save the Children is working with families and communities to promote positive social norms and behaviors to help prevent violence against children. So a lot of this is going towards great good. So thank you everyone for every donation and every pun that you're putting money towards. It's fantastic.
So a few little minor things. We're using license points now to get mischarges. The mischarges can give the casters more MP. You actually can make it all the way through this next dungeon without the mischarges, but you do absolutely need those mischarges for the final dungeon. So many things in the next dungeon have elemental weaknesses that let you just, anytime something's weak to an element, you do so much damage with the reflects that you just get full MP from it back. So like if you hit, we're going to hit Pandemonium with Eroga, we're going to hit Slit with Fire-Aga, we're going to hit Hashmal with Wind Magic, etc., etc. So we can usually get through without these mischarges, but it just makes it a little bit larger margin for error. Yeah, Gil is quite nice. This is the final Gil crunch. All of the stuff we've been collecting up till now is basically to buy Fire-Aga, and then after that, X potions to sustain us through the Pharos, which is the final dungeon. So having 16k Gil here, 15k Gil, is actually quite nice. Afford a good number of Phoenix Downs, a good number of X potions. If you were really strapped, you probably might have to get down to like 6 or 7 total X potions. And then you might end up having to use backup high potions or even take off Mirror Mail and Cure. It's just not nice if you have to do that. So having 16 X potions here is pretty good.
Yeah, 16 might even be enough to skip the final shop.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
And 21 Phoenix Downs is definitely more than you need. Ideally, you can actually get through the rest of the run with no Phoenix Downs. although having Redos die is pretty common along Pharos, and so you want to just be able to bring him back. You do need Redos, who's joining the party now as the final guest. He is necessary for his reflects in a few places, and also for damage on one boss. So, actually, I suppose his damage actually necessary for a few bosses if you add it up. But it's possible to make it all the way through Pharos without Redos dying, and in that case, you don't ever have to use a Phoenix Down. But when fights start going bad, they usually go bad because the spellcasters die, and that's what you need Phoenix Downs for. And so having 21 Phoenix Downs means that there's a pretty big margin for error in case something goes wrong.
Yep.
Saving in the Pharos is not easy to do because it takes away your Spellbreaker. So we want to try to avoid that and just rely on Phoenix Downs for something going wrong.
Yeah, so yesterday I was practicing this next dungeon, and the second to last boss, I actually made I got really unlucky in yesterday's practice, and the fight turned out to be a real big mess, and it took me almost 20 minutes to kill that boss, and I used all my Phoenix Downs. I think I had 12 Phoenix Downs or something, maybe even more, and I used all of them in that fight trying to survive, and I barely hung on. And that's a really hard fight to recover it. It's not too difficult of a fight, but sometimes things can go wrong, and then it's one of the hardest fights to recover it. I was surprised I was able to even beat the boss yesterday.
Yeah, he hits very quickly, and he does enough damage to kill any party member in one hit, even Vaughn. You can survive with Vaughn if you have Protect and full HP, but he can just kill you from anything else. And he also gains... Oh my gosh, it's not Enrage, right? Battlecry.
Battlecry, yes.
Yeah, he gets Battlecry, and so if you die after he gets Battlecry, then Battlecry basically makes all of his attacks hit instantly. He can basically kill characters one at a pop without them being able to really do anything, so it's pretty tough to recover. Especially because recovery usually involves casting Reflect and then reflecting Aroga. It just becomes sort of a nightmare. But when the fight goes well, he actually only gets to hit one character one time, so...
But yeah, my problems actually yesterday started with the setup because there was an enemy on the way to the boss that insta-killed Vaughn, so Vaughn didn't have float for the fight, and then Roxor killed Vaughn, so that's what happened to me yesterday.
Was that the tower?
No, the Arrow Knight.
Oh, okay.
Hit me for 2.5k damage. I did not see that coming.
That's the one just past the two walls.
Yeah.
Not the circlet ones, because those don't usually get the chance to hit you.
Yep. But yeah, I did not expect a random enemy to be able to hit 2.5k damage there.
So now that we got the stone, we got the sword, which can cut story stone, chunks of story stone from the big story stone, we're going to go to the Pharos here, at the top of which is the Sun Crest, which is the strongest of all the story stones. And we're going to climb the tower to try and cut off a chunk of it. And use its power to fight against Vayne. Or either that, I think that's the intention of the Akiria, who we talked to in the cutscene we just skipped, but also under consideration is the idea of just breaking the Sun Crest entirely, which would free the humanity from the control of the Akiria. Because the Akiria are ostensibly on our side, but if you actually pay attention to what they say, they're actually pretty sinister sounding and don't really seem to have our best interests in mind. So we're sort of trying to decide what the right course to take is. It's a bit strange because Vayne is basically trying to do what I just said, which is remove the humanity from the control of the Akiria. But when we actually talk to them, it's like, maybe Vayne's actually got some good ideas. So it's a bit of a moral gray area in terms of what we're trying to decide what to do here. So this next boss is called Hydro. He resists fire, however, he's weak to oil, so we're going to cast oil on him and get that triple damage. Same thing as Mateus earlier. except now we have Firaga instead of Fyra. He is also quite slow, and for some reason, when he is first trying to get to you, he will not push the girls or Redos. And so what he does is he just tries to walk around them. Now, it's very strange because he is capable of pushing the girls, and he'll do it eventually, but for some reason at the start, he won't. And so Zero's split aim here is get up on Hydro's back, just basically stay out of his range, and he can't hit you, and just run around in circles. Now that actually was a very funny fight, because ideally he just starts charging at you with either a lunge or a physical attack right at the start.
Or Sonic Fangs.
Or Sonic Fangs, right? And what you do if he doesn't do that is you pretty much just wait for him to do one of those, and he'll just keep using long-range attacks until, and so I think he did 3 long-range attacks there. He did Bile, Fireball.
Countdown, Fireball, Bile.
Yeah, so he did the full gauntlet and was almost dead before he even started trying to attack you. So you didn't get to see much of it, but normally the entire fight is you just run in circles around Ash and Penelo and Redos while they attack him. So for the most part, Redos is here to be a source of reflects, right? He does assist with some damage, like right there, he just killed the Chimera Brain for you. But generally, he's just there to be a 4th member so that you get 4 reflected spells instead of 3. Or 3 instead of 2. As will be the case during Brain Pans.
Yeah.
Now,
I got an interesting graphical glitch there where I picked up the orb before it actually happened.
I saw that. I saw you running away, and I was like, you definitely picked it up, but for some reason it looked like it was still there, so it was very strange.
Yeah, so if you pick it up before, it actually kind of like stays there, the orb. I don't know why, but it felt for me that the orb came from the ground late, so I just grabbed it before it actually appeared, so then that happens, but it's happened to me a couple of times, but that's not too common.
I have never seen that one. But each level of this dungeon has like a different puzzle associated with it, and then ends in a boss. So we beat Hydro, and that's just to get in. This next area, there's basically these 3 pedestals, and each pedestal takes a black orb. Now enemies, every 3rd enemy you kill drops a black orb, and then the black orbs go towards a central black orb, which then it basically triples your money. And so if you kill 3 enemies, you get 1 black orb, and that goes to the giant orb, which gives you 3. However, we don't have time to run and find the giant black orb, so we just want to pick them up. But luckily, this orb count resets if you zone, and so the first enemy dropped 1, we left, came back, and then the first enemy again dropped the black orb. So these are the first 2 black orbs for the first 2 pedestals, and then we'll get 1 more, and unlock the 3rd black orb, which will unlock the continuation.
They changed that to the Zodiac Age, where every enemy you kill drops a black orb.
Does it still triple in the giant orb?
Yes.
Oh, so that's way better.
But,
so
but if you kill too many, if you kill them too fast, not all of them count. Like, so you have to kind of listen which makes the sound, or which orbs make the sound when they fly away to know.
So you kind of want to wait for the sound and then kill again?
Well, no, because the sound triggers faster, but it's a weird little thing.
Yeah. Well, it's not the vanilla, so we won't worry about it.
Yep.
So this next boss is called Pandemonium. He is weak to Confuse. He also is weak to Wind Magic, and it's possible to kill him in just 2 rounds, and you actually can get by without the Confuse because of how much damage he takes from Aroga. However, the more reliable strategy, because it does not depend on whether he starts... He has a 50-50 chance of spawning with Shell, and killing him with or without Shell is kind of weird if you don't want to confuse him. So what we do is we just dispel him and confuse him and keep him locked. Now, this is a little bit strange because you can't cast 2 Arogas at once while casting Confuse, and so we only have Ash sitting there casting Aroga on herself while Vaughn maintains the Confuse loop. Now, the Confuse loop here is important because once Pandemonium reaches 50% HP, he will cast Perfect Defense on himself, and then he cannot take any damage for 2 minutes, which is, as you can imagine, not something we want. However, if he's confused, he can't do anything except attack himself, so he can't cast Perfect Defense. And so we want to keep this confused loop going while Ash reflects Arogas, and then if you're quick with your inputs, you can also set up Penelo to get Eroga herself at the end to finish him off. So it'll usually be 3 Erogas from Ash, 1 Eroga from Penelo. It's also critical to keep Redas immobilized here. All the girls are also immobilized. That's not super important. The important one is Redas, because Redas has a gambit which forces him to attack, and if Redas attacks Pandemonium while he's confused, then he'll break out of the confused loop. So keep out of range, keep him confused, don't die to power spin. Yeah, that's all there is to this boss. How we got the flash off. So 2 full Arogas are enough to kill him from 50% HP, so basically just waited for the last Confuse to go off, hit him with 2 Arogas, and boom, dead. So that's a boss that's a little bit more crazy than, or that's a little bit more complicated than it seems, just because of the difficulties of Perfect Defense. And if you get hit by Perfect Defense, you just have to wait it out. There's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, you can kite him to make him get less attacks off, but it's
not fun.
Annoying.
You'll lose at least 2 minutes, usually more, because you have to Phoenix down.
Yep.
So, now that boss is done, we head back to the center, and we can move on to the next level. Now, this next level is generally considered to be the hardest part of the run now. So, what you have to do is you have to kill 30 enemies called Brain Pans. Each Brain Pan unlocks a segment of a bridge in the area, and so we are basically working our way across these bridges by unlocking segments. Originally, we underflowed Death. So Death has a very low chance to land. I think it's 30% base.
I think it's 35.
Yeah, okay, 35% base. And they have pretty high vitality. So what we originally did was we got 3 mischarges on Fran. So she had triple NP, and we literally just led with Fran and had her cast Death after Death after Death to kill all of the Brain Pans. This is a very reliable strategy. However, it costs elixirs because that's a ton of MP. And it also meant that you had to buy Death and spend a lot of time licensing Death on Fran. So what we eventually came up with is this new version of strategy where instead of Death, you lead with Ash and you have her cast Viraga on herself and Vaughn and Redas. And so 3 Reflected Viragas is enough to kill a Brain Pan. And this is really good because Ash's War Mage also gives her enough MP back that it almost doesn't use MP. She also gains MP from running, so she pretty much, you basically don't need to use any MP regeneration throughout this whole area. So you can sell all of your elixirs, you don't have to buy Death, and you don't have to license Fran. The strat itself is actually slower. However, it's faster. Sorry, my phone's ringing.
Yeah, so you save a lot of money and license time.
Yeah, it's like a minute slower, but it's like a minute of licenses that you save, and then you don't have to spend any gil. Now, there's a few subtle things that are going to be going on here. Specifically, you want to keep Penelo immobilized for most of the run because you don't want her running inside of range of these reflects, and you also want to keep her around or out of range so that you can despawn any unnecessary enemies. So there's 2 Chimera Brains on this next platform. You party swap to Penelo to keep or to despawn those Chimera Brains, but you have to do that despawn in a place that's far enough away to keep the Brain Pan from despawning, because you can despawn Brain Pans, and that's not going to kill them for you. Like, you have to actually get the kill to unlock the next segment of the bridge. So while you're doing this, you have to manage Penelo's immobilized, you have to manage Ash's Reflect, because her Reflect only lasts for just long enough to finish this area, and then you'll have to re-up it at specific times throughout the whole thing, and you have to manage the positions of all the party members, because if the party members get too close to the brain pans too early, then it'll let the brain pans cast AoE spells that are instant. That'll let them kill party members. Like, oh my gosh, I always forget the names because I practiced a lot of this in Japanese. But Sonic Spin,
Screech, and
something spinning.
It's Eerie Sound Wave.
Eerie Sound Wave. Oh yeah, Screech is the one that becomes Sonic Spin in Japanese.
Yeah.
So Ash's Reflect wore off, Red Ass's Reflect wore off, not Ash's, and then Penello's Immobilize wore off, and then we can re-up the Immobilize at the start, and then before the next few Brain Pans, we'll get new Reflects and continue on.
Yeah, the blind is quite annoying because it's preventing me from seeing whether the Reflect wears off.
Yeah, the visual indicator for status effects cycles through your relevant status elements, minus a few like Protect and Shell don't show up. But if you look at Ash, it'll blink blind, and then blind reflect once she has a reflect. Normally it should just be reflect, and that's what you rely on for.
And I'm more talking about the thing on the next to the HP bar.
Yeah.
The reflect symbol, and well, now the blind symbol. You can see the reflect symbol on Redus, next to Redus once you see Redus on screen.
One thing that's making things a little bit more complicated here is that the main three party members, Vaughn, Ash, and Penello, all have Spellbound, which makes positive status elements last 50% longer. So when Ash reflects herself, it lasts closer to 100 seconds, whereas if you put it on Redus, he does not have Spellbound, and so it only lasts for 65-ish seconds, 64 or something, or 66. And so you have to keep the reflect on both and cast them at different times to maintain reflect on everyone when you need it. But this has been excellent execution so far. What you're not seeing here is how small the margin for error is on the positioning. Like that Brain Pan tried to use Screech, and it was just instant away from getting it off. And even after the Brain Pan dies, the Screech will still hit you. It's possible to avoid it, but it costs time, and you'd rather not.
Yeah, so I used the Warp Mode to clock the queue so that the Screech can't go off.
This is another benefit of going to the Clan Hall after Belias, after Vossler, is if you queue the Warp Mode up, that has effect capacity 8, so the queue becomes finish Firaga, do the Warp Mode, and then they get their abilities off. So it basically, they don't get the chance to get it off. So just then, what happened was Zero, the reflect timing on Redus, he ran out of reflect just before the Firaga went off. And so what was going to happen was the Firaga was going to hit Vaughn and reflect, or Ash and reflect, and then Vaughn and reflect, but then it would just hit Redus. So before that third Firaga hit Redus, Zero changed the equipment, and that's the ATB reset we were talking about, is it interrupted the Firaga halfway through its cast, or I guess 2/3 of the way through its cast. And so he got the Firaga to not hit Redus, and then he had the chance to re-reflect Redus and get back on track. So, that was a small little hiccup, but we're fully recovered now. We're back on track. And so those kinds of things can very quickly spiral out of control. Like now Zero has to be aware of the fact that the Immobilize on Penello is not going to last as long.
And Reflect on Ash is going to wear off sooner than I expect.
And so
I'm not sure about Redus's Reflect now.
Yeah, so the wheels can come off, and hopefully things go well. Just then there was a really precise party leader despawn that removed the one Didar here and leaves the Brain Pans. The Didar is an enemy that is basically an anti-Brain Pan. If you kill it, it removes the bridge segment, and so you don't want to kill them. So Immobilize wore off. Okay, the Immobilize timing is back to where it should be, at least.
So I'm not sure about Ash's reflect here.
And that
where
blind
he's
is not
gonna go.
helping.
Yep. So there he goes.
Yeah.
Good thing she has the gambits.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. And now this one should last the rest of the area, right? Red Ass won't, but
Yeah.
there's very careful positioning here. So just to give you an idea of what's going on with the positioning, the brain pans spawn if you're within 6 units of the brain pan. However, Reflect has a range of 10 units, and it can target anything within 10 units. And so what you basically want to do is you want to be charging your Firaga before you enter 6 units, and then make sure before the Firaga goes off that Vaughn and Radas are both within 10 units, as that's what you need to be within for the Reflect to hit, and they both have to be within 6 units of Ash. So you got to keep all of that in mind while remembering the Reflect timings, while keeping track of Penella's immobilize, and so on. And it's all mapped out. However, it goes wrong very quickly. And so it already went wrong a little bit, but it looks like we're back on track mostly. Yeah. So I told you that we had to do 30 total kills. There's basically, we keep track of certain numbers. The last bridge ends at 17, and this bridge requires 10. So once we hit 27, we'll be done with this bridge. These last 2 brain pans, we have to wait for them to respawn. They take anywhere between 60 and 90 seconds to respawn. And so Zero is just running back and forth until they both respawn. And then we'll be able to take care of them, and we'll be back on track. Oh, only missing... Did you let the warp mark go off? Okay. Actually, I asked that, but I could hear through your microphone that the brain pan was already dead where my feet is behind. So that's the 10 bridge done. The 10 bridge is definitely the hardest part. This next part is just 3 more, and there's 2 that are together, and it can be a little bit scary, but I think we should be fine. Do you still buy warp?
Yep.
So warp is the other alternative for this strategy. Oh, there you go. That's what happens. So these enemies are weak to warp. With Ash's MP, or with Ash's magic and the vitality, it's like a 94% chance for warp to land. Yeah, this is what happens. So this is a little bit sketchy, but because it's the last 3 brain pans, it's a simple matter of just casting warp. Warp is basically the backup. The reason why warp is not used as the primary strategy is that it requires MP. So you have to stock up on ethers.
And the fact that it can miss.
Oh, right, yeah, and it can miss. And if anytime it misses, it gets pretty annoying. Yeah. That's all but 1 brain pan down, and now what we can do is... Penella was taken out of the party when she still had immobilized timing left, and so just bring her back in. She's immobilized, and now we can start despawning things with Penella once we're far enough away. We can despawn stuff up to the last brain pan, kill him, and we're done. So, got a little bit hairy in 2 spots, but we're good to go. Also, you may notice that the first thing Zero did once he brought Ash back to life was have her try and hit herself. That's because she was brought back with a Phoenix Down. Phoenix Down brings you back by default to critical HP +1, so she has to attack herself. One nice thing about Sorcerer's Habits is that the staff plus Sorcerer's Habit damage on yourself is about 10 to 15% of your health, and you get brought back at 20%, so you're guaranteed to put yourself in critical if you hit. But she's blind, and so when she's blinded, she just missed herself, and it's just like another little annoyance. Zero didn't bother healing the blind because that shouldn't have happened. It did, and it's unfortunate, but as long as she doesn't die again, it does not matter that she's blinded. But yeah, that's Brain Pants done, and that's generally considered to be the hardest part of the modern run. The next boss is actually pretty much a joke. He's just a giant flying fish that's weak to fire, and we have Firaga on 2 people, so we can pretty much just hit him with 4 spells, and he just dies. There's like a little bit of a mechanic where he is supposed to only be able to target characters that move. Even if you don't move, he still is able to target people, but he tends to target Fawn. He's also weak to Confuse, but we almost don't even bother. We just confuse them after the first round of spells because we can, and it just makes it a little bit harder for him to do damage to you, but all that's going on is we're just reflecting Firagas. So for the next few minutes, if there's any donations or promotions, now would be a good time.
I can definitely hop on that. Hello. We have $5 from Dukin that says, why did the clown donate his salary? It was a nice gesture. Hashtag keep the puns coming. Thank you, Dukin, for that one. We also have $30 from Gamero says, thanks so much to all the great runners and volunteers for all these great speed showcases and for weathering through these pun storms. I'm so glad chat's reconsidered their approach.
Is that Rick on?
No, it's a Sid joke.
Oh, okay.
Sneaking in the Sid reference for every Final Fantasy, I see. We also have $10 from Bros with no comment. Thank you. And $5 from Panello that says, my lizard tells pretty good jokes. At least I thought he was a lizard. He's actually a stand-up chameleon. Hashtag keep the puns coming.
The first one was a really nice gesture.
Oh my god, I don't know if they're progressively getting worse or better, but I can't tell because puns generally, they definitely pierce me, unlike you, Rusto, with the reflect going on there. Oh my god, thank you everyone, thank you for all the donations, and we still got plenty of time in this run. I don't know if Zero's actually willing to do that hair flip, but I'm willing to donate for it if you are.
A Zero hair flip is not something I realized I needed in my life, but I absolutely do now that I know it's a possibility.
I know, but I don't want to pressure him into it. It has to only be if he wants to do it.
I mean, I can do my best, but that's all I can promise.
That's good enough for me. I'm going to sneak in a donation later for that.
So, if we get 16,000 guild donation, we can buy an opal ring and then pierce the reflect. How about that?
Sounds good.
Opal ring is something that I've always had in the back of my mind where, like, oh, it'd be so cool if you could just, like, put the opal ring on and then just not have to take off the mirror mail if you wanted to do decoy, but there's just no way that works.
Yeah.
It would just be nice. Also, people who play the Zodiac Age might be confused, but in the Zodiac Age, decoy just goes through reflect, and this one it does not. So we have to take off the mirror mail every time you want to recast decoy. So, as I said, there's a different puzzle for each area. So the killing brain pans and not killing Didars was the puzzle for the previous area. The puzzle for this area is there's 4 pedestals. Each one removes something from your party for the whole level and the next boss. I think the 4 options are attacks, items, map, and
Magics.
So obviously we're not going to do magics, but it turns out that the shortest path through this area is maps, and wouldn't you know it, we have the way memorized, so it does not matter that we don't have the map. Amusingly, in the Zodiac Age, it does not disable the map overlay, so you can still literally just have a map directly in your face while the map is removed.
Yeah. The only thing it removes, I guess, in Zodiac Age is that you can't see enemies in the minimap.
Oh, yeah, true. But people have died in this area. If you get lost, the enemies do hit very hard. We're now at the point where we are extremely underleveled, and the only reason we can get through these bosses is because we either make it so they can't hit us, or they can only hit Vaughn, who we've given enough defense and reflect to survive. So, for example, the next boss is Fenrir. He is the enemy I mentioned before, who is immune to every elemental spell we have. However, we have Bio, which is non-elemental, and if Fenrir could actually hit us, he would do massive damage, and he'd be a big problem. However, he is weak to sleep, and guess what? Balthier is just low enough level to underflow sleep. So, 4 hours ago we were talking about keeping Balthier below level, or at or below level 12, and now this is why, because Balthier is the only person who, at level 12, is capable of underflowing Fenrir. He's actually, of the 6 members, the one with the lowest magic, and so he's the one who we're going to be using here to underflow Fenrir. And so it's actually a bit scary because he has an ability that he opens with always called Wail. And now Wail is actually, I think it's only 2 effect capacity. Oh, it's 4.
It might be 4.
Yeah, it has to be 4 because sleep is 1 and bio is 2. So Wail, if he gets it off, will almost for sure wipe the whole party. You can block it with your evasion on the save. I think the staves have 8% evasion.
Yep.
But, that has happened. But what we're going to do instead is we're going to do a very, very specific motion at the start of Fenrir. So everyone is going to be reflected. Redos is going to be immobilized because we don't want him to attack Fenrir, who will be sleeping. If you attack someone who's asleep in Final Fantasy, they wake up. And the movement is going to be moving Balthier to the left and backwards around the girls and Redos, who are going to be standing still. So what this does is the bios are going to be charging and they're going to go off. They have an effect capacity of 2, so 4 total for 2 bios. And then the sleep has an effect capacity of 1, so all of those together makes 5. And the sleep will go off just before the Wail does. And so the 5, if you try and get a 4 effect capacity thing while 5 effect capacity is going off, that total is 9, which is more than the 8. And so what that means is that the Wail can't go off until the sleep and bio finish, but when the sleep finishes, he'll be asleep, so he can't cast it. So he'll just be sleeping for the whole fight. One other nice thing about sleep is that you can re-inflict sleep while he's asleep. There's a few cases where it's not like that, where, for example, immobilize, you can't re-inflict immobilize while they're immobilized, so you can't you can't re-inflict Shemazai's immobilize. So what that means is that we just have to cast sleep again within the fight, and that's it. So it's actually one of the easier fights, because once you get the sleep at the start, you're good, and that's it. But if you mess it up, it's really bad. It's not difficult to recover, because you just have to re-inflict sleep, and then once it's asleep, you can do whatever you need to. But if Redos dies, you can't bring him back, because you have to rely on Redos being immobilized. So let's see this strat in action. There you go. He's asleep. That left movement is important because Redos is on the right side, and this is how you keep Redos far away. Steal does not break sleep, so Zero is able to steal a Beast Lord hide. There's actually no point in doing this, because Zero's skill is fine, and there's a good chance he's not even going to have to go to the shop at the end. But there's no time loss from doing this sleep, and if you do need to sell it, it lets you get extra X potions for the final boss.
Yeah. So I probably don't need it, but just in case things go wrong in the last couple of fights.
Like many things we've done this run, it costs 0 seconds, and it has the chance to help. So why not?
Yep.
All right, so that's that. I would tell you about the puzzle of this next area, but I never actually really learned. You just have to like activate these waypoints in a specific order based on the colors. But I don't actually know what I know what the solution is. I don't know why that's the solution.
I know I'm also not sure exactly why it is like it is, but I know the last one depends on which one you actually sacrifice here, or for this previous area that I now get back. So depending on which one you sacrificed, you get a different path.
Yeah. And if you take the wrong one here, you can get trapped in an area where there's some enemies you have to kill, which is extremely difficult to do at any percent development, so don't mess up. It can be really bad. This is also a bit interesting. The path we take here changed. At one point, we used to take a slightly longer path, actually significantly longer path, but this way has several walls that you break through. This way ends up being slightly faster, and it also has a couple of traps. One of them we can hit for healing, and it has a chest we can pick up that has a chance to be an elixir, which can be nice. But once we get to this area, it's just a matter of touching these waystones. It's not really an interesting puzzle from that perspective, but the boss at the end is the one that Zero mentioned as the one that he had trouble with yesterday. So it's called Hashmo. He's the next Esper. He's the Earth Elemental Esper, and Earth and Wind are opposed in this game, so he's weak to wind damage. And the amount of damage that we do to this guy is insane. He, if you pay, so I mentioned that we have War Mage. If you pay attention to the MP bars during this fight, you'll see that they shoot up really, really fast. It's crazy, and he has, I think, like 230,000. Something like that HP, but we still take him down in only 3 rounds. This used to be a much scarier boss fundamentally because he hits so hard. He really only does single target attacks, but those single target attacks can combo and do massive damage. So with Protect and no Petrify, they would do like more than 1,000 damage, and so 2 hits would be enough to kill Vaughn. So what we would do before is we would intentionally hit a Petrify trap, and Petrify has an interesting effect in this game where it reduces the amount of damage you do by a factor of the counter on Petrify divided by 10. So it starts at 10 and does no damage reduction, but then it goes to 9, and then it's 90%, 8, 80%, and so on. So we'd let the counter get to 6 or 5, and then the physical attacks are doing 50% damage. And so that was basically how we were able to survive his ridiculous combo rate. So, we did that. However, what we started to do instead was, or eventually we learned about this trick of Belias freezing that we've done a few times. And so what you can do is Belias freeze as soon as the first round of spells starts. And then after that, he's forced to do a Rock Soar. Now, Rock Soar is a single target attack where he flings a rock at you, but we have Float. And because of Float, we can't take earth damage. Now, if you pay attention, it's actually very amusing because you see him fling a rock, which hits the character and explodes, but because they're floating, it does no damage, right? Yeah. So you mean, Earthquake, it makes sense for float, but you see the rock hit them, and then it just says miss. That's just because it's earth damage. But then after that, the next set of Erogas gets in the queue, and then that will block his next attack, which is Battle Cry, and then you can get the next round of spells in, which is before Quakesha. And so that's how you can get 3 full rounds of spells without taking more than a single hit of damage. So the first attack will hit, but then we freeze him, reset everyone, and then get the next round of spells in. And now that reset is also important because of the same thing we mentioned before, where the cooldown on Aroga would give him time to get his Rock Soar off before your next round of spells. So that reset lets you reset the cooldown, get the next round of spells before Rock Soar. And this is all going to happen very fast. So
yeah, and nice thing about the Belias freezing is that it also freezes combos. So if Hashmo is about to combo, he can't, because you can actually avoid taking damage altogether in this fight if you move. Yeah. But generally you want to take that one bit of damage, because then that reduces the chance that Redas gets countered and takes more damage.
Yeah, he can counter even while being frozen, so...
Yeah.
So yeah, you'll see after this first round of spells, he's going to change all of his equipment, and then pay attention to the rock that hits nothing. A small detail here is that Redos does not have float for this fight. You actually want Roxor to hit Redos, and it's possible. And it's not 100% clear to me how the targeting mechanics work for who he targets with Roxor, because he should target the character with the most enmity, and that should be Asher Pinello. But for some reason, he does still sometimes target Redos, and I don't fully understand why. But if he does target Redos, that's really nice, because Roxor damage is actually such that it almost always puts Redos right at critical HP, which is actually what you want for this next fight. So, next fight is Sid 2. This is probably originally one of the hardest fights in the run, but is now much more straightforward, if still extremely precise to execute. For the first part of the fight, we're going to be fighting against Gabranth, and we have two phases against him. For the first phase, it's just a matter of reflecting Fire Agas. He starts by protecting himself, so you literally just have to stand there while the Fire Agas go off. However, for the second phase of the fight, he is immune to magic, which, if you've been paying attention, you can imagine is not great, because we've been relying on magic for the last 3 hours. So what we're going to do instead is, there we put Redos into critical HP. He has Adrenaline, which makes him do double damage while he's critical, and then also increases the combo rate, and so Redos is pretty much going to solo the second phase of Gabranth. And after that, it's going to be really quick, and I'll try and commentate as it happens. But for the first and second half of Sid, it's going to be like what we've been saying before. Recast Decoy to keep Decoy, Oil to take triple damage, and then hit him with Fire Agas. The really complicated part is going to be in between. He summons Famfrit, and so the Famfrit plus Sid is sort of the scary part. But we'll talk about that once we've gone through Gabranth. What we're hoping to see is a combo from Redos, just because every combo means one less attack. This is also something that's different between the Japanese and the NTSC version. He can't get he can't get Protect off in the Japanese version, but the American version, or the NTSC version, which we just saw, he did get his Protect off. Yeah. Redos is actually formerly Judge Zekt, and so it's a judge-on-judge battle right now. Alright, so now we're on Sid. Like I said, we're going to Dispel him, Oil him, recast Decoy on Vaughn, and then just have some fancy movement manipulation. If you kite behind the pillar, it makes Sid walk towards you. So that's going to be a little manipulation. We also don't want Redos to be a low HP anymore, so we're going to X-Potion him, and that's really all there is to this fight. Now, the next fight is where things get complicated. I'm going to start talking about it now while we're fighting Sid. So in the next fight, we're going to see an Esper appear, and what we want to do is we want to draw that Esper towards us at the pillar, and we're going to manipulate damage in a very precise way to draw out his most dangerous attack, and then kite away behind the pillar so that he can't hit us with it. So the HP ranges are very precise, and I'm not going to go into too much detail there, but the really important thing is getting behind the pillar at the exact right moment. So when you see Briny Cannonade, when you see Famfrit readying Briny Cannonade, we want to be behind the pillar. And that'll prevent Briny Cannonade from hitting Vaughn. This is going to be accompanied with Belias Freezing to stop people from moving. The positioning here is super precise, and we need all 3 people to be within, all 4 people to be within range of Sid, within range of the girls. So freeze, attack, kite, briny cannonade. Perfect. There you go. As long as you don't mess up, it's very easy, but it's very easy to mess up. And then once again, we just kite. Dispel and shell. Now the consequences for failing the kite here are actually very bad because S85 Cyclotron can wipe the party, but as long as you don't mess up, you'll be fine. Now this phase also has return damage, and so you want to turn on the gambits staggered so that one girl dies and then the other one dies after. And then you just let these fire rockets go off and you're good. There you go, easy game.
I wish I could have that last phase in a world record attempt.
Yeah. Very, very easy to mess up any of those positionings. It's very, very precise. So the kiting there, Sid kind of lurches around, so you want to like open the menu over and over again just to make sure that you're always directly behind the pillar. He can also sort of see around the pillar if you get close enough to the edge. But the Fanfrit one is the one that's really scary because Fanfrit moves much faster than Sid. So he can kite around, but he has to sort of dodge the girls too, and you only have to kite him for the time it takes for a Firaga to charge. So the Fanfrit fight is actually kind of insane because he triggers his Firaga, or not his Fire, he triggers his Briny Cannonade at 80% HP, and so that's why we let 3 Firagas hit him first. That keeps him just above 80%. And then hit him with a full round of 8 spells, and that puts him below 50%, which is actually not to trigger his real bad attack, Waterja, but he always does Briny Cannonade first, which we then kite and then kill him before he can even do that. Originally, we had to let the Briny Cannonade hit, and we used a special water negating armor to tank that and not die, and then kill him before Waterja. But now we don't even see Briny Cannonade, so that saves the Guild of buying that, and the strat is now faster. But that's Pharos done. Well done, Zero. And now we have a couple minute break while we prep for the next dungeon. So now would be a good time if there's any donations.
Yeah, this is the last break really we get for the donations. So just let them all.
All right. Yeah, I do have a flood of them, so let me get around to it. We have $20 from Rice Chairman that says, "Hello, Zero. Excited to see you on the big stage. Please put this towards a hair flip incentive." We also have $5 from RMK that says, "Awesome run so far. Was thinking this would be boring to watch. How wrong I was. Totally." I don't know if I said that right. And we also have $30 from me towards the hair flip. I bet it's gonna be adorable. Ouch. All these puns have afflicted me with darkness because now I'm damaging myself. We also have $20 from Panello that says, "I think we pushed Ash to her limit break. She's one of us now. It would be vain to resist, and frankly, the Larsa thing you would want to do is quit now. Oh well, your sanity's Vossler is our win, Ash." Puns. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for this last opportunity to read through all your Final Fantasy puns. It's been a pleasure.
Hopefully these hair flip puns won't have been in vain.
I hope so. I hope not either, because I would really love to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so speaking of vain, it's final dungeon time.
So yeah, at the top of the Pharos, Judge Zect, aka Redos, sacrificed his life to destroy the Sun Crest. It's a bit interesting from a narrative perspective because this is actually also Vane's goal. We both sort of aligned ourselves to the idea of freeing humanity from the control of the Okiria through this Magicite. And he just also wants to, destroy Dalmasca and Rosaria. So we agreed on the basic idea of stop the Acuria, but disagreed on us dying, part of his plan. So now it's time to go save Arcades, or sorry, not Arcades, but save Rabanaster, which he is attacking. The energy that was released by the Sun Crisp before it broke was also enough to revive the ancient fortress, flying fortress, Bahamut. So that's where we're going now, and that's where Vayne is, and that's where we're going to stop. So this last dungeon, there's a save point right before it, which is nice, and it takes about 10 minutes from saving to complete this dungeon and finish the game on a good run. But these final bosses are pretty tough, so...
Yeah, anything can still happen, including a game over, which we fortunately haven't seen yet, so...
Actually, you can game over on the final boss. A lot of the final bosses in this game, in the Final Fantasy series, can be pretty free. Like, Final Fantasy VII just has you put the controller down and let Cloud kill Sephiroth, and then 8 has, you have the Holy War or 2 heroes, you'll just guaranteed to kill Ultimecia. Necron is pretty much, you just put the same inputs in, as long as you don't get Protect, you'll win. Yevon, you just inflict zombie and it's easy. But for this one, it's pretty difficult, and if you mess up a positioning, you can just game over.
Alright, so...
So, the first part is just running through these corridors to get to the elevator, but once you reach this elevator, it's basically it's just a straight boss rush. First boss is going to be Gabranth, Gabranth 2, because we already beat Gabranth before. So Gabranth is sort of the one who started all the action before by killing the Dalmascan king. And so we're going to defeat him for the last time. And so this fight is actually pretty... It's pretty scripted, but if something goes wrong, it's really hard to recover because he attacks very quickly. For the first half of the fight, you just... one full round of spells is enough to reach his second phase. The real interesting thing about this fight is that the second part of the fight, he starts with a Renew. And so you want to reflect him before the Renew. Other than that, it's just a matter of hitting him with Firagas. His second move is called wait, it's not Innocence, is it?
Innocence?
Oh, is that what he uses after?
Innocence is the after Renew.
Yeah. So that's a area of effect cutscene attack that you don't want to watch, but you can kill him before it as long as you don't get bad damage rolls. So. Oh, you use Vaughn?
Yep.
What about MP? Do you like Elixir?
Yeah, I have elixirs.
Okay. I've never seen that before. That's cool.
Yeah, that's something new that I've done like only a couple of times. Ever since getting killed by that Innocence once, that's what I came up with to prevent that. Yeah,
so if you have one of the girls reflect there, you get 9 total Firagas, 2 from one girl, 3 from the other, or 2 from one from the other times 3, so 9 total. And the problem with that is that the damage is such that you can fall just short of killing him, and then he gets Innocence off, and then it really sucks. And so what Zero did there was he had Vaughn cast the Reflect instead. It's a little bit weird because the 2 Firagas block the Reflect, and so he had to reset one of the girls, but that also gave him extra damage, so that's the first time I'd seen that, but that was pretty neat.
Yeah, so that way I never get Innocenced, and I sometimes have to reset Penelo there, but it's whatever.
You can tell it's a neat strat from the way it is.
Yep.
Alright, so after that, we have basically a sequence of 3 Vayne boss fights. These have multiple phases, so I'll just sort of give the overview of what's going on. For the first Vayne fight, he literally just walks too slowly to ever catch up to you, so you just kite around him. The other thing that's happening in this fight is that Larsa is helping you out. Quote-unquote helping. He has a tendency in the second half of the fight to X-Potion the girls, which is really bad because we want to have Spellbreaker. So what you do instead is you put the girls near Larsa to try and kill him. As long as they hit him one time, he usually will potion himself before he potions the girls, so he should be okay.
Yep.
But then for the second part, we just want to hit him with 2 rounds of spells. We'll be enough to kill him. If you don't kill him in the first 2 rounds, he gets a ability off called Force of Will, which wipes the field. But as long as you don't do that, it should be fine. Yeah, quote-unquote helping, for real. He also has the ability to do something called Pummel, which is pretty annoying. It has 8 effect capacity. We equip Jackboots here just because the Sephiras in the next part of the fight have the ability to, as you see, the fire rod just won't go off as long as the Pummel's going. But the Sephiras that are going to be attacking Vaughn continuously through the next part have a chance to inflict Immobilize, and that's going to be bad because we're going to move Vaughn for very precise positioning. But this fight is going to be just 2 rounds of Dispel Oil Firagas. He is neutral to Firaga, and so the oil will make him take 3 times, and then he'll take 999 damage from every Firaga. You can also combo here, but this is something that's been improved recently, is by using Belias. It will stop any combo, so it's a lot safer. We're also going to lead with Pinello for this next part, because what we want to do is we want to sort of keep him away from the center, because he doesn't start his main move until he reaches the center, so we can delay his main move by kiting around. So we position Pinello in front of him, and then Ash to the right of Pinello, and then Vaughn to the right of her, and sort of just box him out from the center while dispelling and oiling, and then eventually hitting him with 2 rounds of Firagas, and that's all. This is a really advanced strategy that took a while to come up with, and was actually come up with by some Japanese runners. The thing that's crazy about it is he has an ability called, he does Azure Vortis, and then he does, not Tree of Sephira, I forget what the name of the thing he does next is.
Inviolable Will.
Inviolable Will, right. And that's a cutscene attack, and we had to skip that before. And so we would use somebody killing themselves, which, if he's targeting someone and then they kill themselves, it registers in the game's memory as having done the attack, and so he just moves on to his next attack. But that's slow, and so instead we just kite with the girls, and then Vaughn, and then hit him with a full round of spells. Everyone is really spread out here, but luckily there were no Sephiras too close and interrupting, so this should be good. So yeah, that's the second to last boss. Once he finishes Azure Vortis, yeah, we're good. So now we're on the Undying, the final boss. So MP is pretty tight on this part up until the final boss, but the final boss is in a high mist zone. So if you look at the MP, you'll see that once the Firagas start hitting, the MPs recharge very quickly. This last boss is straightforward fundamentally, but there's a few things you have to be aware of. He will do Mega Flare once he reaches 80% HP, and that Mega Flare is area of effect and 8 effect capacity. So we basically want to be very careful about when that Mega Flare goes off. And so we just hit him with 2 full rounds of spells, and that'll trigger Mega Flare, and that'll tell us that we want to be far away from him. But we have time to get away from him, so it'll be a matter of just waiting for those spells to go off and then moving away. Then after that, we're going to do some Belias freezing to try and sneak spells in before he can get his attacks off. Otherwise, we just have to tank one of his big attacks, but it'll be a matter of just hitting with as many spells as fast as we can. But he moves around the center of the circle, so if you mess up the positioning, the girls will miss spells, and that can result in bad things happening. So yeah, the Mega Flare won't start until the X Potion finishes. So that's sort of why we move Vaughn away, and then we move Vaughn back. Mega Flare only hits Vaughn, and now we just freeze him. There's a little bit of RNG here as to whether the next round of Firagas hit him before his next move goes off. If they do, fight's over. If they don't, then we have to tank his next attack. But yeah, that's it. Let's see if get lucky. Did not get lucky, so we'll get to see Ascension, his next cutscene attack, but it's only like a 10-second time loss, but having to take the girls in and out and be safe here loses about 30 seconds overall. Yeah, we call that the quick kill. just bring in Fran to tank the attack. This used to be something we'd skip every time, but now we just hope to get lucky.
Okay, and time will be really soon. So whoever's controlling that, be ready.
Yeah, you call it.
Time.
GG, well done.
Whoa. I have no idea what my final time was, so...
Here, I'll check the stream. 5:48. 20.
5:48:20. That's the second 5:48 I have for a marathon, which is incredible. Like,
yeah, that's really amazing.
That's a really amazing time to get a.
For reference, world record is 5:40:15.
5:40:14, I think.
5:40:14. My PB is 5:46:15. So about 2 minutes faster than that marathon run, and that was world record for like 2 years. So
yeah.
And now we're doing that. Now you're doing that in marathons is insane. So well done, dude.
Oh yeah. So I guess I owe people a hair flip, huh?
Let's see it.
What kind of a hair flip do you want to see?
However you want to do it. However you imagine the most stylish hair flip that you can think of.
Okay, I'll give it my best. So I'll have to take the headphones off. So it actually will be a hair flip, but we'll see. I'll see you. I'll hear about you soon. So give me a moment. I hope that was good enough.
I have a little bit of a delay on my stream. Yeah, me too. Oh, it was fabulous.
Thank you.
Round of applause for that. Your hair is fantastic, by the way.
Thank you.
Do you have any last words for us?
Well, thanks for having us, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
It's a first time I'm running this category for ESA. And it's been like 5 years since this category was last time at ESA, so that's really appreciate the opportunity to showcase it here and to get on such an amazing run. I couldn't be happier. Thanks for everyone who watched, followed, subscribed, donated. Just thanks everyone for the puns. That was really fun to listen to while doing the run. And big shout outs to the whole FF12 community, who's a really great community, and the Japanese community as well, which is great. The restreamers, everyone, tech, donation readers, and a very big thanks to Roosta for commentating for me, and
thanks for having me.
To let me focus on the run a little bit more.
I also want to shout out the Japanese community because this game is really unique in that we've had a ton of crossover. I've done runs for Japanese stuff, and we've had Japanese runners do runs for our marathons, and we share our strats, and we do our best to get over the language barrier, especially with Hoishin's help because he's fluent in both, and it's just really great to have the international European, American, and Japanese all working together.
Can I squeeze in one last donation before we sign off?
Yes, you can.
All right, okay. One last donation for the road. $5 from Anonymous that says 15 plus 15 is 30. 16 plus 16 is 32. Signed, Dad. One math pun for the road. But
Is that
thank you.
Dolphin?
Yeah. No idea. Thank you, Zero and Rooster, for this incredible run. So nice to have you both here to put on this show. And thanks for participating in the put-off with me for the children. This may have been the last Final Fantasy during ESA Summer 2021, but hopefully you can wander over to the next run. One of my favorite cartoons growing up, Ed, Edd and Eddy, The Misadventures. I'm Ashwin, and I'm going to have to tear away as this is my last shift during the marathon. We're going to have a party member swap here. I'm going to tag in my good friend with a sweet voice, Gamero Says, who's going to take excellent care of all of you. But before we do that, hopefully this break can tide us over before the next block of games. So don't walk away too far. See you all next time, and enjoy the rest of this marathon.
Thanks. You did a great